lose immediately.
Especially when it doesn't matter. Like, if that's Daut, Daut's just like, okay, bye, villager, you're dead. No
The
cav
HP
upgrades.
for Vince's scouts looking pretty good here. And the knights are coming in now.
All the archers will die for Liereyy. Every
That's
single
over.
one. And Vinchester picks Franks and beats Indians. I thought for sure Civ win the second. My
And-
goodness.
Jogao is going for a castle in defense. There's another siege workshop coming up from land. And Jogao with the...
What a snipe!
And all you see is full walls. Scouts aren't really doing too much for you.
So if he gets in, it could be good.
Oh, hole in the wall. Hole in the wall in Jogao's base.
No!
Land is in.
No! Dogao has
She
all of his
overchopped.
military forward and she overchopped the tree! Oh, that's so... That not only is that bad for his chances, but that's tilting. Oh, man.
Oh, that's a horrible control in the center there. Oh,
Oh!
the defense as well.
Oh, Slam, no! Oh, God, that hurts so much. He can't push, and another shot! Oh, God! Oh, all the Arbalest go down. Beautiful, beautiful. Doing the comeback. Let's go, Slam.
Oh, but the castle at the front, Tristan.
Uh-oh, no way. No way! Maganel! Fire! No! Oh, God. Yo took out the Maganel right before... Wait, it still could be denied. If there's another wall for TATOH, he needs to make sure he walls behind. TATOH actually sends Eagles in. What? The Max? With those quick walls? That was dirty. Continue that patrol with his crossbows, but the Paladins will join in here, and here they are. The castle fire. The +8 attack on the Lithuanian Paladins. Max is going to win this game, and TATOH probably is shocked. He won game 2, going for...
Oh, neither play on stone at the moment. I think both towers might fall. Lots of damage output from the Max. I have no idea why he is leading the score, and he's pushing TATOH back. What are we witnessing?
The villager play did it. It kept him in the game. Can he get enough scouts out, though? Because there's still... Like, TATOH still remains on gold. So is 75% of the way up for the Spaniard. That castle will complete. And that means tower after tower after tower will go down for the Max. And TATOH moves on. That was the best series of the round of 16, in my opinion. That was the best series. Unbelievable. I'm so heartbroken, though.
The archer.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Red Bull Wololo. It is Saturday. Choo-choo!
Saturday, man. Saturday. I got all 4 matches today. I'm super stoked. Round of 8. Let's go.
Hell yeah. Well, joining me for the pre-show, we have Nili AoE.
Heyo.
And of course, Dave has already said hello. Let's take a quick look, though, before we go any further at the Empire Wars trailer prepared by Barbecue Turkman.
The Red Bull Wololo is played using an altered version of Empire Wars, a new game mode introduced with Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition. Players start in the Feudal Age, with a 27 villager economy already working and the corresponding drop-off points. The standard scout is replaced by 2 horses, which are unable to attack. A barracks and blacksmith are provided to help accelerate the player's choice of strategy and encourage variety. Loom has already been researched to compensate for this, as it's an extremely aggressive game mode. Each game is set to a 700-year time limit, roughly 1 hour of in-game time. If the time limit is reached, the player with the highest current score wins the match. Due to the quick start nature of the game, the pressure is on from minute 1, and will be a landslide of entertainment.
So there you go, 27 villagers starting in the Feudal Age. And you know my favorite thing about that trailer is when Turkman says, you get 2 horses, and it's just like a camel. Everyone in the chat's like, 2 horses? You what? Oh boy. Let's go ahead though and take a look at the brackets for today, because we've got 4 matches coming up, and want to have a quick recap of how we got this far. Obviously, some fantastic action in day 1 and day 2. We saw Viper going past Fire there, Daut past ACCM, Hera going past Nikov with a 3-1 victory, MBL closing out his series against Valessa with a 3-1 as well. And I'm certainly looking forward to that Hera MBL match later today. And then yesterday we saw TATOH against the Max was a super close series. TATOH just squeezing by the Max there, and he'll play against Liereyy in the second match today, as well as in the final section of the bracket there, LAAAAN with the big surprise win against Gao goes up against Mr. Yo later today. But just so that we don't confuse anyone, the order of the games will not be the same order as they are shown on the bracket. So we'll switch over to the schedule here, because that's going to give us a lot of opportunity to talk about the order and what is coming up. First match of the day, Nili, this is Mr. Yo versus LAAAAN. What are your thoughts on this? What is your prediction for this match?
We had 7 players going through from the invited players, only one of the qualified players going in the round of 8. And who doesn't love an underdog story there? LAAAAN clearly the underdog against Mr. Yo there, but I know a lot of people will cheer for him, especially due to the performance of yesterday.
Yeah, Dave, what are your thoughts on this one? Do you think LAAAAN stands a chance, or is Mr. Yo just going to sort of assert his dominance here?
I think if I was a betting man, I would put my money on Yo, but I'm not counting LAAAAN out, because he clearly was the better player against Gao. And then even if you look back to the Hidden Cup 3 performance, he had a really, really good round 1 against Hera. He was just super unfortunate about who he came up against. And he looked really, really sharp. So LAAAAN, certainly there is potential for him to take this series. I think Yo still, though, is the very heavy favorite going into this.
Yeah, he certainly is, but I think LAAAAN is a bit more of an unknown quantity. He's not been around as long as some of the other players, at least at this level, and certainly has the opportunity here to give Yo a good run for his money, but definitely hard to see LAAAAN winning that series. Let's see, though. Game 2 for today will be Liereyy versus TATOH. This is actually really closely matched. According to AoE2.com, it's a 50-50 on this one. And actually, their most recent match, TATOH beat Liereyy 3-2 in Hidden Cup. So I would expect this to go to all 5 games. Dave, what do you think about this one?
I think TATOH is far more consistent than Liereyy, but Liereyy has a higher peak than TATOH does. And both players are definitely in that top 5 conversation. Both have been spoken about as potentially number 2 within the last year. So it's a super hype matchup. I think TATOH probably has better preparation coming into this than Liereyy does. But Liereyy, you just can't count Liereyy out. You never can, because the skills, the execution, the micro, the macro, everything is pretty much close to perfect. It's all about decision making and strategy with him.
Definitely. Nili, do you think Lierey's lack of preparation could be his undoing here?
I said so the whole time, right? The thing is, Winchester, he didn't really punish the potential under preparation, right? I know Liereyy messaged Robo like 2 nights ago, like, well, why do I spawn with 8 farms and scout here? And Robo like, yeah, did you download the map pack? And Liereyy was like, oh, there's a map pack. So,
oh, that's such a Liereyy thing.
Yeah. So his preparation isn't like super strong there. The question is though, can TATOH abuse this? Because it's not like, okay, he didn't really prepare. You also need to put him in the situation where not preparing hurts you.
Yeah, definitely. I think this could be a really interesting match. Obviously, TATOH yesterday went the distance with Max, the last match of the day. So he's definitely had a really intense match already. And so I think he's going to be more than prepared to face Liereyy today. The third match of the day is going to be Hera versus MBL. And this is going to be, I think, another really close matchup. Certainly one of the most exciting matches of the day. Because, well, not only are they teammates in Aftermath, but actually over their last 4 tournament matches against each other, they are completely tied. So these guys are completely neck and neck as far as tournament history is concerned. And so it should be a close match here as well. Nili, what do you think about Hera and MBL?
It's also like, since we have 2 teammates facing each other in the last 2 quarterfinals there, or round of 8 matches, it's also like the pressure is so much on, right? If you beat your teammate kind of wants you to advance against the other guy in the semifinal then, right? So there goes just so much pressure from winning this one into the next one. do you hide strategies? Do you want to beat him that badly? I don't want to be in that spot.
I think both of them are kind of thirsty for the win, to be honest. But yeah, that's a great point. Dave, obviously, with it being such a close matchup, do you think the Civ draft and the map draft is going to be more important than ever here?
I think so. And I think Hera lately, I'd say since September, when he really started to peak into that top 5 conversation, has put more importance on preparation, thinking about things like map draft, thinking about different maps and what strategies he can execute. And I know that's always been one of MBL's, I'm going to say one of his weaknesses going into tournaments. MBL just wants to play the game. He's very much like Liereyy, right? Like, it's his strength and it's his weakness, right? He'll play for 12 hours a day, but then he'll only spend 12 minutes thinking about, the tournament preparation. So I think Hera's going to be in a better position heading into this, but obviously you can never count out MBL because he's beaten literally every single player in the world, probably at this point, like within that top level. So this is going to be a super entertaining set. Like, both play styles are just so amazing to watch.
It will be. I'm glad to hear so much energy in your voice because it is Saturday. If you are going to be casting all day, so this is going to keep you going.
It's early, man.
Well, I hope you keep it up. Viper versus Daut will be the last series of the day, and this one is definitely one to get very excited about. But I think a lot of people here might not know this. Daut has been playing Age of Empires 2 competitively and winning since 2002. He's been around for 18 years. That's almost as long as Liereyy has existed in the world. So it's kind of incredible that he's still here today and he's still playing at this level. But I feel like Viper is definitely Daut's kryptonite. These guys have played against each other a lot, and Viper has consistently taken wins against Daut. Does Daut stand a chance today, Nili?
Well, Viper is everyone's kryptonite.
You could say that again.
So everyone locked up 1,000 euros, as we can see, fighting for the remaining 18k, if I did the math correctly there, or 16k. 5k for first, and yeah, Daut, he prepared a lot. The same question, does he show all his strategies? Does he want to hide something for a potential semifinal against the winner of Hera MBL? It's not going to be easy for sure. Viper, again, like you said earlier, with Liereyy like peaking at the higher skill, but how many competitive Empire Wars games did the Viper have? Not that many either.
Yeah, there's definitely some room for Daut there to try something and catch Viper off guard, perhaps. But can Viper ever be caught off guard, Dave? I'm not sure.
I don't think in a tournament of this magnitude, with this many viewers, this prize pool, I think Viper's going to go in with a lot of preparation beforehand. You were saying Viper is Daut's kryptonite, but I feel like Daut kind of matches up well against Viper in a lot of different ways, right? He has so much tournament experience against him. He knows his personality, like he knows his tendencies. And if Daut is put in that position where he has an advantage and he can use his amazing macro, his amazing booming ability, his amazing strategy choices to put himself farther ahead in the game, I think he has a chance, especially in a new format like this.
Definitely. And Daut is known for being a big boomer, so he definitely will be taking every opportunity he can get to boom and try and out macro Viper, perhaps. But yeah, the reason I say Viper is perhaps Daut's kryptonite is I'm just remembering back to all of the old escape tournaments that we ran, and Daut was finishing second every single time, and Viper was always there just to claim the top spot. But hey.
And the one time Viper didn't make it into the final because he lost to Liereyy and TATOH earlier, Daut still became second because he lost the final to Nikov.
Yeah, it's so true. I don't know if it's something that's just like a mental block for Daut, but let's see if he can do it today against the Viper. That's our summary of the matches. We'll be jumping to a player profile right now, and we'll be back after this short break.
It does put Lan in a favourable position. He's going to go in deep with the plumed archers.
He's got Bodkin Arrow already, +1 defense already. He's going to try and focus down the skirms, and then he's going to be into Veles's woodline. I don't know if Veles is paying much attention here. He's probably quite focused on what's going on inside of LAAAAN's base, but he's going to start losing villagers out here, and that's going to be messy. This could actually be LAAAN's victory if Veles doesn't clean this up quickly here, because he will hemorrhage villagers far too quickly. There's a huge villager deficit for Velesa right now, and he's not doing enough counter damage on the other side of the map. This is going to get cleaned up. 3 more villagers are going to go down to the Igors out here, and those plumed archers just got 5 kills and then walked away with it for free.
LAAAAN now so active. Let's take a look at the mini-map. Will he find the kill against that villager? She's going back to the TC, actually blocking out. Oh no, Veles with the first villager loss here of the game. And that's the first kill overall. First blood spearman over and over again. And oh, you will find those villagers as well. LAAAAN is just playing such a better game here than Veles. Veles with his 1 aggression at the front couldn't get the kill, couldn't get the pressure, and that's another villager kill. 6-2 KD in a total mirror. That should not happen. Oh god, and another snipe here. Are you kidding me? How many kills is this guy getting? And this has to be so depressing for Veles here. Game after game, opening this one, but doesn't really know where to get in there. The villager might even be safe, but oh god, Hera snipe. I can see the Hera snipe coming around to open, but oh no, an overchop here. And those are the villagers going down LAAAN. Now 10 villagers ahead, increases that lead as well. Might intercept those villagers as well. And Veles, he needs to take a significant winning fight now, or all his chances are gone. He is 20 population behind. Pikemen, how can they hold this one? Mangonel maybe trying to get something done, but it's looking so bad here for Veles. Okay, Eagles now moving forwards. Oh, but only 1 at the front. He will lose so many HP. Only gets 1 hit off and then loses his life. That's something we cannot see happening. LAAAN now with an 18-14 KD. Eagles moving in, 2 archers only. How many archer ranges do we have? I can see 1 for LAAAN, 1 for Veles, so both going for Eagle and Skirmisher at the moment. +1 defense for the Eagles. Do we see them on both sides? Yes, LAAAN has +1 defense as well. Uh-oh, and those 4 Eagles, they are just wrecking through all those skirmishes. Suddenly military count is 14-6. What did we witness?
80 military for LAAAN and 40 for Yinghua. And here come the trebuchets, rams, and slingers from this side as well. I don't think Yinghua can keep up with this. LAAAN just has so much. His post-imp has been so good. So there's the GG. Yinghua calls it. He goes down to 120 population. My goodness, when this guy gets to post-imp, he's insane. The day, Viper's crossbows are gonna get hey yo,
Yo, bro. Yo, dude.
Oh, got him. Nice, never a doubt. but at the end of the day,
But Liereyy potentially running into the scouts. That's a lot of scouts. And Yo is not fully walled because that's pretty much impossible on this map. Uh-oh, Lierey's looking to do a lot of damage right here.
Does he take the fight against the Spearman? He's opting not to. I think that's a good decision overall. Oh, the quick walks from Yo, though. Oh my god!
Can he get the poke?
He can trap them! He's trapped them all, and it's not going to be the end of the world because there's only 3 spears, but that is a fantastic play from Yo.
Yeah, but now he can bring his own scouts home, I believe. Yeah, at least they're still mostly alive, but actually, Yo doesn't have much of an army.
So nice. Well played from Yo. That is definitely a highlight here. Walling in like 9 scouts, and the question is now, does he send his scouts back to deal with them, or does he just mass up a couple spears?
I can guarantee you guys, this game is a lot more fun to watch than to play. I think Viper's in trouble, though. I really do. If that tower goes up...
Well, with all those villagers with full HP now, it's going to be really rough. And he's doing the same thing again, but this time there's so many more villagers here from Mr. Yo. He's going to repair the tower and attack the villagers.
Viper's Vills will melt.
They are melting.
They're
Look
melting.
at the Vill difference. It's 30-24 right now for Mr. Yo.
Is this game over?
30-24. I have a feeling Viper only has 3 villagers on food right now. He's got 1 on the forage bushes, 2 on the farms.
Another Vill will die.
He can't produce from his TC. He doesn't have enough food to repopulate
and another
his village.
Vill will die. The villagers keep dying.
This is gonna work. This is Mr. Yo's game, I think.
Yeah.
He's got
Yo's getting guard tower to deny the resources.
Does Yo not know there's a castle there? Yo still doesn't know there's a Wait. No way! He just used... Dude! He just used the longboats to distract the castle, sent in skirmishers and a single siege rem, and then meanwhile, he's taking a fight here and it's not too bad. Of course,
but
guard
he's got
towers
heated
will
shot
help.
with the guard towers.
Yeah. A heated shot means the towers and castles do more damage.
300%.
Dude, this is a great game.
LAAAAN against Mr. Yo. Best of 5 coming up here. And let's take a look at the map picks and ban. Obviously, we're starting off with Arabia as map number 1. Then 2 home maps each. Mr. Yo went for Sinkhole and Land Madness.
And LAAAAN has chosen Cross, Kawasan, and Wings. But we look at the bans here, and Yo has banned Kawasan. And LAAAAN has banned El Dorado.
That's the other way around. You only pick 2 maps, and so it's basically LAAAAN banning Kawasan on his left-hand side. Yeah.
I see. Okay. Okay, that makes sense.
But
it's sorry, Chad. It's early.
It's also kind of confusing for me because I think Mr. Yo would be really good at El Dorado. So that feels like a weird ban, especially against LAAAAN.
We'll see too. We'll see what the civs are for both players. That will dictate which maps they would like to play. And here's the civilization pick right here. What do you think, Nili?
Well, I see Hetzek ban and Khmer ban, so kind of late picks banned. That's kind of untypical, right? Most of the time we see number 1 banned, maybe number 2.
Yeah.
But, well, allowing Mayans and Vikings to the opponent.
Allowing Persians too. We've seen Persians banned quite a few times. They are strong on a lot of different maps. So what do you think about land civ picks here?
Well, it looks like very eco approach heavy, right? Celts, very good in eco. Vikings, the eco civ. Persians, defensive eco play. So he will take a bit slower, and I'm not sure if that's the right approach against Mr. Yo.
And Yo, I notice, has the Mayans, has the Incas, and actually has kind of like revenge banned the Aztecs. Like, if I can't get a Meso civ, neither can you from LAAAAN. And we know how good Yo is with Meso civs. Like, he's very, very dangerous. What do you think is going to be picked on the first map here on Arabia?
Oh god, well, like to get to what they pick for Arabia, we kind of have to go the other way around and think about, okay, what are they picking on the other maps? So, Land Madness, probably Huns or Slavs. Not really sure where Inca is going. I think Mr. Yo Mayans makes a lot of sense. Mm-hmm. And on the other side, I will go for Vikings. So that was easier than expected, actually.
Those are the 2 I was looking at as well. Byzantines, another pick that we've seen, 4 series so far? We've seen Byzantines picked. Do you think Mr. Yo is going to go for that on Sinkhole, or is he going to save that for Cross, like MBL did in day 1?
Well, it's the first time that we have those 2 choices. And, well, we will jump into the series and we'll find out more about the civilization's land against Mr. Yo. The first round of 8 match is about to start.
Sorry for that, guys. Some small fixtures here on my overlay end, and we should be now properly into it. Indeed, LAAAAN is playing in the red trunks. He indeed got the Vikings. Mr. Yo on the other side playing Mayans, and I see a massive woodline in front of his base.
And that's going to be really, really nice for him. It makes the wall off so much easier. LAAAAN also with some, looks like decent walling potential. On the right side of his base, on the left side of his base is a bit open, but he can still make that work. We've seen before with the Vikings, you just want to be safe, and you want to let that eco take control, take you into the late game. Do you think LAAAAN can do it here against Yo?
Well, he's doing what he needs to, right? Gets an archer range up, starts the walling, gave up the woodline there at the front. Kind of unfortunate generation for him, but the other 2 woodlines still pretty nice and safe.
You're telling me you wouldn't take from that lumber camp there? in the front?
Well, you can also go for the ostrich, right? But yeah. Oh yeah, that looks really unfortunate. And Mr. Yo, such an aggressive player, already sending out some skirmishes. That would be horrible if villagers were exposed there.
And he's just sending those out to maybe deny walling potential from LAAAAN. You can see him chasing the villager back already. He's just being annoying, and he probably knows that LAAAAN isn't going to invest into that second military building right away.
Oh, indirectly he is, because he actually texts to Man-at-Arms now. After seeing the Eagle skirm opening, LAAAAN will go for Man-at-Arms. Something we have never seen before. If people went for Man-at-Arms, then it was the opening.
This is very, very strange. What was that? 3 minutes into the game, he makes that decision? And Archer's now coming out from Yo, so maybe he's going to get punished for that.
Uh-oh. That's not looking great, and that's the perfect counter here by Mr. Yo. Let's take a look. Oh, even defensive tower instantly forced, and that's a good sign for Mr. Yo if we think about maybe even Castle Age economy already.
I do kind of like how LAAAAN isn't engaging with his military units right away. He's waiting. He's got the archers queued up in the archer range. He's waiting with his men-at-arms to engage until he gets the right number, and then hopefully clear this up and then push back towards Yo's base as he loses his first villager.
Yeah, ooh, and that's a lot of idle time forced there as well. Men-at-Arms going back a bit. We have some walls in the back. Well, LAAAAN, he feels kind of safe now, but that was surely a beautiful opening for Mr. Yo.
Do you agree with the men-at-arms from LAAAAN? It seems a bit weird to me. Like, if you get enough archers and skirmishers, should be able to do the same job.
Maybe feared, okay, it's going to be a lot more eagles in the long run, and it doesn't hurt to have the men-at-arm tech anyways. I also felt like double archer range would have been nice. Maybe even pull some villagers earlier to be safe, but Mr. Yo, he just played this so aggressively.
And he's already shifting his eco towards what he wants to do in Castle Age. If you look at his resources, he's going to click up soon. He's already on stone. So he's going to go immediately into plumed archers once he gets there.
Yeah, and then he doesn't mind to lose this army, right? Now tries to snipe down another archer and might even snag that villager here. Damage output is reasonable.
It's just so much pressure from Yo. LAAAAN is panic defending, and Yo has the better eco with Mayans over Vikings. So really, really good opening for the Chinese player here.
Yeah, also remember, Mayans, they start with one extra villager. And, well, he is only 3 behind now on the way to Castle Age. Let's take a look at his production at the moment. He didn't wall a lot, now takes some villagers to buy himself some time and drops barracks number 2.
Yeah, but LAAAAN with really no pressure. We talked about it yesterday a lot, where if one player goes up to the next stage, they're vulnerable, right? Because they expended all those resources, they're not producing military. But LAAAAN, I think Yo knows this as well, LAAAAN has no military to punish him at home, so Yo has to be feeling pretty safe here.
Yeah, but better double safe than sorry. And still walled after building some military, knocked at the front door, but LAAAAN with the house behind this. Well, Yo, that's just the beautiful game to play, right? You attack, you do some pressure, you're safe at home, you can go for the units that you want to. It's easy to look good in those games.
In hockey, we call that forechecking, by the way. Just, inserting my Canadian reference in there.
Okay, thanks for that input.
Okay. See, this is why, though. This is why you don't want to give Yo Mayans. I feel like he's so much more comfortable with this civilization, especially even in these, kind of strange new settings. The transitions from him, it's just looking so clean right now.
Yeah, it's like he forces now knights out of the Vikings player. We did see it work yesterday for Mr. the Max, but that was to counter skirmisher. Now Eagles, they counter, knights kind of counter Eagles and crossbows, but not as efficiently. And Mr. Yo, he feels like he has a timing to do some pressure.
Forward siege workshop, and he's going for Eagle, and he's on stone. Is he gonna go plumes, Eagle, mangonels?
I'm a bit curious as well.
Doesn't seem sustainable to me.
Yeah, spreads himself very thin there. Gets a nice bit of, look at that. LAAAAN tried to evacuate or tried to debate some of the units away, but Mr. Yo is following everywhere and gets every single skirm / archer.
I think LAAAAN has one alive, but I'm afraid that might run right into another eagle. Yes, indeed.
Could you show me that one alive skirmisher, please, Dave? I can't find it.
Oh, it's dead in front of the barracks.
yeah,
Don't worry about it.
We didn't show it. Okay, Siege Workshop now, and it will be a Scorpion opening. No mangonel pressure. I was expecting something with a bit more oomph.
You know, I don't see the siege doing too much, especially since LAAAAN is going knights, and I like how he kind of hid the stables a little bit farther back, so Yo is only finding them now. But at least with going scorpions and not mangonels initially, Yo is gonna save that res, right? Because the knights are gonna clean them up pretty easily.
Yeah, well, he will get cleared up at the front, tries to run with his eagles, archers are going to die anyways. But if we think about a scenario, if you offer Mr. Yo, okay, you will get a castle up, you can go to plumed archers, and your Vikings player is going for knights, he will take that.
Yeah, double stable knights from Vikings. Yeah, he'll take that any day. Especially if you tell him that his base is fully walled. he'll be pretty happy with that situation.
Yeah, and we also give you like 2 gold spots inside your base. Your stone is safe, and you are attacking into more upgrades and have a university and all the map control.
And I like how Yo canceled the mangonel he had queued up in that siege workshop, so he's saving those resources. LAAAAN, though, is getting his 3rd TC up, and Yo doesn't have a 2nd one yet. So Viking economy, it's going to start powering up here pretty soon.
No, that's pretty true. Plumed Archer number's not super scary. He is at 4 at the moment.
And LAAAAN's sending a villager too. Is he going to forward?
Yeah, and that's the massive woodline that we said earlier. Could be a really nice one because you can't raid from there. But, well, mangonels can shoot over it, and that, well, could bite him quite heavily here.
There's the siege workshop from LAAAAN. It's going to be right on the stone from Yo, right on both stones from Yo. So if Yo wants to continue this plume pressure into the Imperial Age, maybe, he's going to need access to that. I like that positioning from LAAAAN.
Yeah, and I thought, okay, maybe he can buy himself a castle. It's floating a lot of gold, but, well, he also wants to build some TCs and expands towards the front. Therefore, limited to 330 stone at the moment. And is over mining. Look at that. That could be ugly for him. Knights could get in there,
It's
Dave.
open. It's open! Yo! What perfect timing is LAAAAN going to see this? LAAAAN sees it now with the outpost,
but the Knights didn't see it
doesn't
earlier.
go in?
Oh, okay, now he gets in.
Oh, this is exactly what LAAAAN needed. You want to interrupt that flow from the Mayan player.
Oh, villagers need
And
to
yeah,
run.
4
Eagles.
villagers down.
Well, Eagles from behind trying to clear up the mangonel, but that will be heavy losses. Nice ground attack there against the Eagles. All Eagles will fall, but plumed archers should be really good now.
Yeah, but those 4 knights and Yo's economy still being very, very annoying. They're going to come back now, but Yo, losing 4 villagers, kind of not putting pressure on LAAAAN being safe at home, letting him build up the economy, and the knights are doing work right now.
Mangonel shot is a nice ground attack. How did he not lose everything there?
That was amazing. It comes out right away, and the perfect ground attack right into the plumed archers. Yo was very lucky he didn't lose all of his archers there.
How did they survive? Yeah, they have more HP, but still, like, some of them lost some HP, and oh god, now he needs to be super careful with those.
So LAAAAN has kind of turned this game around. He's got the better economy. He's got the better map position right now. Obviously, he doesn't have the better long-term military, but right now, his military is stronger.
24 villages ahead. That's just massive. Shouldn't lose too many villages at the front. Yeah, we have ballistics, so 3 wills might fall. Yeah, indeed. And he can't really expand to the gold or stone at the front, but now mangonels in the back. They're up
and
to
Yo
no good.
forced to go pikeman too. So that's extra res he can't put back into his economy. And LAAAAN is just dictating the pace of play right now.
Just think about it, like, Yo is really feeling the pressure, right? His typical play here is to just go plumes, play it super defensively, and most of the time he still holds and comes out ahead. But LAAAAN is putting Mr. Yo in a position that I didn't see for quite some time.
Yeah, and Yo is forced to do some really weird things, like put a tower on his gold. That's never something you want to do, you know, in the middle of Castle Age. especially against 3 Mangonel pressure, but he's just forced to do it by LAAAAN.
Dave, look at also at the resources of Mr. LAAAAN. He is up to him pretty soon.
That's Vikings. That's the Viking power right there.
And he has every single eco upgrade. If we look at the other side, no handcart. Not even the second wood upgrade for Mr. Yo.
Look at near the mining camp from Yo on that stone. LAAAAN accidentally killed 2 of his own knights with Mangonels. He's trying to help you, Yo. He's trying to pull you back into this.
That's your highlight in the game, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Yo, 30 food, 100 gold, so far away from imping himself. What is he going for? Some pikemen, adds reasonable numbers, adds some more plumes, but villager, oh god, he's so far behind. Map control, absolutely not on his side. Tries to make something happen on the other side, but not looking too good either.
And he's going for guard tower as well, so he's going to go guard tower defense against this. But, like, LAAAAN can just... This push isn't taking much of his economy. This is just a little bit of the res that he's got stockpiled up, and he's going to tech switch into something else in Imperial Age and maybe push from that front side.
Yeah, and the front side is so exposed, right? The castle won't really help for the defense there. Rams could do a lot. The question is, well... He already is preparing double siege workshop at the top. Maybe it's just a full ram go. I don't really see rams in the queue yet, though.
I do like what Yo has done with his plumed archers, though. He's used them to maybe try and cut off reinforcements as they come in, and he's harassing the wood lines from LAAAAN. LAAAAN's wood lines are extremely exposed, and Yo has actually managed to pick, I think, 5 or 6 villagers as he's been running around here.
Okay, that's pretty solid. He is still behind a solid 25 villagers though, but military count. Just, maybe not the plume engagement, but Scorpions and Mangnotes should just be way too good there.
I like how he killed that villager too. And he's got plumes running around, and he might find that castle from LAAAAN with his plumed archers.
Oh, he has to see them, right? Mr. Yo, that is in vision.
Yo. Notice it. Notice it. Notice it.
He's running away, and now he has no idea. Mr. Yo didn't see it. He did. That's getting so close. Oh, they fooled my head. 87%.
It's gonna go up. It's gonna go up.
Oh, I think you shouldn't focus single villagers. I think you should have focused all of the villagers down, but yeah, that is so fortunate for LAAAAN as well. Now he can build traps, and yeah, can really put on the pressure through the center.
Yo's got a pretty big army, 23 plumed archers right now, and he's going to catch these knights as they're running back. They're probably going to get away, but the siege is forced to run away, and Yo, is he going to punish this with eagles?
Oh, he's trying to. Let's take a look. 1 mangonel down. Conversions take quite some time. Gets only 1 conversion, and all the mangonels are falling. That is a nice engagement for Mr. Yo.
Ooh, he's got to be careful not to get hit by those scorpions, though. They're basically dead at this point. You can't give them free hits like that.
Oh, no, I just wanted to point out the army value at the bottom. A second ago, it was like 3k to 2.5k, so very close, and all of a sudden, Mr. Yo has close to quadruple the army value.
I find it very strange that LAAAAN pulled all his units away there. Like, should you not keep a presence there? Maybe divide Yo's army and then hit him with your main attack, which is coming right now?
I think he wanted to get to the main attack. And I think he wanted to pull back, maybe guard his traps and really try to put on the pressure in the center, aided by some champions. But, well, Mr. Yo denied that quite nicely.
Do you like the unit composition that LAAAAN is going for right here? I think Onager champion against Mayans.
Well, we mentioned earlier, right? Mayans is just better in Imp there. Like, what are your better options? I think it might be the best option he actually has, but, well, mobility should really be on the side for Mr. Yo.
I think like Siege Ram Arbalest would be good, would it not? Because you know how much damage you've done to Yo's economy.
Especially if we see the mass amount of plumes, right? Maybe he feels, okay, Arbalest won't protect my onagers well enough, and if he just keeps diving in with like the 6 eagles that we saw at the very top here, he feels, okay, the champion line is better at protecting my siege.
Dude, I was talking about how Yo's stone is denied basically by LAAAAN having that forward position. Look in the bottom corner of the map. Yo has taken a journey all the way to the bottom corner to find stone. This guy.
Oh, meanwhile, while we were looking at people on the mine, we see some dead bodies in the center there.
I just went back to that too. Oh no.
Maybe I should have quickly looked somewhere else there. And yeah, but still, that could allow him to get to the second castle. At the moment, he's sitting at 370 stone in the bank. Eagle switch not really happening too heavily. We only have 8 eagles out for now and 14 plumes. They're trying to find another kill here. Lots of them. Very low on HP though.
How can Yo get himself back into this game? That's my question right now.
Stalling for time could be a good option for sure. Gold, well, he still has 1 defensive 1. Another castle. He needs to give up all this center area military count. It's not looking that great for him. Well, he's given himself a good chance with all the raids in the back.
Losing the university now, so he'll have to make another one to get all the upgrades. And the longswords are about to be two-handed swordsmen. This is scary for Yo. This is very, very scary.
Yeah, let's take a look. Oh, tower defense there in the back for LAAAAN as well. He does not want to take any chances. Still will lose some villagers at the woodland. Bracers coming in instantly. But LAAAAN, he knows. Just don't die at home. Keep up the pressure in the center, and it's looking really good for him.
Yeah, and take out the castles from Yo. You don't want that plumed archer mass versus your champions. And Yo, I think that's his only castle right now. Once that goes down, he can no longer produce them.
Oh man, tries to run away a bit. Now wants to go for some relics here. Not the most important thing. Drops them at the bottom of the map. But that's a scary army in the center for LAAAAN. That's not really killable in my opinion.
No, and he's got to make sure he defends against the army in his base, but the army in his base is nowhere near as threatening to him as the one in the middle is to Yo. And Yo doesn't have anything to deal with that. He's just, I think what he's doing right now is, like you said, he's stalling for time by expanding his eco and hoping that LAAAAN is just slow enough on the push that he can get where he needs to be in terms of military numbers.
Actually, Mr. Yo is doing way more in the back there than I anticipated. Snacks a solid 15 villagers there, I would say. And, well, the push in the center, for now, only killing buildings. Only, quote-unquote. But 200 swordmen are going down, Dave.
Oh my
killed them with the
god, he
Onagers
kills
mass
his
damage.
own units again. Oh no, but they're taking a good engagement against the pikes. I'm wondering why LAAAAN just didn't make like a couple onagers. There you go, there's one at home to deal with this. These pikemen and plume push have done so much damage to his eco.
And, well, all of a sudden, military count completely shifted. Now, LAAAAN, the one with triple the advantage. Traps got pretty ambitious there. We have the Elite Eagle Warrior attack. Tries to go for some snipes, but, well, sniping one onager at a time won't give you a quick comeback, at least.
You know, Yo still has 83 villagers somehow. He doesn't even have a TC in his main base. The guy is resilient. Look, he's going out to the stone again at the top. LAAAAN is going to find that. He's all over the place at the south of the map.
And that's the
I don't
difference.
think this can work, though.
You said, like, Arbalest plus Ramps could have been so much quicker at deleting all those buildings from the map. And then Mr. Yo needed even more evacuation.
Yeah, I mean, if Yo wants to fight Arbalest with Eagles, he's going to need El Dorado. He's going to need all those upgrades. It's going to be expensive for him. But, I mean, how can we talk about different strategies when this one looks like it's working right now for LAAAAN, right? So we can't really doubt the guy because he's cleaning up Yo's base. He's going to take out that other castle with the Trebs. And Yo won't be able to produce Bloomed Archers.
Oh god, and the moment he produces them, he runs into 2 onagers, so that's not too exciting for him either. And yeah, that's just a massive, massive push. LAAAAN even checking into some skirmishers now. Has 65 champions on the field. 10 more in production.
Can Yo even come back from this? This
really
is
see
an
it.
insane game from LAAAAN. As LAAAAN throws away both his onagers. That's not good.
Yeah, but look at the population, Dave. 90 to 180. That shouldn't work.
No, usually when you're under 100 at this point in the game, you want to hit that resign button, but maybe Yo feels like he's expanded enough. He can drag this out. It's going to be really difficult for him. I don't think he can do it.
I don't really see it either. Like, what does he have to really snipe those traps? He can't repair those castles endlessly. Although, looking at the stone count, he still has a lot in the bank.
Yeah, and now Land's found his eco to the south as well. So he's going to wipe up those TCs. Yo has no army down there, and Land can just dive with the champions, which is what he's doing right now. Plumes are good against infantry, but Land with the Viking champions, extra HP just running right in there.
Oh god, got all the upgrades on those as well. Just right-clicks it, has extra damage there against the castle or any building, and conscription won't finish. Plumed archer numbers won't rise, and that's so many dead bodies by Mr. Yo.
Yo tried to drop a castle in the south, but the champion's doing work. He's dropping another one. He's still playing this game. Mr. Yo.
Yeah, but how? How can he do it? I don't really see it. Yo is known to be late with his GG timings. Not really sure what his reasoning could be behind this for now. Yeah, he did show some crazy comebacks in his career, especially with some meso civilizations, but you need gold excess, you need some buildings, you need some chance to produce proper units, and I don't really see that.
There's the time as well. If we think about the time limit here, to properly come back in this game, you're going to need another, what, 40 in-game minutes, maybe?
Yeah.
And I don't think Yo has that. Not in this format anyway. Maybe it's just first game of the series, Yo wants to get warmed up.
Maybe. Also, we have to remember it's a bit later for him, right? Should be 9:30 p.m. now, but he finally found the resign button, and LAAAAN, to our surprise, honestly, is taking the 1-0 lead.
What an impressive performance by LAAAAN. Obviously, he got very fortunate with Yo overmining on that stone, which kind of created the whole situation. But to go forward like that, onto that position where he saw both stones, he kind of created that opportunity for himself, you know?
Yeah, the aggressive siege workshop. And Mr. Yo, that's what you honestly said, right? He spread himself too thin there. Went double barracks eagles with the upgrades, went for plumed archers, went or tried to go for an aggressive siege workshop, aggressive university instead.
Scorpions.
Yeah, it's like he didn't really have the straight line of unit choice there.
And it feels like LAAAAN just, you know, had the right unit choice with the double stable knights. And Yo wasn't expecting that at all. LAAAAN hid the stables a bit behind the walls so Yo couldn't see what was coming. And he surprised him completely.
Yeah. Oh, lovely play. And we will see Mr. Yo's home maps after this. Let's take a look at the statistics, shall we? Military, better for Mr. LAAAAN there. Had the largest army advantage as well. Look at all those buildings raised as well. 55 kills. Food wasn't even close. Look at that, 22k to 12k as well. Gold looked relatively close as well as stone. Massive advantage there for Mr. LAAAAN as well. And yeah, LAAAAN with the faster aim got the traps out. And we felt Mr. Yo was able to do the comeback there in like the early aim from LAAAAN after he lost all his army. But Mr. Yo kind of was lacking the punch as well.
And Yo banned, let's just bring it back to the Civ bans, because Yo banned Aztecs.
I think so as well, because they play so even. It's such a like known matchup as well. It still felt, was Mr. Yo like too confident that he would win in late game and just try
The siege workshop was where it all went kind of haywire for him.
Yeah, and he just lost all his army as well. Doesn't really feel natural, right? Normally you try to build your plumed archer numbers, and rarely do we see an aggressive siege workshop by someone that already built a defensive castle. I think that's something we only see from civilizations like Spanish and Burmese.
Yeah, it was very strange. But we will go into game number 2 soon. And what map do you think Mr. Yo is going to pick as his home map?
He doesn't have Khmer for Land Madness, probably what he really wanted. I think Sinkhole feels like a really good choice to even out the series with Byzantines there. Yeah.
So what makes Byzantine so strong on Sinkhole?
Well, we obviously have the water in the center and basically unavoidable mass fire galley fights there. And Byzantines, they have faster firing fire galleys, so he should always win the water and then have a very strong fish boom behind this.
And if he's going Byzantines on Sinkhole, what do you think Land's best pick is against that? Is it Persians?
Let's think about, like, Persians could also be good on cross. I think it might actually be something pretty crazy, and he tries to make something work on land instead. Maybe something like Celts or Britons even.
Celts or Britons, okay. Yeah, you want to kind of save that Magyar's pick probably for the Wings? Or Land Madness?
Well, speaking of Land Madness and saving Magyars for those, Dave, we will indeed see Magyars on Land Madness here. Slavs for Mr. Yo, home map of Mr. Yo. He clearly doesn't want to fall behind 2-0.
So who do you favor in this Civ matchup? Do you like Magyars for the early punch, or do you like Slavs for the economy?
I think I like the map control and the early punch here for Mr. Lan. We'll build scouts cheaper and will have the +1 attack for his scouts as well. Therefore, his aggression is really nice. And we see Mr. Yo, he plays it super defensively. Is not dropping stable himself, is going for the farm upgrade, mass amount of farms, and tries to go for the Spearman defense. Lan will have all the map control in the world to begin with.
Yeah, Yo not even immediately producing Spearman. He had to wait until he got those eco upgrades. I don't know, with this map, it's very dangerous if you don't go for that scout, those scout numbers really early, as we've seen. We've seen like players with 20, 30 scouts in Feudal Age.
Oh yeah. Well, and now the villagers.
I don't know if one barracks is enough.
Well, he maybe gives himself the good shot to go for a pikeman push later on. But yeah, as we said, surviving first is really important. And I think how you counter this, very greedy approach by Mr. Yo, is just go massive amount of spearmen and go aggressively as well. Because your Magyar spearmen are just so much better than the Slavic spearmen.
Mm-hmm. And Yo's going to have to wait for that 100 food to get forging, right? So, especially after getting the eco upgrades, like in 10 minutes time, he'll be in a good position. But can you punish him before he gets there?
That's the ideal scenario for sure. Let's take a look. Land, does he think about adding archers? I don't really think so. Keeps one villager on gold and well, doesn't look too shabby behind this. Walled a lot of his woodlines as well.
Look at how many farms Yo has already.
Pretty.
Oh my god, he's so greedy, dude.
13 farms already. That's very, very greedy. If we compare that to the other side, not too shabby either, actually. 10 farmers for land. But scout count, that's where it could spiral out of control. 6 scouts at the moment against 2 scouts. Lan now sending the first spearman forward and could maybe pressure the front area here, Dave.
Yo now getting wheelbarrow too.
Boah, the greed.
What? What?
So,
now he's getting forging. Okay. Okay,
so
here
greedy.
we go.
It reminds me of the Viper against Fire series, right? Where the Viper played Slav as well and tried to go for all the eco upgrades and tried to like, okay, I just need to survive and then my eco is better. But he got punished so heavily and should have lost that game.
Yep, I agree. Although Yo has quite a few spearmen. Like, he hasn't stopped the production. Since he got the eco upgrades, it was just constant spearman production. And he's constantly following those scouts around. And there's really no exposed area of his eco right now, and he can actually go for the counterattack too.
Yeah, indeed, that's what he's doing. He is taking to Bloodline. Same goes for Lan, who's now attacking with some spearmen in the center, where Mr. Yo was trying to build his second stable. First kill of the game around the corner.
Yeah, the scouts are looping back around again. The spearmen from Yo are coming in. Both players have forging now. So it's a pretty even fight here, and Lan is going to have to go back. And Lan scouts can't find any picks either, so it seems to be paying off for Yo as he kills one villager at Lan's base.
Yeah, that's pretty sweet. Now we even get scale mail armor here for the spearman. Lan disengaging for now. Spearman count scarily in favor for Mr. Yo, I thought, but that's only in the front screen here. 9 to 8 overall on the field, and villagers very exposed here. Lan, he's playing this too open in the back.
Yeah, not enough pressure at the front and too open at the back, and he's going to get super punished for that. Good micro from Yo. Moving this scout away is going to get one villager there. He might get a second one here.
Oh,
But
God.
Lan is counterattacking.
Yeah, so much going on at the same time everywhere here. And the scouts, they are really dealing a lot of damage. Villagers will fall for sure. Lan, he needs to continue producing spearmen as well. They are kind of the attacking unit at the moment.
They're doing damage, especially with that forging upgrade. A lot of weak villagers there still for Yo. He lost 3 of them. He came back and tried to get another pick from Lan, but that's not going to work.
Lost the scout there. Spearman doing a good job of defending. 2 more scouts being sent in. And now we have the archery range switch for Mr. Lan. I didn't see that coming.
Usually we see that in Castle Age on Land Madness, right? Because our Feudal Age archers are just so exposed against scouts, but if he sees how many spearmen Yo is making, maybe that's a good choice.
Yeah, that is indeed a good reaction here. And, well, as we can see, 13 spearmen on the field here. Like, 5 archers alone could be so good. And Lan here is, well, dragging those aggressive spearmen from Yo back to his base. Meanwhile, still not finding too many kills with his scouts. Impeccable defense by Mr. Yo.
So is the economy advantage going to kick in for Yo here? We're reaching the 10-minute mark. How is it going to look going into Castle Age? Which player do you think is going to get there first?
Depends on how Mr. Yo reacts to this, right? He has 2 stables. If he sees the archer range, which he did, he might be scared of the big attack. At the moment, he's still at the front and, well, pressuring a bit. If he feels like, okay, I'm losing the grip at the front, then he needs to build more army. At the moment, he could maybe flirt with Castle Age.
Yeah, you got to be nervous about those archers too, right? Like if Lan gets a big enough mass and you lose your forward army, you let him come to your base, all of a sudden your economy's super exposed. And there's a big ball of archers, but the scouts are here again.
Yeah, speaking of exposed, indeed, not a lot of spearmen there in the front. And, well, in the back, spearmen aren't really fighting either. That was horrible for Mr. Lan. He lost archers at both fronts.
And he's losing villagers at the front of his base. Yo losing a bunch of villagers at his base, though.
Only 2 spearmen there for the defense. Only 3 scouts for attack, though. But that would be... That doesn't feel right for Mr. Yo. He will be so exposed here at the front. I don't really like this. Wasn't there any other spot to farm to go for some food? Because that will be a nice pressure point for Lan once he can breathe again.
You know, maybe he figures he's seen Lan go into the archers. Maybe he figures Lan is investing so much into the archers he can't really produce scouts anymore. And Yo is up to the Castle Age.
Oh god, the Slav ego is just so sick behind this. 3 more villagers for Lan, but he doesn't have wheelbarrow, so let's call it even economy. And Lan, he needs to attack ASAP to not fall completely behind.
Yeah, and I think Yo is just going to keep these scouts around the archers and prevent them from walking straight into his base. Yeah, he's just going to be a threat in front of them. Wait until Castle Age, wait till he gets his upgrades, and then engage this army.
Yeah, he also bails at the front, now builds the defensive tower. Kind of feels like that's the area where the first attack is coming in, and even builds a second tower. Interesting. Where did he switch on stone? Nowhere. I think he just bought
He has a
100.
market.
Ah,
Yeah, he's got a market.
okay.
Man, this map is so crazy. Pressure on both sides. Is that tower going to go up? I think it will. Yes.
He can't even stand
And now
under the
Lan needs to
tower.
run.
Yeah, oh god, that's so many units dying. Oy, 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 oy. Actually, Seo was kind of generous there. Not really going for the full chase, didn't try to shoot too much out of the tower. He feels okay. Not taking damage at the moment is just enough for me. Lan is sending more, but Yo not losing any of his feudal army, and soon he can upgrade.
This seems like a really confident playstyle from Yo. Getting the eco upgrades right away, not diving on anything with his military units, just waiting until the Castle Age. Very, very nice play from him. An immediate second armor upgrade for the cavalry. Immediate light cavalry upgrade. No knights coming out for him yet, though.
But diving in? No, what? Lan isn't diving under the TC there. Didn't want to get walled off and maybe trapped next to the TC fire. Uh-oh, I think this could still be a reasonable engagement for Lan. He has a lot of spearmen at the front, and I think even Lightcav could die to those.
Yeah, Yo is dropping a siege workshop, but that's at the front of his base, so that's quite far away. Won't have any units in time to deal with this army. And he's just going to go forward with the light cav. He's going to ignore the army in the back of his base.
That's so
Okay.
ballsy. That's so ballsy. Maybe feels like 2 towers are enough. And that's the problem, right, with the mobility of LAAAAN's army there. Like, Mr. Yo will always see where the army is and can react in time.
Oh, he's got to get this tower up in time, though. Yeah, I think he's going to have enough time. LAAAAN wasn't decisive enough going in there. And he's going to have to head back. Suddenly, Yo's woodlines are secure. And LAAAAN is not feeling so secure at his own base.
Oh, he at least shouldn't. And, well, how many spearmen does he have? 5 spearmen there for the defense. That will not be enough. But Yo still bails out of there. Doesn't want to fight.
Look at the farming eco at the back, though. The farming eco at the back. The gold villagers idle on the gold from LAAAAN. The potential woodline hit at the south. There's a hole in that woodline if Yo loops around. And his archers, all they're doing right now is denying that 1 gold from Yo, but Yo can take another one at the front.
Yeah, indeed he is. And LAAAAN, I think he shouldn't have a lot of vision of that. Well, actually, the horse could see it, that there are villagers around.
Scorpion
Uh-oh.
on the archers at the back. Good hit.
Ooh. Second Scorpion even coming behind this, and that's some solid connection. The Feudal Age army really not that strong.
Spearman, though, taking some great hits against the light cav from Mr. Yo in the back of LAAAAN space. I think he'll take that trade any day. The light cav are now free to roam around, but Knights coming out from LAAAN to deal with this.
2 Knights a bit late. We will have some villager losses. Meanwhile, the army is getting mobbed up, and oh god, those archers, heavy losses against the 2 Scorpions. 1 scout is trying to revenge his friends.
I feel like that's why a lot of players don't go into archers in LAN Madness. It's just the mobility hurts you so much. You could see what he did there. Like, Yo knew exactly where that archer army was heading at all times, and he would just pull away his villagers, or make a tower, or make a scorpion to defend, and he's fine.
Yeah, that's the sign of people with great decision making as well, right? LAAAAN, although he had so much army, couldn't really do too much damage. It was just Mr. Yo so nicely playing this one, and I think it could have been even more brutal with Khmer, because like how calmly Yo is playing this one, I really didn't want to see him save villagers and houses as well.
It just seems so confident from him, doesn't it? As he texts into pikemen now. Slavs with a pikeman push and siege is very, very scary.
Yeah, actually villager count surprisingly even behind this. I thought Yo would be ahead by 5, maybe even 10 villagers, but his lead is only 2, but still also Weber on top.
LAAAAN taking a lot of hits from those knights from Yo in his base too. He's got woodlines with openings. If he loses his army, he's got to be careful.
Well, LAAAAN's taking reasonable fights here. Scares those knights away. Still has a lot of damage output. Plus 2 defense here for Mr. Yo. And, well, an upgrade that LAAAAN is lacking for now. Not the most important thing, though. What should be the next steps of the players?
Well, Yo is adding his 3rd TC, so he's going to really boom up on economy. He's got access to gold everywhere. LAAAAN yet to add his 2nd one, so I think Yo's plan here is just to outboom LAAAAN and keep him running around in the back of his base with random raiding units. LAAAAN, I think, needs to go for pressure at this point.
Yeah, feels like a very fair assumption there. The question is, how do you really do this? Mr. Yo did such a good job of defending, but pikeman numbers are really low for Mr. Yo, only at 2, now 3.
What happened in the back of Yo's base? I can see 6 dead pikeman bodies and 3 dead archers and only 1 dead knight. That was a really good engagement for Mr. Yo at the back of his base, clearing up that army back there.
Yeah, the Scorpion probably doing work there, and the army was really low from all the connections before, but something that is low is also the knight number here of Mr. Yo. LAAAAN about to pressure quite heavily through the center.
And I think Yo needs probably another barracks to help produce pikemen here. He's only got that 1 still. He did get the technology, but if LAAAAN goes all in here, Yo is going to need more military production to help push this back.
He's gearing up quite nicely for sure. Let's take a look. Tries to debate a bit more, but the tower, without fletching, not doing too much in this engagement.
LAAAAN isn't keeping his stables producing. Okay, now he's queuing up some more knights, but 4th stable now, but he's not even producing from all 3.
Well, we have seen that several times, right? When people felt like, yeah, I really need to put the pressure on, adding some more facilities there, but getting raided at his farms over and over again. LAAAAN is simply missing
the extra TCs.
And I think this all comes back. Yo put himself in the better position by getting those eco upgrades early and not losing too much eco to LAAAAN and his early raids. LAAAAN with a scary Knight Army, though. That's quite a few.
Well, most of them didn't really dive for the TC there, didn't want to risk it. Now tries to go for another attack. Maybe felt like villagers could be exposed in the back, but none to be seen. Yo walling that one off, attack through the center. Could be okay-ish for LAAAAN with all the pikemen.
I think this is fine for Yo, though. Yo just wants to keep half of LAAAAN's army back. He still knows that other army is in his base, but he's got pikemen to deal with it.
To deal with it, I think those aren't enough, and villagers could die behind this as well. LAAAAN, really ballsy move by him to fight under the CC for so long, though.
Yeah, and Yo has the double barracks pikeman spam coming in. I feel like that's kind of throwing away units for LAAAAN there. He did kill some villagers, he did force some idle time, but Yo is still ahead by quite a large margin.
But the score got even more and more. Military count is now 32 to 15, and that's some pretty strong military for Mr. LAAAAN as well. With all those knights, I think if he keeps up the production, well, you also have to think, Yo, he constantly has a lot of idle villagers.
Yeah, he's got them garrisoned in the towers, he's got them quick walling. I kind of feel like Yo is stabilized by this point, though, as LAAAAN adds a barracks again to support his 4 stables. So he's going all in castle age here.
Yeah, well, he is 8 villages behind. Not really the necessity to go super crazy. Pikemen there for the defense in the back. LAAAAN could lose some more farmers. Oh, extra TCs could have been so nice for him. He had the stone.
Yeah, he notices it right away, so he's only going to lose probably 4 or 5. But still, that hurts a lot. And Yo is just getting farther and farther ahead on economy. But LAAAAN can probably take this TC out, this forward TC from Yo.
The question is, does he really want to commit there? He has the damage output, but do you really know that? Because the moment you commit against the TC, lose some knights, and then 15 pikemen are coming over and you need to disengage, that really feels bad as well.
LAAAAN's in the back of Yo's base, too. So he's at the front on that wood line. He's in the back on the wood line. Yo just now coming back to clear that up. Another few villagers down. I think LAAAAN should take out that TC at the front.
And it seems a bit like he wants to dive there. No, not really. Regroups, now builds a siege workshop. Okay. And, well, he's constantly killing so many villagers that even his 1 TC play is working out for him.
And the score switch. So does Yo get a little bit sweaty here? Does he think, I'm potentially throwing this game by not producing enough military?
Oh, he builds a defensive? Honestly, a defensive castle at a spot where he got raided over and over again, but the gold is empty there. There's only 190 gold to gain there. Could have been somewhere else.
Maybe he feels like that's the only place he can safely put a castle.
I think next to the bottom TC on that hill, protecting some of your newer gold and other wood spots.
Yo trying to do more raids in the back of LAAAAN's base, but I don't think he's going to find too much.
No, not really. Some pikemen there for the defense. Farmers again, very open though. Tries to go for the walls, and something that Mr. Yo is really lacking is fletching. More attack on those towers, on the TCs, on the castle would have really helped him out. Do some more damage against the knights that are now diving in again. What a massive amount.
Yeah, and LAAAAN could just clean up those pikemen. I don't think he should, because there's another pikeman army coming along.
He wants to take the hill and then probably engage. Indeed, that's what his plan is. And the second army of pikemen there was a bit late. And that is a nice clear up for sure. Look at the production tab though. Mr. Yo now attacks into boyars.
Boyars. Well, it is good against everything that LAAAAN is producing right now. Very, very good against melee units, if anyone's unfamiliar with the unit.
Yeah, has massive amount of melee armor. If we compare that, 2 armor there for a knight, 4 armor there for a boyar, for very close cost there. And the thing is, pikemen are still reasonable against them. Let's take a look. Pikemen trying to defend against the ram push. Ooh, this is really intense.
I feel like this might be a mistake from LAAAAN to go for a ram push with these knights and these pikemen here. I think Yo has enough to clear this up now. And once he clears it up, Does LAAAN lose momentum?
Well, he will kill one ram, right? LAAAN can still run away. He doesn't need to completely commit here. He's next on
He's
villagers.
going to, though.
Uh-oh. Well, let's take a look. Boyars, they are really good against the knights. And, oh, that might be the hold Mr. Yo was waiting for.
Yep, LAAAN engages there. He's still got so many. Look at the military just streaming forward from him. So many production buildings, but the ram push, a little bit questionable, in my opinion.
Yeah, maybe waiting for like 2-3 rams could have been an option as well. And Boya so good with the defense here now. I think this was the hold Yo was waiting for. I think it was 6.1k against 6.1k, and all of a sudden 700 score lead for Mr. Yo.
Well, 62 villagers and 61 for LAAAN. So all the pressure, man, and all the idle time from Yo too. LAAAN has kept up in eco with only 1 TC just by raiding Yo's economy. I think with that hold though, Yo is going to be able to jump way ahead with 3 TCs.
Well, he needs to keep up the production, and he's trying to for sure. Eco upgrades relatively even. LAAAN is missing wheelbarrow, but is 1 wood upgrade ahead. Let's take a look what the Boya raid can do. I think he is too low on HP to do too much against the pikemen.
It feels like every time Yo cleans up an army from LAAAN, LAAAN has another 30 units behind that. It's crazy, man, the production. It was the right thing to do in this situation for him.
Yeah, apparently.
See if it can work.
And, well, where is Mr. Yo's next gold? We have to think about that. He knows about the one in the back, but not really expanding.
LAAAN's got knights there, too.
Did he? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
LAAAN has units. He's got a pikeman on the gold in the north. He's got a knight patrolling in the north. He's got 2 knights in the left corner. He's got units everywhere.
He's surrounding quite nicely, yeah. He tries to restrict Mr. Yo from expanding, and I think he's doing a beautiful job at that. And Mr. Yo, he might get gold problems.
Where's the military production from Yo? Again, like, it kind of, as soon as he won that fight, it seemed like he just kind of slacked off on producing more knights and producing more pikemen.
Yeah, it feels like every single time he wins a fight, as you said, he takes the foot off the gas, goes for more villagers, but then again, LAAAN more army, kills those villagers, and we repeat that again.
When will the cycle end, Nili? When will the cycle end?
Well,
LAAAN going for another push. This is like deja vu right here.
Yeah. Same amount of boyas as well. Now villagers jumping out of the TCs, probably killing the ram, while indeed that's happening, Dave.
It's the same fight.
And LAAAN should barely win this one. Actually, it looks a bit better for him, but still no rams to follow it up. Okay, now indeed it happened, Dave. You predicted it. We are jumping for the gold in the left-hand side back, and well, the knights are coming in and getting the kill there. That's beautiful by LAAAN. The map awareness.
That's just so good. He had knights on that gold. Like I said, he has knights on the gold that's farther north. He's got a knight patrolling there. He's got a pikeman on the other gold. Like, it feels like LAAAN is playing out of his mind right now.
Oh god, this is so good. And yeah, score's getting close. Boyas are trying to raid.
And look at the villager count.
No way.
What happened?
No way. Well,
LAAAN did add a second TC, but
he's even on the way to add a third one. He's expanding towards Mr. Yo. This is such a great map for this game mode, Dave.
Yo is going for that gold in the north. Yo is going for that gold in the north,
No
where
way.
the knight is patrolling.
Oh no. Oh no. This is so ugly for him. And like,
it's just so good from LAAAN.
Yeah, and he will kill villagers before the mining camp will finish, and then, yeah, they won't have a lot of friends to go for it after that. LAAAN, oh god, this is so good. The map awareness out of this guy, impeccable.
This is the best play I've seen from LAAAN in a maybe ever.
Maybe ever.
He's playing out of his mind. He's defending against the boyars that are coming into his wood line. He was on top of that.
Yeah. An upgrade that I'm really missing is wheelbarrow, though. We have to say that. But everything else, like the map awareness, he's 30 population ahead now as well. Military count is looking nice. Villager lead. Mr. Yo not getting any gold at the moment. This is crazy.
And Yo has to feel like he's in a better position than he actually is, because look at the score.
Yeah,
I don't know
yeah.
why the score is so high for him. Maybe the castles, but
Well, it's constantly defending against knights, right? And a lot of knights diving under there. If you kill 2 villagers but lose 1 knight, actually you're losing score. Nearly mad.
oh boy. So what's the play here for Yo? I think the play is to just keep putting on pressure, maybe add some economy behind. But for Yo, what is his option here?
Well, for him it's still okay-ish, right? He has 2 castles, he has some defensive towers. Just sit back, you don't need massive amount of gold, right? For you, it is fine to just defend and try to take 2 halberdiers with a better economy. Maybe a bit
Another
more walling
pikeman
could have
push?
been nice.
And another siege workshop too. Is Lang gonna try and finish this in Castle Age?
I don't mind that too much. Let's take a look at the top. Lots of knights against the pikemen there. Nice debation as well, look at that. But Mr. Yo sees it and is now taking a reasonable fight. Oh, and Lan needs to run. Is anyone thinking about imping? Not really at the moment. Lan? Well, he's close to 20 villagers as his lead now. Gets another raid on at the bottom. It's just so sick how quickly Mr. Yo is reacting every single time as well.
It feels like at the beginning of the game he was a bit slower, and then as the game goes on, Yo gets sharper and sharper here. Knights are going down under the TC. Pikemen forced to go back from land. Are we gonna think about the scores here pretty soon, Nili?
Not really. I think it's too deep into the game and it's too much raiding, and it's just too much aggression in this map. Like, there's no option to really camp. There's no option to change your playstyles, because if you sit back and diverse from the optimal play, you're just getting punished too heavily on this map.
Boyar is now into the farming eco from land. Actually, it's gonna be a bit difficult for Yo or for land to deal with. Boyars are a very, very strong unit, even against pikemen.
Yeah. And, well, they're still scaring them away, though. Economy is absolutely used. And finally, Mr. Yo with fletching on the way. That will make his life so much easier.
And Yo going for rams of his own. Weird.
Okay. Well, rams are good to generate score. Right, every time you kill a building, that's good for you. Buildings are very costly as well. And at the moment, there's not a lot of army in the center. Maybe he feels double castle Boya production is good enough for him.
Just now wheelbarrow from land. I didn't realize he was missing that tech.
Oh, yeah.
100 villagers, but no wheelbarrow.
Yeah, well, he got all the other eco upgrades and is catching up with that one. Desperately needed for quite some time. His 20 villages ahead. Mr. Yo even picking up relics now.
Is it just me, or does the game feel like it shifted once again?
Well,
It kind of feels like it's shifting into Yo's... Maybe Yo's advantage, but Cav Archer switch now from land.
Well, we won't really see the full CA potential of Magias in this one. I think we might even end this game in Castle Age for everyone who didn't follow the earlier days. First of all, shame on you. Second thing, in 12 minutes, this game will end, and whoever is leading in score will actually win the game. So that's why we are so curious about the score over and over again.
Man, Land Madness games on Empire Wars have been insane.
Yeah.
Like, every single one I've seen has just been absolutely insane. Land has an army at the north that Yo can't really counter, and Yo has an army at the south that Land is having problems with. Now the Rams are going to be fine because they've got those pikemen to support them.
Right at the top, and well, now Lan is not doing the greatest job of defending. Like, Mr. Yo was so much more active. Lan also, he has a tougher job, right? Fewer TCs in the back, not the mobility units there for defend, and he might lose his 3rd TC at the front there.
Raid at the top. Yo notices it right away. It's not going to help him too much, though, as those Cav Archers and Knights kill a lot of villagers. But speaking of a lot of villagers, that's a lot of vills in that TC.
Oh,
from
now
land.
pikemen are getting sent over. We still have some more raids in the back. Mr. Yo is so active all over the map and did even hide some villagers. Boyas are coming back for the defense. Might the Boya edition actually be the winning thing here for Mr. Yo?
Well, I think so. I think it forced LAAAAN into the Cav Archers. And that's a delay because he could have kept flooding Knights into Yo's base and Yo would have been in trouble. But the Boyars counter the Knights pretty effectively here.
Uh-oh. Imp tech now, 10 minutes before the game ends. Is that really worth it though? Gives you 180 points, so that's pretty sweet for you. But are you getting all the advantages of the tech? I'm not really sure. It's certainly not great to lose some army in the raid in the back. Oh god, what are the Knights doing, Dave? Oh, that hurts so much. Oh no.
I thought he was going to get away with like 5 or 6 units.
Yeah, well, we were both wrong there, Dave. And more raids at the top. Mr. Yo's map control is just so sick all over the map.
And he's on stone too, so if he keeps making castles, like maybe make a castle in the north. Oh, I see land dropping one there. North of his base, which is a good position. But right beside that, Yo once again hitting another TC with Boyars.
Oh, 100 years left to go. I know the chat is spamming some Nili years now, and CA trying to get the defense rolling, but how can they? So many Boyas, the mobility clearly on the side. LAAAAN, he needs to invest so much population and resources in the back trying to hold somehow.
It kind of feels like Yo shifted into another gear in this game, doesn't it? It feels like Yo's late game prowess is showing up. He's taking map control, he's taking relics, he's taking good fights, he's raiding everywhere.
And now Scorpion pushed through the center as well, reclaiming that gold at the front. 3 castles rolling for him. And, well, look at the production. Just mass amount of rams. Goes for all the villagers. I think he won't even think about imping. I'm not really sure. 7 minutes to go.
I think with Slavs, and with 7 minutes to go, Yo can get away with just spamming. Spam units, try and push back LAAAAN's forces. He has to assume that LAAAAN is in Imperial Age. He'll know right now.
Okay, LAAAAN will get Bracer out of it. But what will he get in addition to that? Harbor the attack kind of feels expansive now. And oh god, look at that very aggressive castle by Mr. Yo.
This could potentially be a game-ending castle here, Nili. This is very, very aggressive. I think he can support it. Look at 28 pikemen.
That's so many, and yeah, it's not even getting contested at all. Now they're moving in here. The castle will go up. The TC might fall. Oh no, the CA switch didn't really win him the game. It didn't help enough. There's just so much yellow on the map.
This is amazing. There's Boyars, there's pikemen, there's rams, there's scorpions. And LAAAAN is having so many problems trying to push this back.
Oh, Mr. Yo clicks in behind this, and, well, the pikemen still continue. The CA, they aren't too great against, like, 3-4 Slav Scorpions behind this as well. Boyas are trying to find another angle, and we are officially down with only 5 minutes left to play.
LAAAAN is even producing Magyar Hussars trying to go for the raids. They're running into pikemen right away. Coolest looking unit in the game, by the way.
Yeah, certainly. Look at that. Bop. But oh, Micro's there as well. Now Pathian Tactics as well gives him some more armor, some more attack against infantry as well. Scares those Boyars away, but Mr. Yo, well, he's not really inclined to take bad fights now.
No, and he doesn't. I don't really think he has to worry about this Cav Archer army. Like, where can it do damage to Yo? Nowhere, really.
Look at that, Mr. Yo. Just okay. I won the fight at the front. Let's chill back. Let's kill some more villagers of yours in the back.
Yeah, and LAAAAN, ever since the Boyars got out onto the field and the pressure was lifted off Yo's economy...
Dave, sorry. Look at the castle at the left-hand side against all the CA. That will be some dead villagers. Oh, guys, if you have children at home, close their eyes. That is the bloodbath.
And Yo sends more.
Oh.
Yo sends more.
Oh.
It's not gonna work, man. He's got a Magyar Hussar of his own. Is it enough?
And he's
Toss
sending more
the units in.
He's sending pikemen there as well. That could die. Score lead now at 2k though. Oh, yo. But, well, he still gets out ahead in score. That's surprising.
And he's still killing villagers at the back. of land space. He's shifting all his Rams and Scorpions over to the middle too. Do you want to just save those units if there's only, 4 minutes left in the game?
Yeah.
Don't
I think
even
so.
send them in?
Yeah. Like if we don't have the time limit, I think it's just a massive Halberdier Ram push and he'd win the game. But why take the chance? Why potentially run into 4 Mangonels and lose all your army?
He's going. He's going. He's sending them towards that castle, and he's trying to counter the Cav Archer army in the back. I feel like it's kind of, maybe he's not thinking about score because he's so focused on winning the game. That hasn't even crossed his mind, right?
Well, Captains will certainly take that castle down quite easily. Magia Hussar could be beautiful against it. Actually, 3 Magia Hussar. I think in a weird world, this castle might not fall.
With the hill bonus? What is that? A 7 shot for that Magia Hussar?
7 shot against 6. Well, okay. I think the castle will fall.
He's got the pikemen here now, but the pikemen army from Mr. Yo coming in as well.
Oh, just maybe if the Magia Hussar
Not
focusing
the
this
greatest
down.
pathing.
Uh-oh. He might hold this castle.
And the score is getting close, but it's still quite a difference.
And
Another
GG.
castle for Mr. Yo, and that one's going to work, and the game is won.
Ay, 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 ay. What an impressive game by Mr. Yo. Like, honestly, I'm so dead in mid-feudal age there. Against all the aggression by LAAAAN, he looped around. Yo saved his villagers so well. That was such an impressive hold.
Like, even the towers there. You wouldn't think to buy stone for another tower. But with 2 towers on that wood line, suddenly LAAAAN couldn't pressure it. Yo, the back of his base, there was no exposed resources. And then in Castle Age, I think that's when it got really, really worrying for Mr. Yo. When LAAAAN had, I think, 4 stable production, 2 barracks, Rams coming out from 2 siege workshops. And Yo somehow held against those pushes.
Well,
just amazing play from both.
Yeah, that's it feels so weird to say it, right? But this was probably the best game we've ever seen from LAAAAN, and he still lost it.
Well, that shows you. It shows you how good Mr. Yo is.
Oh.
He's a freaking beast, man.
Yeah. Oh god, what a sick game. The Boya unit is something we don't see too often. Very high melee armor here. 4 castles, all built on hills. So nicely as well, pushing the right-hand side area to secure extra resources such as gold. And, well, the Boya raid in the back was just so good. The pikemen, like, how many you needed to put there? It didn't really work out. Do you think maybe LAAAAN could have walled a bit more?
Yeah, maybe wheelbarrow earlier would help.
Yeah.
It's difficult to say, right? What he could have done. I mean, Yo, at some point in that game, he just kicked it into a higher gear, and very impressive performance from him. I think he would have won even without the time limit too.
Yeah, absolutely. He just pushed in there earlier with like Halberdier Ram through the center instead of trying to defend. And I think the gear switch came the moment LAAAAN couldn't like stream in those units endlessly. And then Yo felt, okay, now I have time to breathe. I can raid you, and then LAAAAN didn't have the impeccable defense that Mr. Yo had.
Whew. Where do we go from here? Where do we go in game number 3?
I have no idea. I have no idea. Let's take a look. It has to be the home map of LAAAAN now. My stream actually froze there, but now we can see it's either Wings or Cross. So one extremely crazy map and one extremely standard map. Interesting choices.
Cross was LAAAN's pick, correct?
Cross was LAAAN's pick indeed, yeah. As well
and
as
he does have
Wings.
Persians.
Sounds very good to me.
Do you go? Because Persians are generally on the old patch anyway, which is what we're playing on. Generally considered the best Civ on Cross, I would say. Do you go with the safe pick there? You think I have a better Civ, I can get my eco rolling better than Yo can, and it's my home map, I'm going to clutch it out.
I think that makes a lot of sense, right? I think, though, Huns are really strong as well on Cross. Like you can instantly get for those go for those archer ranges. Remember, Hunts don't get the 100% reduction on their wood cost at the start of the game, so they can drop it and instantly go for archers, go for a lot of aggression, easy to transition onto wood for them as well. And well, that's the full schedule of the day, guys. Here after this we will have TATOH and Liereyy, a series that I'm even more excited, although LAAAN and Mr. Yo are already extremely delivering.
This is beyond my expectations, just from the first 2 games. LAAAN is playing so well right now. And Yo seems like he's playing with a lot of confidence too.
Yeah. And I'm not saying who, but someone, while we were muted there, the 3 of us, said, yeah, we can do the pre-show a bit longer. LAAAN against Mr. Yo won't take that long. And that guy was very wrong. Hey, no names! No names!
I thought it was a bit judgmental, to be honest.
Let's jump into game number 3. Cross on the way indeed, as you predicted. Oh, but we won't see Hunt. We will see the same pick that MBL delivered. We will see Byzantines.
Now, Byzantines, he picked against the Huns. How do Byzantines match up against Persians?
I think it's a pretty similar opening. Just Spearman, Skirmisher, a lot of aggression here potentially. And LAAAN is going for the defensive archery range as well. We will see how people are trying to expand. LAAAN, very good defensive woodlines here, won't get pressured a lot. That's a really good map to defend a lot of aggression from early Byzantines.
Yeah, we can see he can wall right to those woodlines as well. He's choosing the pawn in the right corner. Do you think Yo is going to go for an aggressive dock?
Well, I have
with
the answer for
Byzantine
you.
fires?
There's a villager in the center of the map, so I don't think that she's running over to, well, have it set with other villagers. It's more about some evil plan. And, well, that could be really ugly for Mr. LAAAN, but it looks like, oh no, he tries to wall off, but not with the full dock control, pawn control.
Yeah, it's always difficult on cross when you spawn in the middle of 2 pawns. Like when you spawn in the corner, then you know which pawn you're going for. It's easier to wall off for you. In the middle, then there's more of a question. It's kind of nice for Yo in that he's going for the right pawn and not the other side of LAAAN's base, where LAAAN potentially could have gone as well.
Yeah, that's actually true. And good for him. Kind of a bit of a gamble, especially because he didn't go for his own dock yet. Only sends the villager now.
Yeah, and I think he's going to suspect that LAAAN has a dock here because he sees that wall onto that pond. So he got very, very fortunate there with sending his villager. But at the same time, if you send your villager over there and there's no dock from LAAAN, then you could just fish in that pond, right?
Yeah, that's the true. And, well, but I think since LAAAN won't scout it, it will be the kill there for LAAAN as well. Spearman and skirms around, no damage dealt on LAAAN. That's actually pretty solid for our player from Spain.
Is that a tower from Yo? It is a tower from Yo. On the woodline from LAAAN. Does LAAAN see this?
I would be very surprised. Although Byzantines...
1 tile away.
But is that tower doing that much? Honestly, like,
not really, no.
Still 2 really good woodlines there for LAAAN. Yeah, I don't mind this too much.
Yo running into the TC fire too, with the skirmishers.
Yeah, reasonable damage output there as well.
Like that.
Yeah, all the archers actually in the TC there, something we don't see too often. Increasing the damage output there.
But LAAAN losing a fishing ship, and he actually didn't realize for quite a while. He had another fishing ship queued up. He just canceled it, just started making a fire ship. I think he loses this water battle, though, against Byzantines.
Yeah, Byzantines just attacking so much faster, so every 1-for-1 trade will go, or 1v1 will go in favor of Mr. Yo. He now goes for the safe pawn at the left-hand side, and LAAAN expanding to the top as well.
And LAAAN's sending sneaky archers around there, too.
Oh.
No fletching on the archers yet, but I think he wants to go see if Yo has a dock villager on that pond in the left. Yo patrolling skirmishers near his main gold, so he'll have a counter to that as soon as he sees that come in.
Meanwhile, some aggression at the front. The defensive tower should go up here. Skirmishers, obviously not really the unit with the greatest damage output there. And I think LAAAAN will be pretty fine. And if we compare those two towers, LAAAAN has to be happy that both went down at those positions.
Yeah, the tower from Yo, really, LAAAAN's got other woodline options that he can go to. The tower is just a minor annoyance for him. Archers are coming in now, but without fletching and with no exposed villagers there. Well, there's villagers on the deer. Maybe you can find something.
Well, by now LAAAAN got fletching and maybe can find something for villagers here quite exposed. Skirmishers now scouted by Mr. LAAAAN as well. And what? How did... No, okay. Mr. Yo still didn't see it.
Yeah, the archers might get fortunate here. And LAAAAN is on the way to the castle edge. Yo sees that right away. Byzantines with the extra line of sight pulls him away. Does lose one.
Yeah, there's so many bonuses actually working for Byzantines here, right? Cheaper skirms, town watch, the better fire galleys as well. Yeah, and he uses everything to perfection.
Is Yo gonna wall these archers?
The villager... Oh, and the answer is yes, Dave.
It works out for him in the end. I thought he was gonna wall him in with his villagers. I mean, next level, as LAAAAN is in the castle age and Yo is just now clicking up. Power of Persians, right?
Yeah, absolutely. But
And oh, is Yo chasing that villager from LAAAAN? Does he know about the villager on the left?
That's so crazy. He's sending so
He
many
must have seen
skirmishes.
it.
He also could feel like he wanted to intercept potential more skirmishes, but no, he's very persistent there and wants to get the kill.
Yeah, you can't let sneak villagers get in there, and you can see Yo has another sneak villager on the pond to the north. Does LAAAAN notice that yet? He's building a fire galley.
Yeah, he's scouted it instantly, but, well, Mr. Yo, looking at the villager, he might be even inclined to drop a second dock there.
And LAAAAN's sending another villager to the dock, or to the pond in the south. He's also making some knights, also sending more crossbows across the middle of the map. No upgrades, though, for the knights yet.
Okay, let's take a look what they can find. So far, it looks like Mr. Yo is completely walled at the front. Massive amount of skirmishers. They won't be too great against knights, but well, so far we see a lot of Persian crossbowmen with only fletching.
I like how Yo kind of delayed his walls, too. He's just now getting them up as the pressure from LAAAAN is coming in. He really prioritized getting those docks down, killing the fish economy from him, and I don't think he's going to lose a villager here, no.
Solid reaction there for sure. Also, due to, well, not having Botkin there, we still continue with fights at the very top. It feels like Yo finally got full control over the right-hand side pond, and, well, Mr. Yo goes for all the skirmisher upgrades. Still no solid answer against the knights.
Yeah, but the knights can't really get into his eco at the moment.
Well, they could, but they're kind of very much finding a way through areas that are well defended by Mr. Yo.
Let's look at the battle at the top here. Yo has the upgrade, and LAAAAN does not for the fire ships, so he's going to win that. He's going to take out those remaining fish there. And LAAAAN can't do any damage on the right side of Yo's base.
I like the position for Mr. Yo. Just taking so little damage, gets to the unit that he wants, and look at his map awareness as well, building outposts everywhere. They're like, he knows so much about this map.
It just feels like Byzantines have gotten a tier upgrade with this format, right? So many bonuses working in their favor.
Yeah, well, the good thing is, like, it doesn't hurt them that they don't have anything going for themselves in Dark Age.
Yeah, LAAAAN can't fight this. And Yo can spam trash all day with the discount from Byzantines. He's won 3 of the pawns. And will he find the villager in the south? He has found that siege workshop from LAAAAN.
Yeah, he even saw it with the towers there, or the outposts. Really nice for him. Now drops a stable. 1-2 knights should be doing a good job of defending basically anything that Mr. LAAAAN wants to produce there.
But LAAAAN does have 3 TCs, and he is Persians. So the economy for him looking very, very strong, even without the fishing ships.
Yeah, that's 28 villagers here on wood. The thing is though, now 1 pawn against 3 pawns. Mr. Yo knows about the bottom pawn as well. I wouldn't be surprised to see a villager trying to get something evil done there at the bottom. And indeed, he's already putting the foundation down for the dock.
It seems like at any point in this game so far, he's had 2 villagers wandering around the map building stuff.
Yeah,
it's a really, really interesting style from Yo. And he's already collecting the relics too.
Oh. Okay. That's like long-term thinking very early on in this one. But he has enough map control, right? He has so much presence. He has all the vision. Well, feels like a reasonable step. Finally, Mr. LAAAAN should be able to break into those palisades. But what can he kill? The gold is exposed for now. But I think Mr. Yo could be able to make it onto his soul to defend.
Yeah, and Yo's got to... Or, sorry, LAAAAN's got to be careful Yo doesn't just loop around behind this army, too. Yo's got a villager behind this army. He's got vills everywhere, dude.
Yeah, he might just actually, like, wait for them to break in, defend from his hill, and wall behind it to trap the army. But LAAAAN...
the army's leaving, yeah.
Oh, that might actually be
like...
a really clever move.
Yeah, it might be. But at the same time, if you're in LAAAAN's position... Look, Yo just sends the vill to rewall.
That's so good.
If you're in LAAAAN's position, you got to think, like, I'm pretty safe at home. Do I really need this army? Can I put pressure on Yo's economy? Or see what's up in his base?
A fun thing is also that that's something we never see. Massing knights before doing the upgrades. Look at that. LAAAAN, he did show 3 knights at the front. And he didn't show any upgrades. If Mr. Yo saw that, he knows there's no castle all-in coming. But actually, there is. This is like next level mind games. And LAAAAN is now rushing our upgrades up. Like Bloodline's coming, +1 defense as well. And he will castle drop.
A castle.
Yeah. But Mr. Yo's outpost. Oh, God.
Oh, that castle position, though. And Yo is Byzantines. He's got monks. He can produce. Ooh, if he sees the villagers with this super weak outpost, 15 HP.
Well, he has the outpost even further up front, so he already saw it. And, well, now the engagement here. Not a lot of army, though, for Mr. Yo. That castle will go up for sure. And LAAAAN, he will try to make it a massive all-in here in Castle Age. Mr. Yo can click up any second.
Monks are going down. Good snipes here from LAAAAN. Yeah, no way to deal with the knights from Yo.
Now Siege Workshop finished. He obviously could have clicked up earlier with some of the resources. Now goes up to him. But military count will be heavily in favor of LAAAAN. Skirms are going down. And most of the army is also in war guilds. If we look at that, at the moment only 14 land units.
Yeah, and you gotta wonder, like, Yo is gonna have Trebs first. But with the way he has his buildings and with the army pressure from LAAAAN, can he even safely get within range of that castle?
I don't think so, honestly. The gate will go down as well. Very fortunate thing for him that all his buildings have more HP as well. Like, it feels like Byzantines have like 10 bonuses.
Okay, castle's gonna go up any second here.
Yeah, Mangonel can maybe even do some damage at the top there. And yeah, there will be some villager losses, but also the stop of that attack. But LAAAAN behind this, nice adjustment. Saw, okay, I won't break him. And he's actually on the way to it as well and will only be 30 seconds behind.
So Yo does have control of all the pawns right now. So that's in his advantage, but LAAAAN with just much superior military, better map position, and more villagers on the field too.
Okay, well, if we count total villagers, LAAAAN 91. That's pretty massive. We compare that fishing ships, obviously not super efficient. If we look, for example, at the left-hand side pond, LAAAAN, especially with that hill there as well, I really like his position.
That was a really smart play to come take that hill with the castle.
Yeah.
And to hide all his military too. Yo was kind of complacent there in Castle Age.
Yeah, it's not only hiding the numbers, but also like giving false information by not having the upgrades early. That was so sweet. So sweet. Goes for more knights. We'll have the +2 defense pretty soon.
He's gonna lose some villagers on the stone here. No ballistics for Yo though.
Yeah, 1 loss, something LAAAAN can live with. Thing is, I think LAAAAN should really rush out chemistry as well. Like bombard cannons from those 2 siege workshops could really help him out in that spot. Yeah.
Yeah. On that hill position with Yo having to sit beneath that with his trebs. And we have to bring up the fact that both of Yo's secondary golds are forward there.
Oh, yes! Great spot there, Dave. That's so ugly for him. How much gold does he still have left? Let's do the Nili math, and that's
not much.
Only 1k gold. Only 1k gold. 300 gold in the bank. And extra gold spots not really reachable for him either.
That castle from Yo! That castle from Yo, especially with land already in Imperial Age.
He has the Obelisk tech, and Lan is still waiting for the techs there. Now the repair for the castle, chemistry is coming in maybe a bit late. The castle will probably go up. And
both players getting chemistry too, so we're going to see bombard cannons from both.
Yeah, siege workshops dropped there. That's a nice move by Mr. Yo. We felt Lan had all the aggression, but Yo is using a small timing where he had the better upgrades.
This is starting to look okay for Yo. He's just got to make sure he doesn't lose his treb numbers.
Don't you feel
Especially against the bombard cannons. With that castle position, though, the bombard cannons can't get close to those original trebs.
Yeah, true. So true. And don't you feel like Lan should have rushed out Commanderan? Because he will lose that castle eventually.
Yeah, maybe, but like, how does Commanderan help you against this current composition from Yo?
Well, not against the Obelisk, but surely we will see more pikemen as well. At the moment, they don't have a lot of upgrades, so pikemen, like even crossbows, could do really, really well there. Let's take a look. Cavaliers, just waiting for some engagements. Now the first bombard cannon out for Mr. Yo, and oh, he will range those traps.
Yep, and look, he's gonna bait Lan in. He's like, "You want to come close with your cav? That's fine. I'll just pull it back. I'll just pull it back."
On the other side,
forcing the repairs out, and the castle, I think, is going to go down from Lan.
Yeah, there's no way to repairing against 3 traps, a bombard cannon as well. Even if you're uphill, he did try to go for masonry. Bombard cannon! How did that bombard cannon not die? 2 traps completely connecting there, but not getting the kill. That looked so weird.
Yeah, he took some rocks to the dome there. Meanwhile, what Lan is doing behind this position, he's repairing the castle, but look at him. He's stonewalling everything behind.
Mr. Yo is already
interesting
stonewalled
decision.
as well. Yeah. And Yo also with that second castle giving himself a good chance to go for that gold as well. Still really lacking upgrades on the pikemen. Absolutely virgin on that end.
Now Yo can take back this hill. If he takes this position, he'll get access to that other gold as well. It'll look pretty good for him. Another treb going down from Lan. He hasn't engaged with the Cavalier yet.
Bombard cannon dies. I think Skirmisher could have been a really good engage or addition. Lan now wants to take this fight. Pikeman only 1 defense upgrade. Lan thinks better of it.
Yikes. It feels like Yo had a better transition in Imperial Age immediately into Arbalest, and I think Lan could have pressured maybe earlier in that position. Maybe it prevented that second castle from going down.
Maybe could have been a bit more active indeed. I think he needed to add something more. It just felt like he could never force an engagement and just build more units that have to take big engagements, such as the Cavaliers.
And now the score is just heavily in favor of Yo.
Yeah.
I'm surprised it's that big of a difference.
Well, yesterday someone told me that apparently winning
water. Water. That's right, Nili. Water. Water points, dude. I'm telling you. Forgot about that.
Okay, we have a solid villager lead though. Here, Lan 131 villagers. On the other side, yeah, we have 111 workers. Harbinger tech now as well. I don't really see Lan teching into anything that complements his soon-to-be paladins.
Yo already with Halberdier too. Feels like paladins against Byzantines is just... Yeah, it's a difficult fights to take, you know?
Yeah, well, if you have like 40 skirmishers behind it, I can maybe see it. But so far, I see 7 crossbows, 2 skirms. Soon as main TC will fall. This is just like completely waiting for Lan to take 1 major engagement. The thing is, even if he wins it, Mr. Yo can rebuild this army.
Yeah, and it's super cheap for him too. Like, the only thing costing gold in his army composition is going to be the Arbalest, right? He can just spam Halberdiers.
Yeah, and like Halberdier Skirm, that's like, Yo will take that army composition all day long.
Yeah, exactly. This is such a difficult position for LAAAAN to fight up against. Look at the military count. It's 85 for Mr. Yo. He's looking at kill death. 85 units. Even with Paladin, that's going to be really tough to beat.
Yeah, Commander now being teched. He waits for the upgrade and then probably will put, I want to say, all his wood on the map, but he only is floating well, around 200 wood at the moment.
Oh, Yo being so annoying at that top pawn, too.
Oh.
2 war galleys he made to range that stone, and he's actually forcing a watchtower out of LAAAAN. That's just so annoying. And as LAAAN's busy with that, Yo is pushing the castle on the hill.
And that actually didn't only like force the tower, it also did show him that Paladins is now attacked, and he switches into camels behind this.
Pawn control is so important. LAAAN just now getting ballistics, too. Doesn't even have all his upgrades in. The castle he's forced to repair. The Halberdier and Arbalest, there's so many of them there. This isn't enough Paladins.
Halberdier's out of position. Oh, the Paladins, they want to find a counter-attack, but, well, we did see earlier how well Yo was walled. He should see this a mile away.
Yeah, especially with free town watch, right?
Yeah. And, well, he can just produce. Look at all the upgrades all of a sudden. Look at that. He's taking 6 upgrades at the moment.
Galleon, guilds. And then he's going for the score right now. Heavy camel. Oh, my goodness. And look at the res he has in the bank, too. Mr. Yo is in such a solid position.
Yeah, well, he is pop limit, right? Can't do much more here. We'll take down the castle eventually. Finally, the skirm and crossbow numbers are okay, I would say. Paladins, they got 2 halberdiers, now are running away, and soon they will, well, face another cheap unit. Heavy camels.
Look at LAAAN's gold income right now. Well, he just put some more villagers back on gold, but there's only 220 left on that pile, and he has nowhere else to go once that's up.
Oh, ugly, ugly, ugly. Dave, if you pronounce every name correctly, what are the 3 units Yo is going for at the moment? Halberdiers?
Arbalester?
And?
Heavy camel?
Even Heavy Camel Rider. I thought it would hurt you more to say all 3 names.
Oh, God. I hate that. It's Arbalest and it's Heavy Camel. Give me a break here. Don't change names on me, alright? I'm old.
Okay.
I have no hair.
Well, 18 Paladins are now coming back trying to engage there, but actually the skirms are doing a pretty good job of clearing up all the Arbalesters here, and Halberdier is lagging a bit behind. Camels are coming over, and that's a nice loop around for LAAAN. He will get some kills.
Yeah, but it's not enough because, like you said before, as Yo kind of hits his own units with his bombard cannon with that attack round, as you said before, Yo can replicate this army at any point. He loses 2 trebs at the same time.
Oh, nice connection there with the bombard cannon. Even kills another bombard cannon. That is really nice. And now the Paladins are kind of in the back. Still the hill advantage here for LAAAN. But I think once we shoot through this army, we shoot through the game as well.
Yeah, the heavy camel riders haven't even engaged yet either. And Yo will be perfectly content to take that trade with halberdiers all day.
How I forced you into the name now as well.
I'm in pain, man.
Oh god, and in pain are all the crossbow men here. They are completely getting clapped. Now the Arbalest are trying to get more fights uphill. Bombard cannon should get a good connection. No, the Arbalest dive under it. But the Paladin's still on the hill. Mr. Yo, he's ready to end this game.
Look at how many galleons he even has in that pond, too.
Oh yeah.
He's just driving a wedge between into LAAAN's base from 2 directions.
Oh yeah. Oh.
What an impressive performance here for Mr. Yo. Wow.
And how safe he played it as well. That was really, really impressive for sure. Yo, just massive amount of walls and like I don't want to say I didn't know about all the advantages Byzantines had, but like every single advantage Byzantines have were actually included in this game by Mr. Yo. Early up to him, massive amount of trash units, did go for the water, did use all the vision on the map. That was just playing the civilization to perfection.
Yeah, Byzantines seem very, very strong here. Like you said before, just no Dark Age bonuses other than the building HP, right? But since you start in Feudal Age, you can utilize all of their bonuses perfectly. LAAAAN, I think, had a chance there when he had that position on the hill. I just think he wasn't aggressive enough with denying Yo coming out there. If he prevents that second castle from going down somehow, suddenly Yo has no access to gold once his main pile is up, and he can't really push the castle on the hill with his trebs.
Yeah, true. Not really sure how he could have gotten. Maybe if he is up to Imp a minute earlier, I think LAAAN wins the game as well.
Yeah, if he gets one Treb out, suddenly Yo can't do anything from that position.
Okay, let's take a look at the stats. Mr. Yo actually with the cheaper unit, still the better KD. That's probably due to the end, to all those crossmen and so many villagers died as well. Got a lot of buildings raised. Economy, I would say somewhat even-ish. Yeah. No wall resources at least.
Whew. This is this is quite the set here, Nili.
Yeah.
I'm liking it.
Really good games, honestly. Yeah. Really loving it as well. Big fight there in the end, and well, Mr. Yo, he was weak before reaching Imp. Well, we had LAAAAN going for a lot of stuff. Okay, what's the next map? It has to be the second and last home map.
Wings.
Of LAAAN. Okay, what will we see for Wings?
We saw Magyars earlier.
Still...
Incas is a possibility, and then we have something like...
We also have Sinkhole. Where do we want to see what? Celts probably for Sinkhole. And I can see Franks or Britons. I think I'd rather see Britons on Wings. I think Scouts aren't that strong. And Incas feel very likely here for Mr. Yo.
Well, we saw how deadly he was with Incas during NAC. And a couple of games since then.
But it's also different in many levels, right? We just did discuss it earlier before the show started. Like Inca, in the normal, typical Age of Empires, we call it random map start. You can go up with like pop 19, pop 20, can get the upgrades out. Here, your opponent just needs to build one archer range, already has the blacksmith, and once he gets to like 3 archers with fletching, he looks really good for a defense.
Yeah, you just have to get that archer mass out, right? That's why you got to pressure early and you got to pressure fast. It also helps Incas that all the stone is in that middle area on Wings. So if they control that, then and start getting maybe their tower line down, they should be good. Well, we'll see. It's going to be interesting either way what each player goes for here.
Okay, Robo's giving us some more info here. And drum roll, Robo's typing. And Robo's not typing anymore before voting a message. That's like, that reminds me of the old MSN
days, yeah.
MSN Messenger. Like you're messaging your crush, like, hey, do you have time on Saturday? And then like, Sabrina's typing.
And then Sabrina's not typing. It feels bad, man.
Feels so bad, man.
Dude, the best
still
was...
hurts.
The best was, you know, accidentally messaging someone, you know, and saying, oops, I meant to message someone else to start a conversation.
Yeah. Ha ha ha, it was just a joke. Like my friend asked you out. Like, it wasn't me.
Yeah.
I think her PC shut down. I think she's meaning to message me.
He's been waiting for that message from Sabrina for 20 years.
Every day before going to bed, I log in MSN Messenger and ICQ.
Do you remember when you could play Age of Empires through MSN Messenger?
MSN Messenger?
People. Yeah, you can invite people through MSN Messenger. Yeah, you never did that? I used to do that with my friends, yeah.
I needed friends more than Sabrina, probably.
Well, she wasn't. She didn't even respond to you.
Not after that. And I see the game without
Okay, and we will indeed go into wings. And civilizations are Franks and Incas. Dave, explain quickly, why are Incas so crazy and such a common pick on this map?
Well, with Incas, with your villagers, you can get the blacksmith upgrades for infantry. So you can get that armor, you can get that attack, and things like towers are cheaper, castles are cheaper for Incas. So you can supplement the strong villagers with a push with towers, potentially.
Yeah, indeed, we don't see any eco upgrades here for Mr. Yo. He's floating 200 food, a bit surprising to me. He goes for fletching first, so archer opening by him, maybe some mind games. Meanwhile, LAAAAN walling the front instantly, has a nice defensive map here. Woodline in the back, gold in the back, Barry's reasonably defensive as well. And, well, already completely walled at the front. Nice house spawn for him.
This is interesting from Yo, going for the archers. Is this mind games from him?
It might be. I honestly think like Franks aren't that crazy, right? Just wall yourself at home and the mobility card won't be that good. Yeah, you cannot like have a great base and expand and such, but in your small area, you can defend reasonably easy compared to, for example, Land Madness.
Yeah, it feels like Franks are good for the first 3 minutes of the game, but then later on, I mean, you don't get bloodlines, so you're going to have less HP than let's say another civ. Obviously, Incas don't get bloodlines either, but scouts against archers and spearmen, just not really that effective.
Yeah, and small amount of scouts, we feel like, okay, 2 scouts, they can take out some villagers, but if they have the defense upgrade, they can even consider fighting back here for a bit.
Okay, here comes the watchtower. Here comes the tower from Mr. Yo. He already has the armor upgrade on his villagers, so they're going to be tough to take down. And he's got a spearman, and he's got a couple archers there, so any scouts that are going to come out from LAAAAN are going to face issues trying to deny this.
Oh, we will see about that. LAAAAN, does he have any stone control ever? Okay, he has some small piles in the left side back. So at the moment, as you said, like 1 tower, and that would be it for him for quite some time.
It seems like this is so passive from LAAAAN. Look at the gold count from him.
Wow.
What is happening?
He doesn't have anything to even use that. No archer range
This is his home map. Is he gonna buy something with the market?
True, it's his home map. Okay, now some engagement here against the villagers. But yeah, as we said earlier, they are so beefy here with the defense upgrade. Sick! How did they survive? With every other civilization, they are dead.
5 scouts attacking that villager, and he survived. This is what's so dangerous about the Incas. You think, okay, I've got military on the field. I can stop this tower aggression. No.
No.
You cannot.
He has more military because all villagers basically should count as military as well. Tower number 2 now being dropped as well. Where did he get that stone from?
He is on stone in the middle.
Oh, 3 villagers there.
And that'll force the counter tower out from LAAAAN, and LAAAAN's gonna have to drop a market. No, he's on stone at the back. LAAAAN has found a 2-tile stone at the back.
Sweet for him.
So,
and yeah, tower against tower though. Like, if you have 4 archers, you can put them in the tower there. Now trying to debate some of the shots. And what is Mr. Yo doing? Okay, jumps in there. Meanwhile, the scouts didn't find too many kills. Actually, after seeing all this aggression, KD 1-0.
1-0. That's the power of Incas right there. I mean, LAAAAN had surrounded him, and LAAAAN is going to put the archers in the tower, Mr. Yo is going to put the archers in the tower. LAAAAN is out with more scouts, though.
Thing is, he only has
Maybe
1
find
low
an
HP
archer
villager next to the tower, so the repair can't really come in, right? The moment he jumps out...
Only 1 spearman there.
But more stuff coming over. Wheelbarrow now behind this as well, so villagers could run faster from those scouts. LAAAAN is in a solid spot.
Forward barracks from Mr. Yo.
Feels so
And he's going to
weird
loop around to the other side with another tower. LAAAAN already has a preemptive counter tower there, but that's not really doing too much at the back. I don't know why you would put it there when Yo can't build on the marshland.
Yeah, and you have all the vision there as well, right? It feels a bit too early, especially like if he starts building it, you have like 8 villagers around there. They could all build, and now he needs to pull. Oh god, that tower did nothing.
I don't understand that tower. Did he want to tower hop through his house?
I don't really know. But yeah, he maybe just felt, okay, I don't want to get rushed there, felt a bit more safe. It's obviously very easy for us to say after the game. Also something we have to say though, is taking a look at the resources here. Look at Mr. Yo.
Oh, he's in such a good spot right now. Look at the gold count from him, and that's... Normally, I would say it's bad to be floating so much gold, but if he's going to be going into Eagle spam in Castle Age, gold is so important for that.
Yeah, already has...
And, oh, Land is coming out with villagers, but I think Yo is going to spot this at the back.
Will he? Oh.
No.
Barely missed
Just
it.
missed.
We'll find the stone though, and yeah, that's really, really fortunate for Lan, how he kind of squeezed through there. Now builds a watchtower to defend his gold. Still has reasonable access to the other gold though. The big push at the top though.
Yeah, he's waited with his scouts. He didn't toss them away, and he's going to use his archers to supplement this push. Now, Yo has to be feeling pretty confident here with the spearman. Does get one, which is nice. But now he's going to see the archers. What does he do against that?
Oh, he certainly needs to run. Maybe take some fight there. Buys himself some more time. Tower is getting rushed up. I think he will get the tower. 6 archers, 4 scouts.
Do you just ignore this? You know where his army is. You have the armor on the vills. You're on stone, so you could potentially drop a second tower soon. Do you just go eagle spam and try and kill Land's economy faster than your economy does?
Mr. Yo has the answer for you. He's already doing quite a nice job of raiding in the back. Nice quick walls there by Lan as well. And I think you're absolutely right. Just 2-3 defensive towers, and that's what I said. Your base can be so small, and the counterattack can be so deadly.
And, like, there's no element of surprise against Incas, too, as Yo gets into those stone villagers at the back.
And eagles.
Because if he attacks your villagers, you have the armor, you can survive, you can run away in time, right?
And yeah, you indeed have the mobility now. +3 attack for those eagles reaching Castle Age as well. Mr. Yo wanted to go a bit more aggressively. Both towers defending this quite nicely. Next attack at the right-hand side, though. Mr. Yo needs to run a bit. Oh, that's like, okay. Not the biggest migration ever.
Yeah, he's sending eagles in, that's why. And he knows he can tank hits with these villagers. He can tank hits with the spearmen because he has that armor upgrade.
Oh yeah. Spearmen chasing those scouts away. Meanwhile, the eagles are going in for those archers, and that's a nice clear up here. Mr. Yo with a very solid defense.
This looks so good for Yo in this position. He's even got villagers in the south now. I think he knows about that gold from Lan.
Indeed he does, and we'll build the sneaky tower. Oh god, this is so ugly to play against. Oh.
Yeah, and I feel like Yo is playing Incas to perfection here. You could potentially go with an all-in villager rush, but like you said before, you're not up quicker to the feudal age. You both start in feudal age, so your opponent could potentially counter that. I think this is the best way to go, with just a bit of tower pressure into the eagle spam and castle age.
Yeah, I like this one as well. It feels like the safer option, right? If you think you are the way weaker player, the all-in and hoping that he has a bad gold feels really good, but Mr. Yo, he just takes small advantages, takes some small raids, and, well, is now in a really nice spot.
And I think he doesn't even need to touch the main base of Lan. All he needs to do right now is prevent Lan from expanding to the outside. He's got eagles in the north. He's got eagles in the south.
Oh, is that an overchop at the woodline there, Dave? Uh-oh, that could be really ugly. Ooh, goes for the stone raid first, though. Question is, though,
he knows that stone is there from before.
Lan goes for 3 stables and has a lot of resources in the bank as well. He can produce quite some knights.
Mr. Yo, though, already with a monastery.
Oh no, he's always one step ahead. Where is he building it?
Dude,
is he building it at home? Oh god, that's so good, because that's where the raid is coming in.
Yo has just impressed me so much today with his gameplay. Another tower coming on the front of land space. He's got eagles all over the place there. He's still got villagers in the back.
Oh god, look at that. At the moment, if we look at the resources there, he's only gaining, like, having 25 villagers working at the moment. Now some going back to work and rushes out a market, but has no resources to even use it.
The score is still very close right now, but I think Yo is just dictating the pace of play.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised.
Well, Lan might find those villagers at the back.
A bit surprised by the score as well. Yeah, that will be some or 2 dead villagers there for sure. And Lan his score might actually rise a bit more because, well, Knights will do well against those Eagles, even if they have +1, +2 attack. And you see Mr. Yo, he sees triple stable. Okay, maybe I will add some pikemen.
Do you go for Rams here if you're Yo?
Yeah. Short distance,
Take
you're
up the
already there,
stables?
have the towers. I think Mangonel just is unnecessary speed loss.
Yo's actually going for pikemen as well. With the monks to back this up, with Eagles, with Rams, if he chooses to go for that, it's going to be really, really tough for Land to stop.
Yeah, I agree.
But Land's looping around with the Knights, so maybe he wants to just go hit the eco?
It's like all the red dots on the outside of the map. It's pretty crazy. And yeah, it feels like Mr. Yo, he plays it like very one-dimensional. His TC to Land's TC and maybe swarm around a bit more than. And Land, he's playing the full map.
Yeah, I feel like Yo could have come around on the north side a bit more, you know? Maybe send some of those Eagles that were wandering around and try and pick off the villagers that are going out right now. Leave them there for the future as Land is into the eco from Mr. Yo.
And those Knights have forging, therefore only needing 4 hits. Oh no, it's actually with the defense upgrade, right? So they still need 5 hits. And, well, the Monk is trying to get some conversions. Won't really get them.
Okay, here come
easily.
the Eagles in the north. Here come the Eagles in the north. Is Yo going to spot that TC from Land? Or is he going to opt to go into the main economy?
Oh, he goes for the stone again, I believe. Does he maybe see
He sees a villager! He sees
no,
a
no,
villager!
No, he didn't see them. No.
He saw one villager, not the foundation, though.
Yeah. Okay, more pikemen for the defense here. And, well, it's again Lan going for the cavalry units, raiding a lot. Mr. Yo somehow trying to defend with a lot of pikemen everywhere, with more TCs as well. Kind of a repeat of the Land Madness game.
Second monastery now for Yo forward. Can Lan even engage against this army forward? If Yo gets another monk or 2 out.
Well, it's never efficient, right? If you want to fight against Knights, you never want to fight with like 5.
Look at his eco, he's garrisoning them to save them, but in the weak TC.
Oh, 900 HP there. Mangonel pops at the front, will get a nice kill, but should die against the converted Knight quite easily there. Now some more repair behind this. Oh god, but that's not really a lot of resources coming in at the moment.
Look at the villager count too. Land down to 35. We might be seeing the end of his tournament run here.
Feels a bit like its score is still so even. That will probably keep him in the game a bit longer. Has the
Did Yo get redemption? He's converting a stable.
With Incas? Oh, the dream could be so real, Dave.
He's making it!
Are you kidding me? Guys, for everyone who doesn't know, Mayans, Aztecs, and Incas naturally don't have a stable. But if you convert one, you can create this beautiful unit that is comparable, but way more beautiful than a Knight.
You remember, he made it in NAC. And there was all sorts of theories from people online about how they were effective against the army comps. And I asked Yo, and he said, no, I just really like the unit.
Well, they could be nice at sniping some Mangonels here as well. That is so crazy. A unit that we so rarely see.
Oh boy, and now Yo's expanding even more. He dealt with the Knight raids from Lan. Lan, though, has that TC on the left, so his economy is trying to stabilize, but still behind by 20 villagers.
Yeah, and Yo's auto scout Camel just saw that one as well, so next raid could be coming in there as well. Still some more aggression through the center, and that's just so costly, right? TCs cost double the wood to repair.
Yeah, what is Lan's win condition here? Does he have one?
Convert Solo Warriors back. Solotl Warriors. I don't really know.
Another Mangonel out.
Okay. Trades 1 for 1, but that's not how to come back. That's to hold.
Yes, indeed. And he doesn't really have much raiding potential either. Mr. Yo's economy. And now the units are under the TC. No villagers repairing anymore. Another Mangonel out.
Oh god, it's such a rare unit, only introduced at the last expansion here, and well, very rarely seen in high level games. And well, It's just not looking pretty. Population is 53 to 93 now. Villagers trying to repair the TC, taking a lot of damage. Don't give me a second shot here. Please, no. Oh. Oh.
Oh, they're repairing. Oh, they're repairing at the inside of the TC. That's what happens when you hit the repair hotkey rather than just clicking.
Mm-hmm. Oh. And, well, that tower is dying at the left-hand side as well. And now a castle. Orlando would call it, get out of my game, castle. Let me advance into the semi-final, castle. GG, you played well, LAAAAN, but your road in this tournament ends here, castle.
That's the castle of many names right there. Actually, I think the last time we saw it's a lot of warriors from Yo.
I hope this
against LAAAAN.
I hope this castle isn't ordering a coffee at Starbucks.
Misspell everything. Was it okay? Was the last game we saw Zlotto Warriors from Yo? Was that against LAAAAN too?
In NAC?
I'm trying to think back. Yeah,
could be.
I think it was. It's an interesting game, and it was a fantastic series. I think LAAAAN really showed us what he's capable of in the first couple games, and then Yo just kicked it into overdrive, and it was just so impressive.
Yeah, wow, that was really, really impressive. And whoever he faces has to be scared in the semi-final. It will be either TATOH or Liereyy. Our next series coming up right after this. Let's take a look at the statistics. KD slightly better there. Got some more building kills at the front. Better economy because LAAAAN had so many idols. Just compare the stone and the gold as well, Dave.
Yeah, LAAAAN was never really in that after late feudal for him. He got to Castle Age, but his eco was just so far behind.
Yeah, it's tricky to play Incas, and well, that was a beautiful, beautiful map for sure. And we show the statistics. Triple caster cam, I read here. And we will have a post-game talk with Mr. ZeroEmpires. Zach, how did you like the series?
I think LAAAAN there really showed up to play, and my god, the score, I know it was a 3-1, but I think LAAAAN really played well, and I think that was probably a lot closer than the score might have indicated, with perhaps the exception of the last game. Jeez, guys, the Charlotte Warrior, I think you're right, Dave. I think it might have been against LAAAAN at NXT.
It's not Xolotl, it's Zlotl, because Xolotl is too hard to say for me. I'm gonna go with Zlotl Warrior, alright? I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry, Reddit, in advance, okay?
Oh god, yeah.
Oh. You're gonna get burned at the stake for that one, Dave. I'm sure. And the first time I saw it, I was like, excellent. Like, I just couldn't, yeah. It's like I was choking on something. My goodness. So, the community predictions, by the way, for that series on everybody's favorite website, 55% voted for a 3-1 for Yo. So I think the community had the prediction down. But like I said, I think that was an amazing performance by LAAAAN. And I think he will walk away from that series feeling probably a little disappointed, but also like he's an improved player and that he will have a lot of confidence in future events. Do you think this is a new era for LAAAAN?
I think so. You think about his last 3 major tournament sets. He was against Hera in Hidden Cup 3. Very, very solid performance there. He beat Dogao in the first round of this tournament. And then he puts up a really, really great performance against Yo. And that Land Madness game he could have won potentially. It was very, very close. The Cross game, he was very close to winning that one as well. LAAAAN is putting himself up there with the big boys.
Oh,
Absolutely.
He definitely is. He definitely is. Nili, any thoughts on LAAAAN's performance there and what we might see from him in the future as well?
It feels so weird, but what is the greater performance? Beating Dogao or putting that show against Mr. Yo? Because that was top tier as well. We can start discussing if he could be considered a top 10 player in the world now.
Mm-hmm. Totally. Let's have a quick recap over the series. Game 1, LAAAAN's only win in the series, but Vikings power, man. I'm surprised that Vikings are not being banned a little more often. And obviously, Mr. Yo gave him the Vikings. He matched it with his Mayans. But Lan, who kind of clearly was the underdog going into that, took the Vikings, looked really good in game 1, and that probably gave him a lot of confidence into the series. And then in game 2, I think we saw where Lan's confidence was really helping him, because what an epic match. I don't know if you guys recall, but I can't remember the last time we saw Boya in a competitive match.
Well, had to be some time ago. I can't really remember it either.
No, I mean, I think we've seen it maybe 2 or 3, because a player has a castle and they need units out to maybe take care of some rams. But in terms of the amount that Yo produced, I can't remember. Yo had to pull out all the stops on that game to fight against Lan, because the pressure there in Castle Age was unbelievable by him.
Totally, and he was doing it on 1 TC as well, and at one point he didn't have wheelbarrow, he was 1 TC against Slavs, and you're just thinking, how is he still in this? And I think that was probably one of the longest Castle Age fights that we've seen all tournament as well. And I think my favorite part actually was the deja vu moment.
It was the same fight twice. It was crazy. Oh man, I'd love to go back. I probably will do that at some point and total up the military in the first fight and the military in the second fight for both players and see like exactly how close it was, because it felt so similar.
Yeah.
For sure, man, for sure. And then game 3, I think you both said it perfectly, because the Byzantines for Mr. Yo in that match, they were used perfectly, right? I mean, he took every advantage, like you said. He took all the pawns, he added lots of trash, he got to the Imperial Age early. Do you think that it was just a better Civ on that map? I mean, Persians actually haven't had the best performance in this tournament so far, and we'll actually take a look at some Civ stats after this little recap. But what did you think about the Byzantine pick?
Well, I think Persians are a great pick, and I think Lan used Persians really effectively there too. Like, we have to pay attention to him, because he was up by 20-something villagers going into Imperial Age. But I think Nili is right in that Lan should have clicked up maybe a minute faster, maybe used the market a bit, and he would have been in a great position there. Byzantines, obviously, amazing Civ. Whether they're better than Persians, still questionable.
Yeah, it's hard to say, isn't it? I mean, Cross is a good map for, I think, both, because the Persians, obviously, the bonus to the docks as well. Maybe Nili, it's just that Lan didn't get the pawns, and if he had the pawns, he would have had more of an advantage.
Yeah, and that's like, let's talk quickly about the stats that are shown on stream here. Vikings are still unbeaten here, and that's what we felt early on, right? That Vikings are so powerful with the free wheelbarrow.
Yeah, absolutely. Robo and I have been throwing these stats together between the games here. We're going to keep these up to date as we go, because obviously Empire Wars, it is a new game mode, and it does sort of help to see a little bit of a development of a new meta as well. I don't think we would have expected to see Vikings with such a good win rate in a traditional tournament, although they are a strong Civ anyway. But to see them here with 100% win rate is incredible. And then actually, we've got some other stats as well while we're on the topic of stats. I want to look at the most overrated Civs here. Hopefully that's updated on the stream. I just pressed a button on my spreadsheet. I don't know if it's worked. But Persians are at the top of my my overrated Civs.
Look at that. Wow. And Mayans, again, I think this is like the third or fourth tournament in a row where Mayans have just underperformed where people think they are.
Yeah, that NA on win, by the way, that's actually 0% win rate. That means they have not won a single game. So Persians have been picked 7 times. They've been used 4 times, and they haven't won a match.
I don't trust that statistics. No way. Really? And Ethiopians as well?
Yes. I mean, if it's wrong, blame Robo, but just saying.
I will do that. I will do that in advance. There has to be an error somewhere.
I like how Goths are on this list too. Like, one game.
Yeah.
Why you gotta do that? Why you gotta do that to the poor Goths, dude?
Yeah. Thanks, Vinch. Bans, though, I wanted to just come up with the most banned civs as well. That hopefully is updated as well. So these are sort of the most feared civs. Aztecs, obviously, is currently being banned the most out of all civs, but they only have a 50% win rate. And I think these stats are so important as we go into our next match, because Liereyy and TATOH is going to be a close match. At least on paper, it's an incredibly close match. And I think the drafting here, the Civ picking and banning is going to make a difference. And I think TATOH might come to this a lot more prepared. Do you think that we should see the Vikings banned every game now, or maybe these stats have changed your opinions somewhere?
Oh, I guess. Go ahead, Nili.
I feel like Vikings, they're on the same level as Chinese, and everyone jumped on like Chinese being completely imbalanced and way too strong. And Vikings even get the next economy boost and Castle Age there. I feel like they are a strong contender to be banned because they're so versatile in so many maps as well, right? We feel Indians, they can only be used on one map, kind of.
And
yeah,
I think
that's an interesting point. Sorry, go ahead, Dave.
I think Land really showed us the 2 sets. He played 2 games as Vikings, both on Arabia, and he really showed like how to play that Civ. You know, you get the walls down early, you don't invest in the military really early, and then you propel yourself with that superior eco into the late game. And I think other players can kind of look at what Land did and maybe take some notes going forward.
Yeah, certainly. So thank you guys for having a quick chat with me here. Hopefully the stats will keep on coming and we can have another discussion later on. But so far it's been super interesting and very enjoyable. We are going to go to a player profile right now, and we'll be back after this short break.
Come on, Demo, you can do it. Why is he staying there? Boom! Oh my god! Why is he doing that?
He makes the
Daut
goal.
is jumping.
I think I would have loved this move, but TATOH just too fast. There has another defensive tower, and this will be ugly. This could probably be the game-deciding fight here. More Eagles. I think they need to go back a bit. Like, still 40% left, but that tower alone is doing so much damage. Yeah, the tower might go down, but there's so much army lost. TATOH is not really taking any arrows there. Skirmishers are doing so much. Villagers fighting there as well, and they have +1/+1 as well.
Exactly.
Being Incas.
That's the big thing for TATOH. Even though even if he loses his army, those villagers are gonna be able to survive and not die too fast, which, yeah, you can see TATOH's just buying so much time here. Villagers aren't dying, the tower is staying up, and all of Daut's chances are...
Well, you wanted to see a decisive move, and the decision was to end this game by the all-in there, and TATOH just did hold it so well. What a beautiful tower there.
Yo decided to run to the gold. Sees there's a TC there, sees there's villagers here, but now sees the Tarkans are chasing him, and now Yo could run if he wants. He's underneath the town center, and there's Tarkans around them, so... Oh my god! Oh my god! TATOH gates him in! TATOH trapped him here! Wow, what a play, man. What a ridiculous play from TATOH. Now all the CA will probably die. It's just a matter of time. If Yo tries to run now, it'll be running with a lot less. What a high-level play from TATOH.
If he kept his skirmishers alive.
Does TATOH use the castle to target the transport ship? Does he? Oh, he does! No way! Yo, the plays these guys are going for is incredible. 300 IQ from Yo, 301 IQ from TATOH. Holy crap. Laying, passive. Oh, let's see. Can he wall this off though? The knights come in. The villagers aren't so important. It's the army. If Viper loses his army, then the players will be on even terms. The castle is denied. Will Viper be able to micro his army and keep these alive? Let's see here. There is the Maganel. The skirmishers are engaging. The knights are there. The Maganel fires. Viper has to shoot the Maganel. He's one-shotting every other unit. Oh, nice Maganel shot. Lierey's holding this. Liereyy has enough skirmishers to possibly hold this. Possibly. Viper has 95 population. It is 120 for Liereyy. Liereyy has denied the castle. Viper probably can't finish that now. And Viper's losing every single arbalest. And oh my god, what is up with Liereyy and Holes, man? Now the militia from TATOH get in, and this is just free damage. This is free damage. Oh wait, what? What? Okay, Micro Nerd. Well played, Liereyy. It's
Daut is in and now building another outpost. So he knows what's up. And this outpost let him know that Liereyy was coming with villagers. Liereyy gates Daut in, but Daut with the counter gate.
Liereyy.
And Liereyy with the quick walls in front of the villager. Daut deleting the outpost, but Liereyy was ready, right on top of the foundation. Now the men-at-arms are in. The villagers for Daut are gonna die. Oh my goodness.
oh, TATOH. He's got to be careful now. Many players would not micro uphill, but Liereyy will. Look at this. Look at this micro from Liereyy. He's incredible when it comes to micro.
The micro god against the strategy master. Liereyy against TATOH. This is the series that, actually, with that lineup, it's sick to say, but excites me the most for today, Dave.
Yeah, they kind of have conflicting styles here. TATOH's really known for his preparation, really known for his strategies, thinking through the game. Lierey's known for just playing the game at the highest possible level for him. I think Liereyy deliberately puts himself into tough positions sometimes because he likes to kind of play in that, I don't want to say mindset, but in that position where he has to use his skill to get himself out of trouble, I feel like. And it's something that propels him into the top 5. It's something that maybe keeps him away from that top 1, top 2 spot as well. So it's a help, but it's also a hurt to him.
Let's take a look at the maps here. Quite interesting. Liereyy picks Wings, kind of a map, 4 skirmishes against 4 skirmishes, 2 men-at-arms, 2 archers against 3 archers, 1 skirm fights, really suiting him. And we see him pick Acropolis, as if a map that we didn't see yet. Viper, he had it as his home map, but we didn't see it played yet.
Yeah, Viper home maps are usually pretty rare to see those being played in any tournament. And TATOH on the other side, known as a hybrid player, obviously known for the demo ships. And where better can you use demo ships than on Golden Swamp? He's going for the 2 hybrid maps here, Cross and Golden Swamp.
Yeah, maybe Sinkhole could have been something that he could have gone for. Let's take a look at the civilizations. And we see, TATOH now, after seeing the stats that we provided, instantly jumping on Vikings and Liereyy instantly banning.
Yeah, we should have waited. Should have waited a little bit. I think Liereyy probably was going to ban Vikings anyway. I mean, he should recognize the strength of those. And TATOH banning Britons. Obviously, Britons, in the hands of someone like Liereyy, Britons are very, very dangerous Civ with that extra range on the crossbows. We saw it in the last clip of the player profile there. What do you think about the rest of the Civs here? We see Byzantines again being picked.
We see a lot of interesting civilizations. We saw Slavs first for Liereyy. That's super surprising to me. Britons, I like the ban a lot. Liereyy might be the best Britons player in the world. And also, on the other side, we see Slavs a second time there for TATOH, overlay guy. I think maybe instead of Slavs, my prediction is we see Aztecs actually for Lierey's first pick.
Yeah, they are missing from this, so...
And we have Berbers at the end for him. And something we want to mention is Saracens for TATOH.
Yeah, TATOH is so dangerous with Saracens. Obviously, Saracens getting that market bonus, and they get the bonus versus buildings with foot archers. And TATOH, we've seen him pull off the devastating Saracen rushes throughout the past couple months since Definitive Edition came out. Also, going for the Incas for Liereyy. Not really a player that I usually see picking Incas.
Yeah, and he actually has triple Mazo here. We could see a lot of Eagles from Liereyy this.
Do you remember a Civ that Viper picked and he picked Acropolis as well? Viper did pick Berbers. And he had Acropolis as his home map. So maybe Liereyy has a similar idea. The Berbers pick is kind of the one that stands out the most here. We don't see it in a lot of the drafts from all the players.
Yeah, pretty true. Feels like Liereyy won't play too many like super strong archer civs, but it will be a lot of eagles. And TATOH, I think we will see a lot of like champion line units from him. So interesting.
So for Arabia, what do you see here? I think Mezzo, Civ, Aztec, or Mayan for Liereyy. TATOH.
I want to say Saracens. I want to say Saracens.
Well, it's a possibility. Empire Wars, anything can happen with this, you know, except Teutons apparently. That can't.
Saracens could also be nice on Acropolis. And you don't really mind running into Berbers there, but Eagles could be really good against you again. Maybe for Golden Swamp, I don't really know where to put it yet. I think Persians would be a reasonable choice. It's very likely that you will face Aztecs or Mayans in game number 1.
Yeah, I'm saying Persians or Huns for Cross, and then Golden Swamp. Maybe Celts again. We've seen that a couple times.
Do we maybe think about Ethiopians? Just go a lot of archers, and in the long run, think about like Shotels to counter Eagles?
For Arabia? Ethiopians?
Like, what's the counter out of those civilizations that we have? What's the best counter against, let's say, Aztecs or Mayans?
Is it? I don't know. I honestly don't know. I'm trying to think, like, would it be Celts potentially? But then you got to survive, right?
Yeah, well, with votes, Magnol defense, then you would give up the full map for sure. And yeah, apparently the game is up. We will find out. Let's jump into game number 1. TATOH against Mr. Liereyy.
Sometimes I am, but like I wasn't certain. Like there are obviously so many options. We will have indeed TATOH in the red trunks, playing with Saracens, and he's facing Liereyy, the master of the archer unit, is playing Mayans.
Yep, and with the Saracens, it's going to be pretty predictable what you're going to go into. I can't see TATOH really going for, you know, scout numbers early, so Lierey's going to know that. Does he go for skirmishers immediately and eagles to counter TATOH?
Skirms isn't really the thing that you want to do if you pick Saracens, right? You want to abuse that market, mass amount of villagers on gold.
Sorry.
Liereyy. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Maybe I was confused there. Well, Liereyy is also a guy who just wants to fight archer v archer, right? So I think we will see very little amount of skirmishers here.
TATOH going for the immediate wall off. That's a really nice position. If he gets those walls down on the 2 wood lines there to the edge of the map, he'll be very, very secure. And then all he has to worry about is the front of his base. Those stone positions are quite concerning for him, though.
Okay, now we see why Saracens is this wild pick on this format. You build the market cheaper and then have incredible trading rates there. And you will see TATOH, those 200 stone will disappear and will suddenly jump via the gold onto the food, and his castlage timing will be very quick.
And Liereyy is going to spot that market with the eagle. He's going to know, but you have to assume with Saracens, that's what's going to happen. He's also going to spot the second archer range, and now TATOH bringing his own archers in defense. I think TATOH is going to get these full walls down.
Yeah, most likely. The big problem, though, is that he won't have enough stone to build a defensive tower here. Could face some pressure at the front, but it feels like fletching and 4 archers are enough for the defense for now.
You know, Liereyy is going to be up to castle age really closely to TATOH, and I don't think he's going to need to sell his stone. Actually, TATOH did sell his stone. Okay, so Liereyy is going to be in a better position, I think. heading into Castle Age. He hasn't overproduced military. I think he knew that TATOH would rush that Castle Age tech. They're up at the exact same time.
Oh god, the level of those two is just so sick. The question though is, yeah, they're up at the same time, but who will have the better numbers? Because Liereyy only now rushing out his second archery range. TATOH could have a bit more crossbows out.
Yeah, Lierey's going to have skirmishers, though, in defense. If he gets them on that hill in front of his archer ranges, he should be fine. The one thing he has to be worried about is if TATOH gets enough crossbows, then they can start just demolishing buildings. That Saracen bonus is so deadly.
Yeah, also a hill, not really fortunate for him in front of his base. Could attack those gates, could attack those palisade walls. Liereyy, he needs to find a good answer to that. How are archer counts looking at the moment? Oh god, you predicted it. It's mass skirmisher defense here for Mr. Liereyy.
Yeah, I feel like once he sees, especially those double archer ranges, that's the play, right? And if he gets on that hill too, if he defends that hill position, TATOH's going to have a really tough time getting in. Although Lierey's base on the right-hand side, he keeps walling. He's like, where's the wood line? Where's the wood line?
Well, he's missing it completely, and that will be wall in complete open field. He goes for the double walls at the front. TATOH will pressure the left-hand side, but I don't think he will get too much done here. I think TATOH, he needs to boom a bit behind this as well.
I also like how TATOH didn't wall to the edge of the map. That's very strange to me. He knows the edge of the map is there. He's still walled on the right-hand side.
It was at the moment when the Eagle and two archers were trying to move in, and he felt like better quickly get those up. TATOH now with the engagement left-hand side has enough resources for a crossbowman. No elite skirmish upgrade from Liereyy. Okay, now gets that one as well.
And watch that wall just melt. Saracen archers, you can never leave them alone because they will always get into your base. Liereyy has enough to counter this, though. He's got the skirmishers. He's getting elite skirm.
Only sends 5 back and
he
sends a
killed
group at the
so
front.
many.
Oh, that's so sick. And TATOH, he was sure that the army had to be at home because he was going in there, but Liereyy felt so safe with the defense that he sent some at the front, and that was so good for him. 7-1 KD in the start.
Yeah, and he's pushing back the crossbows. TATOH has to split away. He has to run without doing any damage whatsoever. That was such a good play call from Liereyy, and now TATOH's losing villagers on his gold, too.
Oh no, that's so ugly for him. Ballistics now being rushed out, Siege Workshop, and well, I just said TATOH, he needs to boom behind this. Now I feel like it has to be an all-in. Maybe some more knights could have been nice.
Yeah, if he had dropped a stable, maybe? You gotta feel like you know the skirmishers are out there, right? If you're in TATOH's position? It's just so weird, and Lierey's getting university now too, so he's gonna get ballistics as well.
Yeah, then he won't take the better fights. Liereyy also has one more eco upgrade, as we can see at the top. Villagers slightly better for our Mariam player as well, and he should feel safe enough to drop a TC pretty soon.
The fortunate thing for TATOH here is that his secondary gold is in the back of his base, so he can take that for the time being, even though Liereyy is camping on his middle one. But TATOH losing another crossbow for free. Lierey's still hunting down that group, but TATOH's doubled back. Maybe he can get some damage done with that.
2 skirmishers protecting that hill should be enough to clear up those 6 crossbowmen there, especially with ballistics. Let's take a look. Can TATOH hold the front? He needs the mangonel out ASAP.
It just feels so good for Liereyy here. 6 villagers ahead. I think TATOH might have gotten wheelbarrow, but oh geez,
no wheelbarrow.
Not a good position for TATOH at all.
No wheelbarrow on either side, and well, now scares those skirmishers away, fitting to their name, the Scarrisons.
Watch. Oh my god. Okay, we're just gonna move on from that pun. Liereyy, I think Liereyy in rated games would have microed against that Mangonel, but Liereyy in tournament is going to lose 2 skirmishers to that Mangonel. Okay,
let's take a look. Mangonel, 21 HP, goes for some repair there. And oh god, that's a reasonable connection as well. TATOH actually doing a good job of coming back into this game. KD evening out.
Yeah, it feels
That should not have happened though. Liereyy saw exactly what he was fighting against, and all of a sudden TATOH is in a controlling position.
Yikes, dude. It feels like Liereyy consciously tried to play safe there and got punished for it.
And Liereyy has 15 idle villagers behind this as well. Probably the counterattack at the same time really punished him. Had to split his attention.
Yeah, and look where he's dropping the TC to. It's forward beneath 2 hills. Those 2 mangonels are going to destroy that TC.
Oh no. Oh no. This is so good for TATOH all of a sudden. Do we need to see an eagle switch?
I think so. Like, as soon as TATOH gets 3 mangonels out on the field, 2 or 3 mangonels, it suddenly becomes very hard to fight with just skirmishers. But Liereyy now, using his micro, he didn't use it effectively before in that fight. But now he's taking a good engagement on that hill.
Does he, though?
And he's trapping the archers on the left side. Now it's looking decent for Liereyy. Now with the eagles out, he can punish the mangonel choice from TATOH.
Oh, yeah. Oh, but Mangonel gets a solid connection there. I think, actually, eagles might be cleared up, but obviously they will take the Mangonels with them first.
Good pushback from Liereyy here to hold this hill. If he didn't take that engagement, if he didn't win that, TATOH would be pushing this TC. Liereyy would have more idle economy. I can't help but feel like in that first fight, normal Liereyy would have been super confident going into that, splitting against the Mangonel, you know, trying to micro down. But it seemed really safe from him. And he kind of got punished for playing safe.
Yeah, untypical scenario for sure. And, well, you might feel, okay, TATOH, he just lost 2 of his Mangonels at the front, but he already is at 3 Mangonels again. He will put on the pressure, and that TC, as you mentioned earlier, in a lot of danger.
Yeah, it's such a weird position, isn't it? Like, I guess that's the only place he could have put it.
Well, he could have
other than inside of his base.
Well, what's the problem with inside of your base? Maybe try to secure the stone, maybe go a bit for the gold. Could have been some options. This now gives a really nice option for TATOH to push. Score looking good for Liereyy, though.
Yeah, but 4 mangonels from TATOH and that siege workshop forward with a scorpion coming out. He's still got another mangonel producing at his base. TATOH going full 1 TC Saracen push here, which is pretty dangerous.
Absolutely. And, well, some more shots against the skirmishes there. What engagement do they think they can take there?
This is Liereyy. This is Liereyy right here. This is what I want to see. See, he lost 1 skirmisher, and he's divided the attention of, like, all of TATOH's army.
Yeah, but it's still 3 mangonels firing at the TC. Like, did he gain that much?
Watch. Just watch Liereyy go.
I did watch him earlier in this game.
I feel like this is peak Liereyy though. This is what he does.
Yeah.
He micros in fights where you think they should always lose.
Yeah, that's actually true. And, well, the villager is now lower, needed to repair some of the scorpions, not too many losses indeed. And behind this, well, he increased his eagle numbers and gave TATOH a chance to slip up, which he didn't.
Yeah, and that TC was doomed to die from the beginning. Just gets melted, and now Lierey's pushed off the wood line. It is unfortunate for him that there's so many hills around his base, so it's really hard for him to place other TCs. But this is, look at how much siege does TATOH have on the field right now? What's the gold percentage on this army?
I will estimate something like 53%. Liereyy at the moment at 41. The stat at the bottom has tripled the overall army value. We're waiting for the elite, or for the normal Eagle Warrior upgrade. We have 3 barracks working here. We'll lose everything, and we mentioned it earlier, right? That hill, so good for a Saracen player. How many Eagles should Liereyy wait for?
Is Liereyy going for a castle? What is he doing with all these villagers?
I think it was a misclick.
Okay, yeah. I was thinking he didn't have enough stone. Liereyy needs to wait until he has enough units to effectively take this fight. And can he get there is the question.
Wow, just let's take a look at the eagle
Or
behind.
hope that TATOH gets out of position with his crossbows. Either or.
Yeah, well, we should see multiple ground attacks. Now, it's really important if you have like 6 mangonels, you don't need to ground attack with all of them. Just ground attack some at the right-hand side, ground attack some at the left-hand side. Eagles here. Whoa, that's so intense.
This is such a crazy army from TATOH. It's just so... How do you fight against this?
Oh,
so
no.
many crossbows, so many mangonels.
He loses 1 eagle. Is prepared to do the wraparound at the right-hand side as well. TATOH behind this is going in. What?
Saracen Market.
Apparently.
That's the key. Saracen Market. You can buy whatever you want. He's going Imperial Age. What he's going to get there is basically the Arbalest upgrade and the range. Oi, oi, oi. Can Liereyy take this fight before he gets the ARB upgrade?
And TATOH, does he actually want to leave this hill? At the moment it's really good because he can still snag some villagers and he can also kill some more barracks. Liereyy is dropping some behind. Eagles not finding the engagement, but doing a nice job of intercepting reinforcements. Oh, now the big fight. He's diving, and he's eating the ground attack, Dave! No, that's not the fight he needed! And crossbows at the top, microing against all the Eagles. Skirmishers cannot really take this fight as well. I think TATOH won the game.
Yep, and Liereyy is only going to be able to wipe up, what, 4 mangonels? TATOH still has 1. He still has that crossbow mass, which is so important because those are the units he's going to upgrade. Oh! Liereyy actually... Oh! I was just about to say he's making it out of this fight with more than I expected, but the skirmishers going down. It looks so rough, and those... Once TATOH gets the Imp 2, those crossbows, soon-to-be Arbalesters, are going to just pound the buildings with damage with that Saracen bonus.
Yeah, that's going to be brutal, but I think we won't get into that scenario once Liereyy sees, okay, my opponent... Oh!
TATOH just attacked around his own units. He's trying to give Liereyy a chance.
I was trying to find the mangonel of Liereyy because I saw the stones flying there. What happened there? Oh, dumping now, and you see TATOH. He's just sending his army away because he knows, okay, my opponent could jump on me. That's the only way I can still lose this game, and he does not want to give that opportunity to Liereyy.
Lierey's got to be surprised here when TATOH hits him this early with that army. Like, the sheer amount of gold that has gone into that army for TATOH is insane. And TATOH's just retreating for the time being. He's going to save his units until he gets all his upgrades, and then he can engage.
Yeah, that reminds me a bit of the LAAAAN against Dogao game, right? Where we had all the units in Castles trying to kill the crossbow before they get the upgrade. And again, the ground attack is so weird.
Spot. Yeah. What a good spot, though, for those crossbows. Oh, my goodness. Right on that hill, right beside the gold. Liereyy needs to take this fight. But it's not going to go well for him.
And what a clear up here. So beautiful. Bracer behind this as well. Liereyy might still think, okay, my opponent is playing 1TC. I did add some as well. My eco could be better here. But, well, now those Arbalesters, they're basically siege units.
Yeah, look at TATOH's resources. Nothing in the bank for him. Everything in on this push. And look at the damage being done by these Arbalests. He can just kill the farms.
Oh, God.
Kill the villagers. Kill the TC.
Yeah, a tower isn't a real building anymore. He will just melt through it if he decides to commit against it. Let's take a look if he wants to take the fight. For now, he goes in a bit deeper. Wants to get some more eagle kills first.
He is still streaming forward Arbalest. He's got a battering ram too, which could help against the TC possibly, but you can outrange that TC. Still, he's got to be worried though, because Liereyy has quite a few Eagle Warriors, and look at the production queue from Liereyy.
Yeah, but it's Castle Age, right? Yeah, you're buffering.
Yeah, but if you have enough, if Liereyy cleans up this army, what does TATOH have behind it?
Nothing.
That's
nothing.
The question.
If this army dies, the game is over. But I don't see this army dying.
I see the TC dying soon.
Oh god, oh god, oh god.
Oh, this is gonna be an epic fight though.
TATOH soon has chemistry as well. TC dies there. Eagle numbers up to 29 here. Arbalest at 44 though. And he can just micro back. Liereyy dances
Look at Liereyy
in.
splitting. He's trying to avoid the ballistics from TATOH. He's got a lot of eagles. I think TATOH can micro his way out of this, though. Even if he loses one group, he's going to have another one. Oh, maybe not.
That's not the greatest micro. They didn't have everything together, but yeah, the army is still too strong. It's just too strong. The damage output is really there, and it's Castle Age units against Imp units, simply.
Yeah, Liereyy had to wait until he had a big enough number to try and engage, but he also had to hope that TATOH would miss micro, and did not happen. Wow, what a turnaround from that early portion of the game where TATOH just lost, what, 7 or 8 crossbows for free? He was pushed off the gold, and then Saracens, it's just unbelievable, the things you can do with that market.
Yeah, they're so crazy, and that's what I said earlier before the tournament. Saracens, they might be the civilization that provide us the best games, and that is a crazy strategy. Obviously not as efficient on normal random map, but well, you can just juggle those resources so nicely. TATOH did babysit his army so well and gets the W on Arabia against Liereyy.
Do you think I think that game would have gone differently if Liereyy doesn't place that TC there at the bottom of the 2 hills. It seems like a weird position, but I guess he was confident at that point that he had cleared up the crossbows from TATOH. He wasn't expecting that amount of siege coming forward, but still, I think that TC needs to be a bit safer.
Well, then TATOH just attacks still from the hill. Will take out all the buildings at the front. Liereyy might have like 5 villagers more, maybe save some of the farms, builds them a bit more defensively. It's still a really rough opening after losing that initial chunk of skirms.
Mm-hmm.
Hope so.
Look at the castle age times from both players. 7:06, right on the dot from both.
TATOH was
Obviously,
faster.
that Imperial Age. Oh yeah, you got the star. The Imperial Age tells the story of the whole game, though. TATOH just rushing to the stronger army comp and killing Liereyy before the eco can kick in.
Yeah. KT there, so sick, and Eco, as you mentioned, just so much better for Liereyy. TATOH juggled a bit with the stone and gold there. Villager difference actually smaller than I expected due to that front TC.
Okay, going into the next game. Home map from Liereyy coming up. What do you see?
I see Acropolis as an option, and I see Wings as an option. After, like, this very hectic feudal age part of the game, I think Liereyy wants to play something boomy, something macro-oriented. I think Acropolis could be a good choice to get into the rhythm of the series.
And what civ on Acropolis? Are we going to see Berbers for Liereyy?
I think Khmer make a lot of sense. Right, you still have the mobility, you can still go for scouts, you can play it a bit like Land Madness. Yeah, you can wall more on Acropolis compared to Land Madness, but I still feel like you should have a very strong transition there, can go for a massive amount of Castle Age army there.
Whew. Liereyy still has Kawasan, or no, he banned that. Liereyy still has Wings too, so if he opts for Wings, does he go for the Incas like Mr. Yo did?
I don't think so. And if so, he plays it differently.
Incas seem like such a weird pick for Liereyy, right? It seems like he'd go Eagles, just full Eagles with Incas. I don't see him playing with towers that often.
Yeah. It's not really his play style. Yeah, absolutely agree with you. Okay. And, well, we're not really jumping into the next game. What are the other options? Well, if we have Acropolis, do we maybe play Slavs because the game goes so defensively? Or do we feel like Hunt is a good option because CA are really good on Acropolis as well?
It's tough, right? I feel like there's multiple civs that would be really good on Acropolis here. We got Khmer, we got Huns, we got like Persians are good on all maps, Slavs. Well, most of the good Acropolis civs are on TATOH's side.
Yeah, but you
and
don't
not
need,
Lierey's.
Yeah, you don't need too many. Just one, and you will be fine. Let's think about it. Cross, we still could see Byzantines, Khmer for an Acropolis. The 14 spam in the chat won't really help. Players need 2 minutes. Oh no, now we get the message. Players are about to start. Maybe your 14 spam did help, and game is up indeed. Guys, it's the first time ever in the history of Twitch that the chat spamming 14 helped us to get into the game faster. And we indeed do see Wings here. Ethiopians against Incas. So, two very aggressive civilizations.
So Liereyy has opted for the Incas pick on Wings. We'll see if he goes for something similar like Yo with like a mini tower rush followed up by Eagle aggression. Or if he goes for the full villager rush. Or maybe he could do something completely different.
Yeah, maybe he just wants to play normal archers and feels like an Eagle transition is really nice behind this as well. Just open Eagle plus skirmishes is a nice option at the start.
Especially against Ethiopians. You know they're going to be heading into those archer units, right?
Very, very likely indeed, yeah. Man-at-Arms could have been an option as well. Man-at-Arms actually would be really good against the Eagle Skirmisher approach again.
2 games in a row from Liereyy, Eagle Skirmisher approach.
Well, we kind of foresaw that with the draft, right? 3 times Mezzo, and, well, something that he really, really likes. Game number 1 could have gone a bit differently, so we can't really say too much about the strengths, but so far, Mayans, not with the greatest win rate. Liereyy gets some scouting off, confirms the archer range.
And he's going to scout a little bit more with his Eagles, see what TATOH is up to with his walling, with his economy. These Eagles are not here to pick off villagers. They aren't here to pick off army. They're just here for information.
Which is nice. And then with some skirmishes around, they will probably regroup once we see the first engagements. TATOH walling off the left-hand side there. Will actually trap the villagers slightly. No, gets out of there. Oh no, does he? Left-hand side, Dave. What's happening there? What is that one villager next to the wall? Okay, nothing there. Yep. No, finish the palisade.
I'm so confused.
Okay, all good, Dave. Maybe let's comment on the second archer range being dropped by TATOH.
Yeah, and it's being denied by Liereyy. The skirmisher micro is just on point from him. That's a delay that TATOH didn't really want happening.
And, well, 1 archer down. And now I know your confusion because I was 30 seconds behind. And
You got to speed up so we're on the same page.
Yeah. I was like, Dave, this is something you would absolutely love. This is so funny. Villager weirdly bugging out. And you were like, I'm not entertained. And I'm like, okay, something has to be wrong here.
Market coming down from TATOH as well. And it seems like a lot of early pressure here from Liereyy.
But a lot of early resources for TATOH. Look at that, 400 food, 400 gold as well. He will have a reasonable castle age time behind this.
And I don't know if Liereyy can come into this wall. TATOH dropping a defensive tower on the woodlines and the gold. That's pretty decent.
Yeah, there shouldn't be any losses, really. TATOH now uses the market. Would have loved to not build the tower to sell the 200 stone. Now the wall is broken, but yeah, Liereyy sees he can't really do damage. Isn't even jumping in.
Look at Lierey's resources, though. TATOH's going to be up first, but Liereyy will not be that far behind him.
Yeah, and then the big question is, what is the unit choice? Will he go triple barracks? Will he try to mash those eagles? Or will it be a composition of skirms plus eagles?
I feel like skirms and eagles is probably the better play, right? Especially with like these wood lines around with the choke points you could potentially sit archers in. Skirms and eagles seem like the much safer play because it's going to be tough to get a good engagement with just eagles.
Yeah, probably right. At the moment, he only has 6 on gold as well, so won't go for a huge committal there. Not dropping the second barracks could have been a good timing as well. And
Stable
TATOH.
for TATOH.
And sneaks the archers at the top.
So he's dropping that stable in order to get knights out on the field to counter the skirmishers somewhat. Liereyy is going to see that, which is a really good piece of information there. And TATOH forced to bring the archers back. Also stable being delayed. And that villager's very weak.
Yeah, but he sees it. 7 HP will always get the stable up. Eventually.
Liereyy has been so annoying here at the front of TATOH's base throughout the game.
Yeah, well, makes a lot of sense, right? TATOH that played super greedy, not that much army, tried to hold, was forced into the defensive tower, and, well, it doesn't seem like he's super eager to finish that stable now.
Yeah, well, he just got the cavalry upgrade, the armor upgrade, so now...
Well, it's fine. He only
stable
needs
isn't up.
He needs the stable only when he reaches castle age, right? So maybe waits for the uptime, then sends the villager forward. Not even that happening. Crossbow sneaking around at the bottom. But look at that beautiful outpost by Liereyy.
Love the outpost. Love the outpost from Liereyy. He knows the threat. And he actually got Town Watch very, very early. When he couldn't identify where the archer army from TATOH was in Feudal Age, he got Town Watch.
Oh, loving it.
So that's super safe. Great play.
Sees the army. How is his reaction? Behind this, he did drop a second barracks. Did keep his skirm production rolling as well. Will have a good answer to all the crossbows. Won't have a great answer against knights though.
TATOH's got to be careful here. He could potentially get trapped. If Liereyy goes to the right and sends some army to the left as well, TATOH could lose this whole force. I don't think Lierey's going to do that. He's going to send the Eagles forward.
University already dropped ballistics on the way. So far 3-0 KD. TATOH didn't really produce any blood on Lierey's side yet. Potkin Arrow, Eagle Warrior. TATOH not finding the openings. Liereyy with a solid army position.
I love watching people get ballistics versus Liereyy. Because it's like, does it matter?
Oh, it forces him to click more, but you're not hitting more.
Liereyy is just, we haven't really seen it yet in this series. I'm sure we'll see it coming up, but Lierey's micro is just unbelievable. He's playing super defensive right now, though.
Well, if we get into that scenario, mass Eagles against mass Ethiopian Knights, Liereyy won't hate his position, so I don't mind this. Also, he had the tech disadvantage, but now he goes for the counterattack with the Eagles.
Yeah, and second TC already from Liereyy. So super solid position from him.
Defense with the crossbow. And, well, where does TATOH send his knights now? At the front to clear up the skirmishes, or at the back to kind of try to fend against the Eagles?
So Liereyy sees that TATOH has ballistics with that minor engagement. And the Eagles are now coming in. He's going to find 2 villagers.
He should only find 1, right? Why is the other one going down? Finds 2 villagers.
And the Knights now coming in against the skirmishers from Liereyy. Does Liereyy have anything to deal with the Knights? He's got some Eagle Warriors coming out, and he's got some at the back, but don't know if that's enough.
Trying to break the wall there. TATOH, no reaction. That's a bit late. Needs a second palisade wall. Everything in time. Still continues to dance. 3 Knights doesn't feel like it's enough. Eagles dying behind this, though.
Especially with only +1 on the Knights. It's kind of hard, and Lierey's just ignoring the Knights. He's like, I'll take pot shots at your crossbows all day, and I'll keep trying to get into your base with the Eagles. There is an overchop in the south.
Uh-oh. That could be really ugly for TATOH here. Isn't taking care. Is still micro against the skirmishes at the other side. That's going to be ugly.
Yeah, these Eagles still with no +2, but 7+1 attack is no joke against villagers. And Lierey's doing a ton of damage at TATOH's base, and TATOH, he can't find villagers. He's just constantly fighting skirmishers at Lierey's base.
Yeah, but if he gets the skirmisher count very, very low, his crossbow will be just so much more scary. At the moment, he's still fighting against 11 skirmishers, though, so not the count where we categorize it as low yet.
Yeah, and now Lierey's bringing some of those Eagles back. Do you think Liereyy could justify going for maybe like a monastery in this situation to convert the one-off Knights?
It's too few Knights. It's like too many different angles where they could come, and always protected with crossbows. It doesn't feel like the greatest option.
Yeah. Let's look at the villager counts. Liereyy has an advantage. 7 villagers ahead of TATOH. TATOH is just now expanding with a second TC in the north.
Not the greatest TC spot though, right? Will be not super efficient with the wood there. Stone, only 2 piles. Oh, TC number 3.
For TATOH is really not that great either. Not so many farms. Liereyy looking really, really stable in his base.
18 farmers against 12 at the moment. 1 villager sniped. Knight's not really
+2 armor coming in. +2 armor coming in for the Eagles. With the skirmishers to back them up, with only 3 Knights in there, TATOH's got to be a little bit concerned. Liereyy getting really close to these crossbows so he can engage.
Oh, but only got 2 kills yet. The Knights don't want to take the fight. They want to snipe down the skirmishers, but that didn't happen. Taking a lot of HP away from them.
Good fight here from Liereyy. Really good fight. I think he's lost 3 skirmishers. He's killed like 5 archers. Now the Knights are engaging against that, but the Eagles are here.
TATOH, what are his next steps? At the moment, only queuing up more crossbows, some more villager. On the other side, we see more skirms, more Eagles. Nice split away there, and TATOH needs to retreat, lick his wounds.
Good position here from Liereyy. He got that second TC down earlier. He didn't really lose much in his eco. TATOH obviously with 3 TCs now, so he's going to start to catch up, but
Drops
his
barracks
crossbow
number
army
4.
looks very vulnerable.
He drops barrack number 4, so Eagle numbers will be pretty hot pretty soon. And the Knights, well, they aren't really the fighting machines.
Look at the crossbows!
And that's not really the angle. And as you said earlier, so many small areas where you want to be, and that's why the skirm count is so important in this one as well. Liereyy with a nice aggression and crossbow numbers getting really low.
Lierey's done just a fantastic job of keeping that ball of skirms alive. And he's pushed TATOH all the way back across the map into his base beneath the TC. Good performance.
Ethiopian don't mind that too much. Like getting pushed back, but most of the time it's because they get attack advantage behind this. But at the moment, looking at the resources, like he's not flying away with the eco, and Imp is super far away as well. So that's like real map control at the moment, and not TATOH's choice.
Liereyy is like these skirms. They're so sweaty. They're just following those crossbows across the map anywhere they go.
Uh-oh, TATOH wanted to expand to the right-hand side woodline there, but the 7 skirmishers and 9 eagles still around there. Couldn't really expand, and now goes to the top woodline again. Doesn't look great either, and Liereyy, he's just completely surrounding TATOH.
Fifth barracks for Liereyy, so the eagle spam continues in the Castle Age.
Wow.
Yikes, this is concerning for TATOH. This is very, very concerning.
Ooh, but to clear up most of the skirmishes there with a mangonel shot. Feels like, okay, crossbow defense could be something.
Those eagles are weak.
Okay. Next
4 of them go down. But still, there's 5 barracks behind this.
Yeah.
All producing eagles. All with 2 eagles queued up in them.
Oh god, that's just crazy. Let's take a look. Maybe the mangonels can get some crazy shots in. How scared will Liereyy be of those mangonels? So far, not going for it. Ooh, I'm getting scared. Dodges them. Nice ground attack to the side here. That was actually the best engagement TATOH could have hoped for. Get some more hits behind this, but crossbow numbers simply not high enough.
Yeah, there's not enough crossbows. Great! Another great ground attack there from TATOH, though.
Yeah.
He's going to lose both these mangonels, but I thought he would lose his crossbow numbers as well. Really, really great ground attacks. Liereyy is attacking the woodline in the north.
Mm-hmm.
So he is getting some picks there, but TATOH's stabilized in the center. And now TATOH's going to the middle of the map. What is he going to do there?
Dropping a TC, but that just gives another option for attack. Liereyy is jumping around here. No more mangonels around.
Lierey's behind too.
Oh, that will be so bad.
These are the choke points I was talking about, though, especially with the Ethiopian archers. You can get some stuff done. Liereyy with 4 skirmishers, those are going to do work.
Yeah, villagers trying to fight down those skirmishers even. The TC might even go up, but crossbow count will be completely reset after this.
The TC is going to go down. I thought there was no chance.
Well, they really focused on all the army first, right? And felt, okay, I can just snowball with my army there. I wouldn't be surprised after clearing up all this army that he tags into some siege, maybe drop something, but he actually goes for arson and just spams this TC with the eagles.
Yeah, I think that's the correct play here. He knows there's not too many villagers garrisoned in there.
Oh, it's 11. I think that's just wasting.
Maybe not.
Dave, I think he's throwing his army.
I didn't know there was that many villagers. I thought there was like 5.
Well, he did send 20. 11 made it.
Oh, there was crossbows in there too. That makes sense. Okay. That's why there was so many arrows. There was crossbows in there as well.
Okay. Well, 3 survived there.
Oh, attack round from TATOH?
Gets low HP, wants to get another one. Well, bruises one in the back. But again, Eagles getting such a nice wraparound against the small army count.
And look at what Lierey's done with this economically. Behind all this raiding, he's at 94 villagers now, 3 TCs.
Look at that farm.
He's looking so stable. It's amazing.
Holy guacamole.
38 farmers. Like, wow.
Oh, pretty solid for sure. I'm a bit surprised that TATOH is playing this map and we didn't see a single dock yet. We could technically see a lot of demos on those pawns here. Or on that river.
Yeah, if I was any other if it was any other player, I would say, oh, they haven't thought about it yet, but it is TATOH. So he's definitely considered it. Castle now going up from TATOH in the middle on that gold.
Yeah.
It's a decent position.
And that's what I said when we talked about Arabia as well, right? Shotels will be really good against Eagle Warriors. So TATOH, he might just stop all his production of crossbow and knights exclusively, as you can see, and only go for the Shotels. They will be okay.
Lierey's sending villagers to stone right now, and he's about to click up to Imperial Age.
Oh, well, that's going to be ugly as well behind. So then can build the castle a bit earlier than other civilizations. And, well, now just attacking the archer rangers with arson.
Yep, and Imperial Age upgrade is coming in. More knights being produced from TATOH. But you're right, I think the Shotels are the play, and we can see them are already out on the field. They look like Ninja Turtles.
Do they?
Do they not? That's Raphael right there.
Didn't Raphael have a stick?
I don't know.
You're confusing him with Michelangelo.
Yeah, there you go. Mangonel's going down now. Knights going down. The Shotels, though, they did work.
Yeah, well, the damage output from those is just so sick. Think about it, like, Castle Age unit 16 plus 1 here. That's just massive against Eagles that don't have too much HP. And the clear up will be there, but, well, there's still no answer to Imp.
Chat arguing right now. Whether it's Donatello, Raphael, Michelangelo.
Yeah. Well.
A question for the philosophers, I think. Arbalest tech or crossbow tech from Liereyy.
Okay, well, makes
Counter
a lot of
the
sense.
Shotels.
Yeah, well, Shotels are really low HP as well. So if you just keep Stutter Step microing back against those, they will never reach you.
Oh man, I don't know what TATOH can do here in this position. Liereyy seems like one step ahead of him. And if Liereyy gets a castle, he can push that middle area really easily with Trebs and with Arbalest, and it's looking really dicey for TATOH.
Yeah. TATOH's like start base isn't that important. He will lose like 10 farms, will evacuate with all his villagers, but just the position on the map will be so much better for Liereyy. I'm a bit surprised that he never went for the stone in the center. Obviously, you cannot build anything in that green area, but still, he had the control to go for it.
Yeah, and Liereyy still has a ton of gold at the back. Obviously not the most efficient placement for him with that TC there, but he still has access to that, so TATOH isn't denying anything in the center. And a defensive castle from TATOH. Lierey's going to see this, and I think Liereyy has enough army to potentially deny this.
Even if he doesn't deny it, like, this castle instantly dies to traps, no? This feels so weird. That's a castle that makes me think, did TATOH not see that Lierey's Imp? Sometimes you miss it if, like, so much action is going on.
Well, maybe TATOH didn't see that Liereyy was on stone.
Does he not see the castle?
No, he doesn't.
Oh, he didn't know about the castle.
Sees the trap now.
Okay, that makes sense.
That's an unwelcome surprise for TATOH, seeing that Treb hitting his castle foundation, and that thing was just doomed from the beginning. He's going to lose that whole island area, and he's probably going to lose the castle in the middle, and yeah, he realizes the situation he's in.
Yeah, Splinter probably not too happy with what the Shotels achieved there.
I was really impressed with Liereyy there. The skirm micro to chase those crossbows down, taking those fights was really, really nice. And then switching into the Arbalest in Imperial Age instead of continuing with the Eagles when you see the Shotels was a very, very nice move from him.
Yeah, he played this so clean, and that was so like Liereyy style as well, right? Constant production, incredible macro behind this, microed low army counts so well, so much map control, and made it really hard for TATOH to gather a lot of resources.
Look at the military stats. I haven't seen something this close in so long. Largest army, 34 to 33. Units killed, 131 to 130.
Oh god. And that has to be a manual kill by TATOH then, of his own units. And yeah, right through the middle, and both get participation stars. 2 raisings, 2 buildings lost. Economy way better for Liereyy though, as we said, with all the farmers there, and yeah, just nice eco. Earlier castle edge for TATOH. He got some aggression rolling, but Liereyy simply had enough numbers to defend really well.
And I think Ethiopians continue to build on their, was it 0% win rate?
Not really, but I like them so much, Dave.
They seem like such a solid civ in this format, right?
They shouldn't
like
have
Archers
0%.
seem king.
Oh man, Dave.
I might be wrong, but I think it's 0%.
I think you're right. It hurts a little.
Yeah, sorry to all the Ethiopians in the chat right now.
Think how many Ethiopians are watching at the moment?
I don't know. I hope there's at least one. There's gotta be.
Let's hope for one. Okay. And yeah, what are the next maps for TATOH to pick? He had Cross. And
hey, Cross,
Golden
and he had
Swamp.
El Dorado.
Golden Swamp.
Or no, Golden Swamp. Sorry.
Oh, lots of people from Ethiopia. Okay, more than I expected. But they're hoping for their civilization, so it makes a lot of sense. Sweet.
So what are we gonna see on Cross or Golden Swamp? Which map does he go for, first of all?
I think Golden Swamp. That's like, I think the map he picked first, right? We look at that. Yeah, he picked Golden Swamp first. And that's a scrappy game that you really would like to put against Liereyy there. Not the straightforward thing. And I think it will be Kel's Golden Swamp, Persian's Cross, Han's Acropolis.
And for Liereyy?
For Liereyy, it's Khmer Acropolis, Aztec Golden Swamp, and Byzantine Cross.
Okay, well, we're gonna see it now because I think the game is up.
And we'll start off with Cross indeed, and well, civilization different than what I predicted here. Persians for TATOH, but Liereyy, he will play Aztecs. So Byzantines probably left over for Golden Swamp.
So Aztecs is not a civ we see very often on Cross, is it?
Yeah, well, one of the main bonus is that your food eco is so much better, or your full eco is so much better, and your production is a bit faster as well.
Liereyy just walled in the scout from TATOH in his woodline.
Okay, very aware there, and TATOH, well, he will have close to 0 vision then, as we can see on the minimap. That hurts him quite a lot. Nice move.
You can see exactly where he went. Right across to his death. He won't be able to see whether Liereyy has villagers on the pond. That's such a big deal, especially with auto scout, because we've seen players with like 97% map exploration.
Yeah.
Because of auto scout, because of the horses that you can't catch.
But TATOH
How
will
is
have
that
a
gonna affect
lot.
him later?
TATOH will have a lot of vision. Look at that. Already goes for the stable, and Liereyy with his eagle did see the stable apparently, right? Yeah, indeed, he already dropped a spearman as well, so TATOH will get a lot of vision regardless.
And TATOH already walling to that pond in the south, already has a dock up. Liereyy with a dock of his own as well, with a fishing ship already out. So both players gonna have a pretty safe fishing eco, I think.
Yeah, feels like it for now, and Liereyy doing pretty well there at the bottom to deny TATOH any access to his pond. The question is, how Liereyy is walling? That doesn't really indicate that he is interested in building a second pond at the north.
No, it just seems like, what's the strategy against Persians with Aztecs? Like, do you think they have an advantage? I think they're... It's not that great, right?
Depends a bit how the early game goes, right? Archer Scout could maybe do a lot against you. Now takes the first engagement here. Archer on the hill, micros back a bit. Does not have fletching yet, but no defense upgrades either.
Look at the woodline for TATOH. I didn't even notice that near the pond in the south.
Yeah.
Maybe you already mentioned it, but that is so OP.
Yeah.
Right to the edge of the map. TATOH with a super easy wall. He could wall to the other pond too if he wanted to. As he's trying to pick a villager at the front, maybe he gets it.
It looks like it indeed. Nice pick off there. Still has 2 archers, and that's a lot of aggression. Liereyy, without dropping an archer range, he was thinking about going to castle edge pretty early, but didn't wall the front. Look at his resources. He can't really use them at the moment.
Yeah, he's walling behind that. He's fortunate in that he has a gold in the back. And if he walls to this wood line, he should be fairly safe. But I don't think he wanted that to happen, especially with the super forward wall he was trying to get up early in the game.
Yeah, but like that
This
was
is messy.
Yeah, like I could have predicted that that's going to fail. Like he walled the right-hand side before that. If you want to go for those huge walls, try to play it a bit differently, right? As we saw with Release, he took 4 villagers instantly to wall to be super safe.
Still, the archers and the scouts gonna struggle to get in here. With Liereyy walling to his TC. How close is Liereyy to clicking up? He's gonna click up any second now.
But TATOH won't be far behind that.
Oh, true.
Need some walls
Power
and then
Persians.
Yeah, and then Persians will be faster to castle age as well. Could maybe get another pawn. TATOH drops the market. I think Liereyy will be only up like 30 seconds earlier, something like that.
Yeah, he didn't have that market fast enough. Oh boy, not a good start here for Liereyy.
Uh-oh. Did he? No, I just thought the yellow dots at the bottom could have been a sneaky villager. Because 3 barracks there would have been so sick, but it's actually a horse and 2 sheep.
Yeah, and Liereyy housed forever too. Really housed forever. Like, build a house.
Builds a barracks?
Liereyy.
Builds palisades?
Liereyy. Did he give his PC to MBL?
50 out of 50. Now he builds a house at the front with 1 villager.
With one. With 1 villager. Maybe it was because he was Inca's last game. You know? He's thinking his houses have 10 population.
Yeah, that's obviously a bonus that we didn't mention a lot. Yeah. Okay, now second barracks.
Now that wall is open on the right-hand side and TATOH's putting pressure here, do you see TATOH coming forward with a villager to that pawn? Is that a possibility?
It obviously could be seen on the minimap by Liereyy. Not sure if he will actually spot it. I think it's the safer thing to just go to the left-hand side and dock himself first. What are the next steps of TATOH, though? He has 1 stable, but only 6 on gold. Now sends some more. Drops the second stable, so that will be some knights.
Do you pull back this army and just kind of reinforce your walls and try and boom up behind with a few knights?
I think that's a throwaway army anyways, right? He wants to go massive amount of knights anyways. And just putting on the pressure and forcing some army to be at home there is nice for him. He even techs into botkin and crossbow.
Okay, well, if he's probably going to need crossbow at some point in this game if it goes late. So it's not like a wasted tech with Persians. And obviously, he could maybe even snipe the fishing ships with bodkin arrow and crossbow.
Okay. I think, yeah, it feels like he wants to save the army, yeah. Now that he got 7 crossbows out, still has 2 more at home, and it will just be knight and crossbow. A really deadly army composition. Liereyy techs for a siege workshop. Is that a 1TC all-in?
I think if it's a 1TC all-in, we might see another barracks coming down fairly soon.
Oh, yes,
he's going to find those crossbows as they come back.
At 6 are faster. I don't think he needs a 4th one now, but yeah, maybe along the way could be a good option. Knight now wants to join the party as well. Doesn't really know how, though.
Yeah, and the Eagle's not taking a great engagement there. Good fight from TATOH.
Yeah, barely lost any HP. Knight could be microed back, get some kills, and, well, okay.
Second TC for Liereyy, so it is not an all-in. And he stalked the top side. So he's going to get some fishing eco out there. He's playing safe. He's got a fire ship patrolling the shoreline, looking for that. He's also scouted the pond with his horses now in the left corner. So does he send that villager down there to potentially take out the fishing ships from TATOH?
Could be a good option. Scouts at the right-hand side being saved. TATOH will love to use them against potential knights later on. TATOH plays it pretty safe. Very small amount of knights added. Did get bloodlines, did get +1 defense, but apparently he's happy with the situation.
Well, I feel like right now TATOH's going to use his civ advantage, right? So the Persian TCs produce faster, the docks produce faster, the eco is obviously really, really good. Maybe get another TC down and just kind of have enough army on the field to fend off Liereyy until you can go up into the next stage.
That's long-term planning for sure. Let's take a look here. Mangonel now out. Do we see the engagement? Okay, gets an okay shit off against the cavalry. And TATOH disengages. Needs to go for some more production. Indeed, more knights now on the way. Builds a siege workshop himself.
Monastery out now from Liereyy. That's a decent addition. You can get those relics in pretty early. Maybe convert some knights before they come to your Mangonel. Mangonel getting close.
TATOH splits away, loses one scout. Knights could dive in here. Oh god, that's a lot of losses. That's a nice engagement for Liereyy here to begin this one off.
It's a really ugly fight here from TATOH. Like, this position on the hills is not somewhere you want to fight with these crossbows. And now, the hill in front of TATOH's base is going to kind of punish him.
Yeah, but how
Can
much?
he fight up there?
Oh, well, why do you need to fight? Yeah, you will lose the archery range. You might lose the houses. Beautiful thing by Liereyy, by the way. If you attack the archery range directly with your Mangonel, you will lose your or hurt your own eagles. But he grounds attack the center and therefore doesn't lose any HP.
Monk coming forward as well from Liereyy. Are we going to see his lot of warriors again?
Stables are defensive enough. Mangonel dance here, does some damage, and, well, dodges that. TATOH would be fine with the 1-for-1 trade. Oh god, how did neither die there?
I don't know. They were both half HP.
Oh,
Liereyy
surprise!
Sacrifice!
Nice!
Good shot there from TATOH. Really quick response there when it came out of the Siege Workshop.
Yeah. 0 shot delay on the Mangonel. It's really helping out there, but Liereyy, he will have another one, and he's looking hungry to get some more kills here, and gets the perfect connection!
Oh man, what a shot there from Liereyy. He only killed 3 crossbows, but they're all weak now, and he's trying to take down that last Mangonel from TATOH.
Oh, the dance continues. Where are the knights? Trying to go for the counter attack. Maybe catches off one Mangonel. Looks pretty good here.
No, he doesn't see it.
The line of sight is so small with knights. Look at that.
Sneaky, sneaky boy.
Oh, that hurts so much. Oh. That's so bad for him that he missed that.
And Lierey's sending 2 villagers forward, so is this...
Uh-oh, and redemption now. Soon he can convert the Mangonels. Trade off 1-for-1. No, won't even have it. TATOH won't shoot. I like the position of Liereyy a lot here.
Yeah, he really stabilized from that early pressure. Got the fish out on the pawns. Got that second TC down. Got redemption. And if he converts this, it could turn around and snipe those crossbows.
And they were hurt from before. Mangonel could now get the kill off here. Crossbow are trying to run. Lots of knights. They're trying to find the engagement from the top as well. Probably try to take the Mangonels and Monks by surprise
a lot of
from
warriors.
the hill area. No, not
feeling
again.
it, man. Oh, Mangonel out from TATOH.
But do you need to
Gets
kill
one.
the Mangonels? I think a shot towards the Eagles would be better. Okay,
Gets
now the big
2.
fight. Opens his own
boy.
house. I think he doesn't have enough knight numbers. I think the Eagles could maybe take this one, or is it that even? I think Liereyy is slightly winning this one. He's on the way to imp behind this.
Yeah, Liereyy looking very, very good in this game. Although I think TATOH's done enough there, right?
Yeah, but he did enough to hold. Liereyy, as I said, he will just regroup, get elite Eagle Warriors, and then we'll do the same, but with a better army. Okay, regrouping apparently not an option.
TATOH did enough there, man. That one Mangonel went 1 for 3.
Oh, okay.
The Knights picked off the Monks. The Monks didn't get any conversions on them. And now the Eagle numbers are gone, and...
Okay, I thought he would just go home and wait for the upgrades.
It's shifted again. TATOH in a decent position.
Expands towards the center, goes for more knights. Look at that. Has 12 knights, has 13 knights in production. That's crazy. That's not the greatest macro item. I think he doesn't have the other stable in the group. Look at that. 8 and 7 knights in production out of 2 stables. 3rd stable idle.
Oh, that's... I guarantee you he thinks that 3rd stable is working. That's so much res just banked up in queued up units.
Oh, and he queues up more.
Kinda needed that.
3rd stable, not producing.
And he could go in.
He's got to be wondering, why don't I have more knights on the field? I got 3 stables. And now he's going to see Liereyy hitting Imperial Age. He's actually gone for a forward siege workshop too, which I don't think is going to do much against Leary's Eagles here.
Well, he has 19 knights in production. Just think about it. Using 2 more stables, for example, and he has like 19 more knights on the field now. He would just overwhelm Liereyy.
Mm-hmm. He's dropping more stables, and now he figured it out. Now he's added that other stable to his control group. So he's queuing up there.
Okay, he needs to block the gold spots, right? It's still the super exposed gold at the front. The other gold, option for a raid there as well. Regrouping is an option. +2/+2 knights, still reasonably good against elite eagles. Not great, but okay. Got 20 knights in the queue. That's a full imp for you.
I feel like, you got to take some of those out of there. Like the ones where it's 7 or 6 queued up. Just go up, as MBO would say. Go up to imp.
Oh, 25 in the queue here, and now the Eagle Swarm just comes in here. Not easy to take this engagement from here, and Liereyy, I think he's just overwhelming from here.
Yeah, Eagles are really tough to stop. If I were TATOH, I would start walling up. You don't want to get those into your eco, but he realizes.
Had 18 more villagers, 20 less army though, and well, that was a massive push here by Liereyy. He got how many mangonels at one point? 5 mangonels, 4 monks, like 30 eagles. That was scary.
You're so right though. Like if TATOH had that 3rd stable producing the entire time, Liereyy was like 5 extra knights away from being pushed completely back into his base.
Yeah.
And being overwhelmed.
It's like so easy. Like with that stacks, if you have to send all those villages away from gold and into the TC, you're basically back to like 0 in the game.
Can't get the upgrades. You can't spam the numbers of eagles. You need to overwhelm the knights. I think TATOH, if he realizes or if he watches this back, is going to be kicking himself for not doing that.
Like it's always like if you lose, all your queues are ended as well, right? And suddenly he ends the game with like 2.5k food and 2.5k gold. So he must have realized after the game as well. Liereyy taking the 2-1 lead here and still has one of his home maps after this, but we go into TATOH's home map first. Let's take a look at the statistics here.
Economy, better for TATOH. Almost all the way across the board except for gold. Military, fairly even. But it's just that end game push from Liereyy. TATOH just couldn't keep up with the flood of eagles.
No. Castle Age time actually faster for TATOH. He had the crossbow numbers there as well. And, well, knights are good if you fight massive amount of eagles. And he saw it early enough as well. Kept some scouts alive. Could have maybe sniped some there. Had the better economy. That's just like the craziness with how high of a level we are. That it's like misgrouping one single stable and having him not in the production queue. Lets you lose a game. That's just crazy.
Yep, and like, the fact that 4 or 5 extra units could win you the game, you know, it's just, that's what we love about it, though. And TATOH, he's gonna have to pull something out of his hat here, because he is down 2-1 in this series.
Let's take a look at potential civilizations. Golden Swamp will be our next map, and well, civilizations, as we said, Celts could be a good one because I think Huns or Slav feel a bit stronger there for Acropolis.
Celts.
Do you think Berbers might actually be good counter to Huns? Like, you could go Camels against Cavalry. You could go Camel Archers against CA. I think Berbers might be a hard counter to Huns.
I think so. How do Berbers fare if TATOH goes for, like, Celts, though?
Well, he will... We won't see Slavs on Golden Swamp, right?
Yeah.
So he knows if Celts is an option. So it should be Byzantines here. And then he can choose, okay, do I go for Khmer, kind of the safe pick, or Berber, the hard counter?
All speculation. I think the game is going to be starting soon. We're just waiting for the word from Robo.
Obviously, players will feel the heat here as well, right? You don't want to like instantly jump into the next game, maybe stretch your leg a bit, clear your head, and
I think TATOH's really good at that too. TATOH has a really good mindset coming into tournaments and during as well.
Probably yes. I'm not sure about that too much. I honestly don't. I simply don't know how his mindset is in a lot of those situations. Yeah,
I know what Lierey's mindset is.
Well, he
down 3-0. It's fine. I kill all. It's fine.
Yeah, like he gets like super tilted, but after 30 seconds he forgot everything.
Yeah.
And plays
30
again.
seconds
Top
is
5
like
again.
half his life, right?
Okay, let's jump into Golden Swamp, and we will indeed see Kells against Byzantines. So no surprise of the civilization there. Who got the pressures on? If TATOH loses one of the next 2 games, he is out of Red Bull Wololo and won't make it into the semifinals, where Mr. Yo is waiting for the 2.
This is obviously TATOH's home map. Do you think he expected to play against Byzantines when he came up with this home map pick?
Well, probably not directly, but after we saw the draw, Byzantines kind of like pointed into that direction, right? We still, after we praised them so much in the earlier series, they have the same advantages here, right? Fire Galley fight could be really nice for him. TATOH even opting to not dock at all.
We saw this matchup yesterday, did we not? Was it LAAAAN versus Dogao, I believe we saw this matchup? Celts versus Byzantines?
Was it Byzantines? Okay. Yeah, I don't
I know
really
there was
remember.
Cataphracts and Woad Raiders out on
Well,
the field.
that's a good indication for Celts and Byzantines then.
I'm sorry, I'm old. My memory. Liereyy immediately walling up some questionable walls as well. I don't think his scouting was really on point there at the back of his base, but he's going to be pretty secure, and he's going to have 2 docks right away. Meanwhile, TATOH, like you said, no dock for him, and I think, is he going to prioritize going up to Castle Age pretty fast here with Celts?
It looks like it's double dock production here for Liereyy, and I'll make a wild prediction. This game will end in Imperial Age for both players. This one will be played very passively.
Are we going to see a score victory here? Do players start thinking about that really early when they see the Civ matchup?
I don't think... No. Like, score victory is an option, but it's not like, oh no, I'm jumping into the game. Now let's not make any mistakes that I don't lose that score.
Okay, so where's TATOH going with this forward villager?
Siege Workshop at the site could be a good option. It obviously is kind of risky, but
it's really early too. He hasn't even clicked up yet.
Yeah, let's start sneaking early. Ethan Hunt
lucky
on the way.
He missed the fire ship too. Very fortunate there.
It could also be like to kind of build 2 docks at the right hand side. Right, he thinks, okay, I might be up earlier to Castle Age, which he slightly is, and wants to get, well, maybe some fire ships out then.
Might be a Siege Workshop push.
Will be at a beautiful spot as well. Look at that, TATOH. His scouting. He sees the woodline. He sees the gold.
But Lierey's going to see that villager. No.
Does he? Does he, Dave?
No! Auto Scout!
He didn't. And the Fire Galley patrolling there
giveth?
won't see the dock
and
either.
Auto Scout taketh away, man. Seeing that house would have given him so much information. Okay, are they coming back? Are they coming back for more?
No.
They're hanging out together, these 2 horses.
They're good friends.
Auto Scout giveth. Nice.
Oh, and
he sees
scouts
the villager.
Yeah.
Sees
and
the dock, sees the house.
Oh,
man, that's so important.
I never doubted the auto scout. Yeah, but he's splitting those off now. Interesting.
He's sending a galley too, but he's not sending that fire ship back towards the docks. It's like he sees it, but he hasn't noticed it yet. But now he sees that archer, so maybe he'll look over there.
Yeah, and that one will die. I actually think that galleys won't do too much now, because both players will most likely go for mass fire galleys. Will get a good snipe against the archer though.
Well, if he gets enough of them built up, they'll be nice, but
it's not
obviously
easy to
fires in low numbers, especially on this terrain. Very, very nice to have.
Now hurts the dog a bit, but won't get the kill there. How are TATOH's numbers looking? Okay, has only one. Will get 3. Has a lot of resources in the bank though. Look at that.
Yeah, Liereyy also went for the sneaky archer range. He hit that from TATOH, and he has skirmishers in defense, so TATOH's archer rush is not really going to do too much, but he still kept that villager alive.
Oh, look
and
at that.
Lierey's still producing galleys.
TATOH went for the monastery first, initially built the siege workshop, but then changed his mind. Interesting choice.
He saw the skirmishers too. Weird. And, you know, Liereyy is committing full to galleys. If he does get the numbers up, this could be really, really devastating, because not only can he win the water, he can go and push TATOH's economy from range, which is something that the fire ships just can't do.
Can he maybe even range the TC in Castle Age here? You get like 8 range,
so.
no? 3,
No, I don't
4,
think
5,
so.
6, 7, 8. I can't count higher. Okay, I will trust you. Okay, War Galley upgrade. TATOH sending 3 around the back. Will snipe those 2 fishing ships quite easily. But I think it's not that easy to take those fights.
No, and I think if you're going War Galley against fires, you need one dock producing demos, and then the other 2 producing War Galleys, which Liereyy isn't doing right now. He's actually really low on wood at the moment, because he had to make that siege workshop in the Mangonel to defend.
Okay, and then Mangonel v Mangonel micro, and his gold will be really exposed there. I think TATOH will find some good kills later on.
But Liereyy has gold at the back, where he's putting in TC.
Oh yeah, that's a lovely move. When? Where? Oh, that back gold. Okay. Can't really farm too well around that though.
No, what was that old video? He's making the TC
outside the
make
map.
farms on the edge of the map. Yeah.
Lovely, man.
Great stuff.
Yeah, he can even go back to another gold there on the left-hand side. And now Monastery as well. Uh-oh, Mangonel micro and TATOH if he gets that first kill, and he will. Oh god, that's so annoying. And do we have a second Mangonel on the way? Only started now. That will be some villager losses.
Did Liereyy not... Okay, Lierey's finally pulling the villagers away. It seemed like he didn't notice that at the time. And the fire ships are now engaging against the War Galleys.
But TATOH stopped producing.
Yeah.
He only has 3? Yes. Oh no, he has 3 at the left-hand side. Okay.
He's trying to flank. Yeah, and Liereyy going for fire galleys of his own, or sorry, fire ships.
Yeah, that wasn't super good for Mr. TATOH there. Was obviously microing at the front and lost the fight there. Not too pretty. I think Liereyy is in the better spot. So crazy.
Back.
Tournament after tournament, people saying like, oh, Liereyy playing Dota all the time. He's not really in form. How does he deserve to be invited into those big tournaments?
Because he's good.
Yeah.
Oh man, like it's like I keep saying, I think that's his advantage and his disadvantage. It's that he just wants to play the game, right? He doesn't want to bother with all the preparation. He doesn't want to bother with all of that stuff. He just wants to play the game, and that's what he's doing right now.
Well, and he's playing it pretty damn well, but eating some Mangonel shots here to the back of the head. Will lose 2. Nice ground attack there by TATOH. Meanwhile, water pretty much won for Liereyy. TATOH not thinking about redocking.
Yeah, I think with this amount of war galleys now, it's going to be tough for TATOH to retake. Lierey's actually going for redemption again. 3rd game we've seen this series.
Oh yeah, indeed, the Inca game as well. That's so true. And yeah, he will just wait. We'll get 1 conversion if he doesn't lose the monk before that. Well, nice awareness there. Will heal him up. Oh, and the villager survives.
That's such a good play against this rush.
Yeah.
It's gonna completely stall this out, and TATOH has to delete the Mangonel. Feels bad.
Okay.
The stable is how much damage is it gonna do against monk defense from Liereyy?
He actually takes Lightcalf before going on to Scouts. That's interesting as well. TATOH behind this. 3 TCs working though. 72 villagers. Liereyy, quote unquote, only at 60.
Oh, look at TATOH's stone. It can be ranged from the water. So can his market, so can his farms, so can some of his woodline.
Okay, one of the stones there, but also has a stone at the top. Yeah, Liereyy not abusing water to the fullest yet, right? We would have loved to see like 5-6 war galleys there.
I think Liereyy needs a mangonel at home too. Because TATOH's adding in rams, which is a really... And he actually picked off a monk for free with that mangonel.
Now it tries to go for a second one. Could actually kill the farm behind it.
He did. The monk's still alive though.
Yeah.
Oh, and Liereyy wants to go for the wall off, but it's not going to be in time. The light cab, I think, unless it's blocked by the ram. No, the light cab's in.
Ram working against him. Lightcap actually after the Mangonel shots went down to 8 HP. Might die to the TC fire there. Oh god, the Mangonel actually hurt him quite a bit.
So Liereyy wanted to wall that side, but there's a hole on the other side as well. So the light cabs can get in. Liereyy now positioning his war galleys perfectly. He's going to find that stone. He's going to put some pressure in the front of TATOH's base.
What a scrappy game. Low army count again here for both players. And now some conversions against this. Liereyy actually went for some spearman skirmishes. Not really sure how necessary that was.
Yeah, both players getting forging now. So Liereyy probably going to upgrade those to pikemen pretty soon.
Oh, monks getting low but healing each other. Oh, isn't that romantic? Oh.
And TATOH with the better economy behind this too. Even though Liereyy has the fishing ships, they're not giving him that much. And TATOH with a 13 villager lead.
Pretty damn solid for sure. Well, Liereyy is playing a 2TC, right? Only now added the third one.
The attack rounds from TATOH have been on point today.
Yeah, absolutely. Against all the
Every
Eagles.
single game.
Yeah, just remember the Saracens game. It feels so long ago already.
So whose position do you favor here?
I think if we consider long game as well, TATOH with his strong eco behind this. Oh wait.
Oh wait, what? Oh wait, what?
Is TATOH playing a long sword all in? Why is he dropping 3 barracks at this very point? What is happening? What is this? Is he trying to clear up the water with pikemen? Why are you dropping 3 barracks?
I'm very confused by that. And he's going for another TC on the right-hand side.
Pikemen have an attack bonus against ships, so that could do a lot. Liereyy behind this is going up to him, though.
And Leary's converting TATOH's entire forward base, too. Oh my god.
Huh? Or is he? Well, 2 Lightcap now spawning. Okay. Yeah,
was it worth it?
He only converted the siege workshop.
And lost 3 monks for it. Was it worth it?
Huh? TATOH will like that.
Still no units coming out of those 3 barracks from TATOH.
Okay.
Liereyy is on the way to the Imperial Age, but
yeah,
like, did he just drop those in case?
I think it was to confuse the casters, yeah.
Oh, okay.
He's up to him now as well. 600 stone for him. Where should you drop that castle?
Ideally, you'd want it like maybe on the amphibious terrain in front of your base, but obviously Liereyy is there. Do you put it in front of your TC and then the next castle goes a bit farther forward from that?
Left-hand side could be an option. Lots of important resources.
There you go, in front of his TC.
Okay. Well, we'll give him some options. He clearly wants to go for a lot of votes now. The question is, though, votes against Arbalest doesn't excite me too much, but mobility should be on TATOH's side.
If he can get in to Lierey's economy and raid, it'd be very, very nice for him. Lierey's got to think about how he's going to wall up, especially after he sees the woad choice. If it is indeed woads, though, from TATOH.
I think it makes a lot of sense, right? He adds some more pikemen now, but I think that's mainly to clear up the water, and now we can see how good they are. If it wasn't for Lierey's awareness, it instantly pulls back.
Liereyy in the north trying to take stone, but he's getting mauled by by a Komodo and a 2 HP archer.
That's how Godzilla was created, right? Think so. And well, the archer is doing a good job. Some pikemen joining there as well.
One hit. Okay, the pikemen are coming in. He cannot take that.
Okay, +2 defense. The base at the bottom completely cleared up. Actually, the villager is still there. Shouldn't get too much done. TATOH could drop another castle pretty soon. I think right-hand side feels really good now. Crossman diving in, but the defensive tower in time.
Yeah, and Liereyy has enough stone for a castle as well. Where does he put it? Is it in the middle or is it on that amphibious terrain?
Middle feels very right, and indeed he's dropping it there. Wants to control all the gold, and he will have a very easy task protecting all his traps there through the center, right? TATOH's eco 115 is okay, but you really don't mind being at 135, maybe even 140.
Yeah, with Celts, you can definitely get away with that. They are an expensive civ if you want to get into their siege options. So you need a lot of eco behind that. I love how Liereyy is just controlling the water right now. It's very, very nice from him. But TATOH looping around to the side with Woad Raiders. Leary's not walled yet.
Okay, some crossbows around there. Stone won't be taken, and the question is, does TATOH really want to invest them as raiding units? Seems like some kills would be favorable for him, but he really needs to build that ball as well.
You know, with the amount of gold that Liereyy has access to in the middle, and he started making them already, if he gets enough castles on the field, we could see a cataphract army from him. And cataphracts do so well against Celts, but it just takes so long to get there.
Yeah, especially the upgrades are the most expensive in the game. Now counterattack here. I think that's not completely what okay, now it is. And yeah, well, I think
finish the house.
The only gets in there. But the castle should go up.
And castle. Yeah.
Thing is,
it's going to be annoying for Liereyy, but I love the idea from him to stonewall there. He should stonewall on the other side. He should stonewall farther out.
Kind of inviting.
Keep your economy safe. You're going to have the winning army composition against Celts if you get there. So just keep your eco safe. Give yourself enough time to get to that position.
At the moment, only 13 villagers working on food, though, so the cataphracts would be lovely, but, well, you need a very big army for that, for sure. And at the moment, I think he would be dying heavily against mass rams in the center, and some of his water is getting cleared up.
Obviously, demos are an option, too, for Liereyy if he sees mass rams. You can hit them before they get there. But the Woad Raiders are in the middle now. Cataphracts, though, from Liereyy, going to chase those away.
And, yeah. Defense against the Woads happened there as well. Some catas, some conversions there. No problemo. And, well, that TC. Well,
you know, still no Elite Woad Raider from TATOH either. Elite is such a big upgrade for both the Cataphract and the Woad Raiders.
Yeah.
It's really hard to do damage with them at only 8 attack power.
Abeles at the left-hand side doing a very good job. Castle protecting the left-hand side as well, but that's really not going too easy, and cataphracts will be such a good option, as we mentioned several times. And I think Harbidiers don't do extra damage against them, right?
I think they do, but it's like negated by another cataphract hidden bonus or something. It's a really weird calculation with Halberdiers against cataphracts, and TATOH going for the siege push on the left side. Liereyy doesn't see that.
And builds a castle at the right-hand side, so he plays the complete loop around, does not try to break the center, but tries to squeeze him in from both angles.
And Liereyy just wiping up that army with his cataphracts. He's getting to a number where, even if they're not elite, TATOH's got to be very worried about those.
Now I'm curious how well those mass halberdiers will perform. Votes, he got elite. And, well, drops some more barracks now. He now gets to 140 villagers. Should probably stop at this point. Whew, the pressure is really on here. TATOH's score lead actually massive. I don't know why.
Yeah, Lierey's stonewalled on the right side, too. I'd love to see him get the fortified wall tech.
Oh, yeah.
It's not expensive at all. It'll slow down TATOH so much.
And also Byzantine bonus really helping him out there. Will stall quite a bit. How are RAM upgrades looking so far? I didn't see a lot. Oh, okay, we have capped rams for now.
Castle on the left side. Liereyy is going to see that with his villager that was going out to the stone. He's got trebuchets on the field, so maybe he can reposition over there. Maybe get his cataphracts over to that side. He's got his arbalests on the right, and TATOH's army is going to get cleared up.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh god, that's complete mopping there. Not really sure. He barely fights there, and yeah, that won't be a lot of kills. Thing is though, without any siege to follow
Lireyy's
up...
going to get elite cataphract. Watch, it's going to come in any second now.
Oh no.
How long since you've seen this in a competitive 1v1?
Oh god, where is he researching it? Okay, there we have it, and not the slowest upgrade actually, and yeah, I can't remember. I think it's really a unit that is extremely situational, but that is the situation because your opponent is building only infantry, and now we're only missing logistica.
Yeah, and TATOH's going to see that elite cataphract right there. There's a few from Liereyy. He's just building up his numbers. He can clear this with elite. Oh, this is getting to not a good position for TATOH here if this ram push doesn't work.
Oh boy, but he is doing a lot for it to make it work. And Liereyy is only at pop 130 behind this. TATOH pop 200. Like, how are the counts so different?
I think TATOH's eco has just been so stable, and he went for what, 6 TC boom, 5 TC boom, but I think the cataphracts are going to clear on the left-hand side, and I think the arbalests are going to clear on the right-hand side. Liereyy is fighting back this push on both sides. Oh, is he going to survive with the cataphracts?
He can't hold the castle, no way. That's still 3 rams attacking there. Halberdiers did die. I think a lot of repairs coming in. I don't think.
I think he can.
He can't, Dave. He can. Oh no, that's so
he can do it.
That's such a nice repair for sure.
And
still has
TATOH doesn't have the unique tech for Celts, which gives the siege more HP, and Lireyy's held this.
Oh god, but TATOH now goes for heavy demos. He's going for the full TATOH style, and I'm just waiting for a big push through the center. Maybe like 2-3 traps. Try to take control away from that center area.
Oh man, I have no idea which way this game is going to go. We have to start thinking about the years soon too. I mean, we still have time, but if TATOH delays this, he does have the score lead.
Let's take a look. Castle now under heavy pressure. Rams getting attacked. Halberdiers trying to fight this one off, but not doing the greatest job. Still lacking some attack upgrades as well, but yeah, they clearly do some extra damage.
Liereyy only at 87 villagers now.
He's so cornered.
Really got hurt with that. Needs to expand his eco somehow.
Oh god, right.
He does have the superior army, but like, can he produce?
Oh, 10 villagers on wood at the moment. Still some control in the center. Those catters just ate those halberdiers away. And, well, the trap dies as well. How much gold will Liereyy have at home? Not that much left.
He's got a pretty big pile there, and he's got some over on the right-hand side as well. But TATOH's going to shift his focus completely. He's lost his push on both sides, so he's going to go for the middle now.
Oh god.
Really nice play from TATOH.
Yeah, pulled all the army out of position. No siege there to defend as well. And then the big question is, how much gold will Liereyy have? Let's maybe take a quick count here. That looks like 1.2k. So a bit more than 2k left here for Liereyy. That's not too many cataphracts.
Yeah, I think if Liereyy holds the middle, he doesn't have to be concerned at all.
Mass demos.
Gold,
mass demos.
right?
I see it coming, Dave. Uh-oh.
How do you deal with cataphracts as Celts? Demos work. See if Liereyy can spot this. Does Liereyy see it?
Around.
Oh, here they come!
Oh, Dave. Oh, solid connection there for sure. And more demos around. And yeah, that's impossible to engage into. Gets another clear up there. Cataphracts are completely dying as well. That was beautiful for TATOH.
It's such important unit numbers for Liereyy as well. TATOH is max pop, and look at Lierey's pop. He's 115.
Yeah. TATOH can rebuild this army, gets the Raiden from the right-hand side as well, and now no more cataphract straps are dying behind this as well. He can just send in the halberdiers. They are even good enough to clear all those arbalests now.
Oh my goodness, only one castle for Liereyy too. Not enough stone for another one. Only one castle to produce cataphracts. And even against the elite cataphract upgrade, TATOH knew exactly what to do. Pressure the economy on both sides. When those pushes fail, if they fail, then you push the middle. You wait for the cataphracts to be exposed, and you hit them with the demos.
Oh, and so many Doritos flying in there as well. Mass amount of Scotty. TATOH, he just went for the 140 villagers that we wanted to see from him. Action all around, and Liereyy, he simply never got to the eco to get to like 40 cataphracts, right? Once he has 40 cataphracts, the game is over.
Yep. Oh, man. I feel like, yeah, Liereyy just didn't focus on his eco enough. He needed more farmers.
Well, he got pressured quite heavily all this time, right? The push at the right-hand side, then he get to go for Redemption, Monks, went for a mass amount of Mangonel, still had to pull the villagers. 30C was really late for him.
What a performance there from TATOH. On his home map, pulling that out.
Oh no.
The, what, 6-7 TC boom with Celts? It's crazy.
Oh, in the end, we had 3 TCs for Liereyy and 5 TCs for TATOH. Such a nice way of playing this one. And, well, Dave, game number 5, Acropolis, won't be a short one either.
Yeah, and we've, since the beginning, since we saw these maps, since we saw these civs, we've been talking about Acropolis on what civs the players are going to pick. We did see Viper pick Acropolis as one of his maps, and he chose Berbers in the civ draft. Obviously, it never got to that point, so we couldn't tell if Berbers was for his Acropolis pick. But maybe Liereyy has a very similar idea.
And how will TATOH play against this? If he picks the Huns, we could also still see the Khmer. Let's take a look at the overview and find out what are the options here for TATOH. I love the chat support. Both, like chat massively cheering for both players. Very lovely.
Yeah, I don't have a dog in this race. Like, I love both these guys. I love watching both of these guys play. I would be overjoyed to see both of these guys in the next round.
Okay, let's go crazy. Huns might be the strongest civilization on Acropolis. Berbers, a very good counter pick to this. Berbers heavily die to mass halberdier and siege though. A great civilization for that is Slavs indeed.
Yeah. So, but Khmer are also one of the best civs in the game on any map, basically.
Oh,
and
no.
Acropolis, they should be really good as well. So,
oh god, Dave.
Khmer seems like the safer pick. Berbers seems like the dark horse here. Okay. We should be getting into the game soon. I think both players are taking a slight breather, chat. I hope you've been enjoying the games. You know what? Type a 1 in chat if you're supporting Liereyy, and type a 2 in chat if you're supporting TATOH, alright? I want to see. I want to see.
Subscribe to Dave's channel if you support TATOH.
Oh yeah, that was the seller.
Donate to Dave's channel if you support Liereyy.
We got a lot of 1s, we got a lot of 2s.
Oh.
It seems split.
Down the middle, yeah.
Yeah.
So sweet. Do you go back and discuss the civ choice with your teammates? You think like Liereyy would go back and ask like Hera, what do you think? And TATOH ask like Daut or Viper?
I think Liereyy going and asking Hera and MBL what civ to pick is a bad decision.
Well, maybe Liereyy goes and asks MBL, and he says, yeah, go Berbers. And then Liereyy goes Khmer.
Well, the game is now up. Maybe you should have asked Nika.
Okay, this one, it can't be short, right? Acropolis. Oh boy, and I think we
look
saw.
At the civs.
I think we have the mind games on here for sure. It will be Slavs against Berbers on this crazy map, Acropolis. We didn't see it, that's why I will introduce this map for everyone who wasn't on one of the qualifiers. So we cannot wall on this stony area. We are
starting on this Acropolis, basically an elevated area, and you're far away from your opponent who is at the other side. Walling won't be that easy. You cannot wall over here, therefore we see small walls, only have very limited wood, and therefore need to see expansions latest in Castle Age to grab control over the whole map.
And unfortunately for Liereyy, like TATOH has some wood options. He's got one in the back. He's got some close, but Lierey's are all in the middle of the map, so that may come into play later. As you said, Acropolis, probably a late game decision here. We haven't seen this yet in the first few rounds. How do you see this playing out between Berbers and Slavs?
Well, Liereyy already gives us the answer. He is going for the complete wall-off. Will have a very small base wall-off though. And look at that, even his scout or his horse is being used very defensively. Both of them not getting any control. Meanwhile, on the other side, TATOH, he will send his scouts around the map and he will see a lot.
And TATOH going for the archer range too. Liereyy going for the market, so Liereyy just going straight FC. No military whatsoever for him. He's gonna be fast. But TATOH sees that. He sees the market. That'll give him a lot of information.
Yeah. Now the only thing he needs to scout is the front, and look at that. Liereyy indeed is attacking for Camel Archers. Such a great unit. Have attack bonus against CA. That's why we discussed it at length against the Hunt. But TATOH, he might just go for skirmishes.
TATOH knows that Liereyy is going on to stone to get to the Camel Archers. Liereyy also dropping a pretty smart outpost there, to be honest. He can see the archers approaching. He can see any potential like towers if TATOH wants to go for that. Coming in on his stone.
But TATOH, I think he only needs to build one archer and forces Liereyy to build a defensive tower. And that will put him 125 stone behind in his castle time.
And he's sending that archer right now across the map, followed by a skirmisher. Lierey's about to click up though. Liereyy is up, dude.
Yeah.
4 minutes and 40 seconds.
Well, pretty damn sexy for sure there, and 5 on stone. I think that won't be enough to instantly build the castle though. I think I would have loved to see a stable as well. Just gives you so much more options with the defense, and look at that preemptive tower by Mr. Liereyy.
Yeah, and that, like you said before, it cost him 125 stone. It's going to force it up. Obviously, that archer with no fletching, so not much of a threat to the villagers, but it can be very annoying if there's no tower there. Yeah, Lierey's just going to be slow to that castle, and I don't see a stable yet. I don't see an archer range from him. I don't see any military buildings other than that barracks.
He keeps 5 villagers on gold, so I wouldn't be surprised if he buys himself like 200 stone, but now he drops the stable. And TATOH, he goes for skirmishers. That's really good for Liereyy.
And TATOH's just gonna go pressure the gold now. And Liereyy doesn't have a tower over there.
Oh yeah, true.
Does TATOH also see the stable? He does.
Oh, that's so good for him. That's so good.
Yep.
And
Liereyy should have built that a bit farther back.
Yeah, obviously, like, his base is so small, right? It's not really easy to find a good spot. Yeah, maybe on top of the mill, something like that. And now Liereyy needs to wall off the gold. It's not going to be an easy defense here. It feels very greedy by Liereyy.
Yeah, it feels like Liereyy thought TATOH was going Huns. That's what this game feels like. He didn't think TATOH was going to pick the Slavs, and...
Second stable. Do we see the full Kansas Shuffle? And...
Right into knights? Right into camels?
He is selling stone. No, he's building a TC.
Okay, so he sees the archer and skirmisher play from TATOH. So he's going to shift to making economy and then making some knights.
Okay. Well, economy will be better for Slavs there. Some more houses. TATOH is regrouping, still keeps up the production here. Didn't wall anything at all.
Look at the military just streaming across the map too.
Yeah,
from TATOH.
so
All in a line.
And
Knights are going to be really dangerous to this army before they're upgraded.
Fighting downhill. And crossbowman on the way. Not too many. Now goes for the gold. And those knights are cheaper for Berbers as well. But loses one. Loses the second one. Not really. But now 3 knights should be enough. Or what?
No, apparently not.
I thought he'd win the fight.
It was only one
Crossbow.
spearman, no?
Yeah, but I guess he saw that TATOH was an Castle Age, and he's getting that second armor upgrade now on the Knights. He did not have that before.
Liereyy keeps selling some stone, and you only have one stone spot at your Acropolis high area, so won't get onto too many castles if we still continue to think about the camel archers there. TATOH, did you drop any
TATOH's
TCs?
badly housed. Wow. It's like a minute of being housed for TATOH, so the military production is going to suffer. Here comes Liereyy with the Knights. He has to back up. He does have the +2 on those, though.
I'm surprised how little engagements he is taking. TATOH will play the very long game here, though. Immobile army, something you really don't want to see on this map. Now tries to find a better positioning there next to the wood line. Knights are coming over. TATOH completely open at home.
TATOH with a Knight of his own now. No upgrades on that yet. He's actually teching the pikeman right now.
But spearman number only at 1.
Oh, look at that gold. Look at that gold at the back of TATOH's base. He's forced to evacuate. If Liereyy keeps running, he'll find the wood line as well. Liereyy with a defensive siege workshop at the front to deny this push. And he's got 2 TCs behind that. And he's going onto stone heavily again.
Uh-oh.
This looks decent for Liereyy all of a sudden.
Villager count, very even as well. Mass amount of military numbers for TATOH on the field, but neither player is really able to do too much damage. It's crazy that the KD is actually only 3-1.
Yeah, Lierey's been so good with saving units. Same with TATOH. And both players have just decided not to engage in the little fights in Feudal and Early Castle. Third TC going up for Liereyy on the right-hand side on that wood line, so he's going to get some control there. Also picking some good fights against the crossbows and the Knight from TATOH.
TATOH at the moment has 3 farmers. No more food income for him. And, well, slab farmers are strong, but not that strong.
Liereyy, you know, he's behind in score right now. We said Berbers might be at a disadvantage against Slavs, but he's put himself in a really good position in this game, I think. Oh, he just wiped up all the scouts at the front of his base.
Yeah.
TATOH managed to bring back the skirmisher and archer army, though.
Oh, and TATOH goes for an army that really isn't designed to be played on Acropolis.
5 on food now. 6 farmers, sorry. He's adding some more.
Yeah, really taking some time. Goes for ballistics. At the moment, he can only go for crossmen and really needs to get his food eco running.
Look at that villager count. Look at the difference.
Wow. Now another TC at a weird spot there. Crossmen walking forward, but they could run into the Mangonel, and the Mangonel is already sitting on the hill.
So many knights, too. So many knights. I mean, he's got 3 pikemen. A couple of those knights are wounded, but...
Yeah. It's
like
ballistics.
Liereyy with the Mangonel, he could take this fight.
TATOH has 1 knight, and that knight is actually a big difference maker. Ooh, connection there, only against the skirmishers, not the most important thing.
Well, that knight has 26 HP, so he's going to have to do something about that if he wants to send him in for the Mangonel. But the Mangonel's just YOLOing. Okay, now he's bringing it back. It's not alone anymore. Don't have to worry about it.
Some pikemen as the defense.
Villager count, it's 14 advantage now for Liereyy.
Pretty brutal, right? 3 TCs. TATOH still not finishing his 3rd TC here. Doesn't really know where he needs to go. Not on stone. And, well, Liereyy abused the map quite nicely. Now goes over here with the Night Raid.
Might see that monk.
But shouldn't get too many villager kills.
No, he's going to miss the monk too. He's going to go into the wood line. TATOH notices right away. Tries to quick wall his villagers. Gets it.
Oh, but no, 2 villagers will die there. The monk will die as well. And that's not pretty for TATOH. Now tries to go for the attack at the left-hand side as well. We'll need to send the villagers away. Look at that beautiful move. Send some out of the TCs so that the others at the right-hand side can get in.
And the crossbows are coming in on the left, but look, there's a Mangonel from Liereyy. It's going to be up on the hill. TATOH's got to be really careful. Liereyy has that outpost there too, so he has the vision.
no chance of doing damage there.
I can feel, Nili, I can feel in your voice how tense you are right now.
Yeah, like it's honestly like
it's like
this
both of us.
Oh, it's game 5, right? TATOH against Liereyy. I love both of them so much, and the pressure is just so on, and it looks really, really good here for Liereyy. TATOH did so much pressure at the start, but Liereyy defended it so well.
Castle going up now from Liereyy defensively. This is what we thought we would see at the beginning of Castle Age, but Liereyy with that tech switch so effectively countering what TATOH was putting on the field, and now TATOH's going to run into the castle. No, he'll see it.
Uh-oh. And Monk is going to go down, and TATOH just dropped some barracks. Yeah, he just dropped some barracks. Now goes for this game mail armor. Wants to make a push happen, but against the castle, that shouldn't really work. If he wants to break Liereyy there, it needs to be with like 2 siege workshops, mass amount of ramps, but he's not putting the wood on the map at the moment.
And Leary's playing smart too. He's stone walling off the wood lines on the right-hand side. Doesn't want to get raided. Wants his economy stable. I think he knows he's in the eco lead.
Yeah.
And he's going for the raids, the knights to the left. He's basically shut down any push that TATOH can make on the right with this castle and with that stone wall. So now he can opt to try and hit the eco again from TATOH. And TATOH's trying to make a TC at the back, so maybe these knights can do damage.
Remember that whoever wins this series will move on against Mr. Yo in the semi-final tomorrow. The loser out of this tournament. And, well, Knights now coming around, trying to find some damage here. We'll probably snag like 2-3 villages. TATOH, simply so immobile.
Does he see it? Does he see it in time? Okay, notices pretty much right away. He's going to garrison the villagers, lose a couple there. And he's going to kill the camel archers. Okay, so he's grinding down the numbers early. That's a good pick for him.
Uh-oh, but now somehow dives under the castle. I'm not really sure why he's doing that. Mangonos could be around there as well. TATOH, that's a big misstep. Ooh, dodges it for now. Gets out of there, but that was super risky.
It's like, why would you go that way? It doesn't make any sense, you know?
I think he clicked at the right-hand side. He didn't know about the stone walls.
Yeah. And Liereyy is on the way to the Imperial Age. And look at the villager difference, 34.
Oh, God. Now the siege
TATOH is in such a rough spot right now. The knights are still raiding at the back, finally getting cleared up. The Mangonel is not going to get a shot.
And Liereyy actually goes for a tech switch. Look at that. He goes for men-at-arms?
He's going to go into champions here.
Oh, he's expecting...
Do they even get... This is a question, because you never see it as purpose. Do they even get champion? They do. Okay.
Okay. And yeah, he's simply expecting the Ram Pike push / Ram Harbinger push, and well, we'll lose all his knights at the side. Truly a unit that we don't really see, but that's a very good counter to what we expect from a Slav player.
And I just looked it up in the tech tree. For anyone who's not familiar with Berber champions, they do get the full upgrades. So full armor, full attack, supplies, squires, arson, everything.
Okay, so that's a reasonable tech switch there for sure. Drops a second castle as well. TATOH still with the lead, goes around here with some mangonels, but well, Castle Age isn't around the corner for him. Even drops more barracks. Where is the siege to potentially break Liereyy?
Yeah, and I think Liereyy can opt for fortified wall too if TATOH keeps trying to push that way. I don't think TATOH will, but it is an option. TATOH also with 5 TCs right now, so he's going to catch up on the villager count. Obviously, later to Imperial Age, however.
TATOH still doesn't have horse color.
Oh, God.
But, well, Liereyy doesn't have wheelbarrow.
So, how annoying do you think Lierey's going to be with these camel archers in TATOH's base? Full Imperial range upgrades for those.
9.5
Liereyy
out of
micro.
10. Yeah. Like, he won't lose them for quite some time. We'll snack so many units there. Monk could easily die, villagers could die, and the mobility is just something that Liereyy abuses so nicely. Okay, now the Ram go. 5 Rams moving forward. Only 2 barracks at the moment, and not too many champions on the field. I see 2.
That's a lot of pikes, and Liereyy didn't complete his tech switch. What does he have to counter this? He walled out
Walled.
the Rams. That's such a nice play.
Walls are such a good counter to this to begin with, and indeed, look at that, how the Rams are bugging out. They can't really get too much done.
Oh my god, what a nice place, clearing up so much of that military with the castle just by preventing the Rams from pathing into that area.
Uh-oh, Pikeman now completely diving in, still lacking attack upgrades. Two-handed swordman tech is now coming. That castle will most likely be broken. And, well, if we take a look at overall numbers, it's 54 military to only 18 villagers are about to fight against the Rams.
Yeah, Liereyy bringing back his camel archers here. He does have the villager numbers to be able to throw them against the Rams, and he's cleared up so many of those pikemen.
Oh, yeah.
Can he save this castle?
I don't think so. It's just too many Rams, but I did say that earlier.
Didn't you
as
say that
well.
last game?
Hey. And
I think he can.
I think he can as well. The Rams just lost so much time against all the houses there, didn't really get in.
Oh my god, what a hold! What a hold from Liereyy!
The castle with Bracer was just so good in this situation, and all of a sudden TATOH is 20 population behind. Indeed, the castle is held, and now two-handed swordman against the castle age player, and TATOH has to tap out. Liereyy is moving on into the semifinals.
What an absolutely amazing performance there from Liereyy. You thought, and I thought, that Slavs kind of counter Berbers. And TATOH put such early pressure on his stone. Liereyy, there was no chance for him to get the castle up. He tech switched into Knights. He pushed TATOH back. He did some raiding, and his economy was just amazing. And then finally that hold against the Rams. What happens if he doesn't put those two stone walls there? Suddenly TATOH has a huge army. There's no castle there.
Yeah.
Gives TATOH more time to get into the game.
Yeah, maybe he can then take down those two barracks. And, well, TATOH's eco did become reasonably okay behind this. I still felt that the first champion push would be very lethal there. But, well, TATOH surely in a better position. Mangalore could have maybe annoyed the woodline as well. What a sick game by Liereyy. And didn't we feel like Slav is the counter to Berbers?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. That's what we were talking about. That's why you just don't listen to the casters.
Well, I think it's simply the map, right? Berbers are so good with the mobility. Fast knights, fast camel archers. And that's just very good on this map with the big distance.
Wow, what a performance. What a set here. Swings back and forth every single game, it seemed like. Liereyy going on to face... Who is he going to face? He's going to face Yo in the next series?
Indeed, he will.
Wow, what a matchup that's going to be tomorrow.
KD just brutal, 106 to 39, and yeah, Liereyy with a better economy behind this. Actually not too sick, but that's also the Slav economy behind, but got to Imp. Castle is something reasonable for TATOH. Maybe Mass Knights could have done something, but then you face cheaper Knights and Camels. Oh boy, let's go and ask Zach what he spotted that we didn't and how he feels about this match.
I think we said in the pre-show, Liereyy and TATOH could go to all 5 games, and it absolutely did. But my goodness, first we saw Boyars last set, then we saw Elite Cataphracts. What's going on?
Camel archers, dude. We're seeing all the unique units, you know? And we're seeing that some civs that aren't strong generally in the regular meta can be very, very strong here. Byzantines, Berbers, like very surprising.
Yeah, you said it well, Dave. I think Empire Wars makes all of this possible. Would you see this playing out the same way if it wasn't Empire Wars, Nili?
I think non-Empire Wars would have been way better for Mr. Liereyy, and the civilizations, they really excite me as well. Like, we see it like different type of Age of Empires, and it's still so extremely competitive.
Yeah, it's super close between these two. And, you know, to be honest, like you said before, Liereyy, perhaps better mechanically, perhaps sort of like, you know, the guy who just wants to come and play the game and shed. But he actually ended up taking some questionable civs that series. Notably, he took Persians, and then TATOH, the player who we thought might have been more, still have a 0% win rate. So Lierey's drafting seemed to be pretty on point.
Yeah, I don't know if you're looking at win rates at this point though. Like it's a nice statistic to look at. We can talk about it. It's great for us, but there isn't really a defined meta in Empire Wars. Maybe a few more tournaments. Maybe the finals of this tournament will get us there, but I think players are still gravitating towards those civs that are strong in the normal game rather than what has been shown to be strong in this game mode so far this tournament.
The teacher in me hurts a bit because I was obviously a guy who always said like, do your homework, prepare for the class tests, and if you don't do that, it will be really tough for you to perform well. If you want to reach your full potential, do this and that. And now Liereyy does nothing of that and still has such a performance.
See, I never did my homework. I never showed up to class, so something about Liereyy just resonates with me.
Look where you are now, Dave. Look how far you've come.
Yeah, exactly. I'm on the Red Bull channel. Here we go.
You peaked. So that was the first time we saw Acropolis, actually, and I'm going to test you guys now. We've not seen one map out of the pool so far played. Which map is it? Do either of you know?
That's great. That's a great putting you on the spot. It's a fantastic question. I'm going to pass that one over to Nili.
Was it drafted yet?
Nili?
Was it even drafted yet, Tristan? Tristan.
I'm Tristan now, apparently.
Sorry.
No worries. It was drafted once, but it was not played. Which map is it? The trivia. No?
Pass as well.
Okay.
Golden Pit. Golden Pit, that's right. That's right. Okay.
Why have we not seen Golden Pit?
It feels like a map where a lot of civs could be good on Golden Pit. So it's like it's hard to get a definitive civ edition or civ edition, definitive edition. I'm only halfway through the day. Definitive civ advantage. That's a great idea. You too, chat. Get a Red Bull. It's hard to get a definitive advantage on that map. So I think picking it as your home map, especially with a civ draft, is a bit difficult.
Yeah. I see the chat saying Forest Nothing. I mean, sorry, chat, but Forest Nothing is not in the map pool today. Maybe next time, maybe next time. Well, guys, thank you for the commentary as always. Nili, I believe that is the end of the day for you because T90 will be coming in and casting with Dave for the second half of the day. Anything you'd like to say before you head off?
I'm excited for the second part of Saturday.
Hell yeah.
So am I.
It's going to be great. Well, we're going to have a quick Empire Wars trailer, and then we'll be back right after this for an interview with the winner.
The Red Bull Wololo is played using an altered version of Empire Wars, a new game mode introduced with Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition. Players start in the Feudal Age, with a 27 villager economy already working and the corresponding drop-off points. The standard scout is replaced by 2 horses, which are unable to attack. A barracks and blacksmith are provided to help accelerate the player's choice of strategy and encourage variety. Loom has already been researched to compensate for this, as it's an extremely aggressive game mode. Each game is set to a 700-year time limit, roughly 1 hour of in-game time. If the time limit is reached, the player with the highest current score wins the match. Due to the quick start nature of the game, the pressure is on from minute 1 and will be a landslide of entertainment.
All right, so we've got Liereyy here. Congratulations, man. You're through to the semis.
Thank you, thank you.
How are you feeling? You feeling good after that? You feeling like TATOH pushed you to the limit?
Yeah, for sure. I feel pretty relieved, to be honest. I was under so much pressure in the last game, well, the games before as well, so feeling pretty good.
Good stuff. And actually, it probably feels pretty good as well because I think you met TATOH in the Hidden Cup 3 main stage and he beat you there. So you've got your revenge now.
Yeah.
So I wanted to ask you something in general about that series. It looks like you were playing very safe when you could. You weren't really taking too many crazy risks. Is this playstyle here that we're seeing with Empire Wars different for you compared to other tournaments?
I would say yes. Usually I'm more the player who puts on aggression with my micro and everything. But I think in this game mode it's just way safer to play safe, and I think you gain a small advantage whenever the enemy goes aggressive on you and you play defensive and doesn't gain anything from it, so like fish or anything. So
Yeah, and there's a lot of hybrid maps here as well. Things like Cross, where you've got the 4 ponds in the corner. There's a lot of sort of areas to split your attention across. Do you feel like the Empire Wars game mode is good for you in terms of how fast it is?
It probably benefits me, but I think what I realized the most was that the more you practice, the better you will play and the better strategies you will have. So it's mostly about preparation, I believe, because everyone is so skilled and everyone is in shape that the strategy matters the most.
It's funny to hear you saying that it's all about preparation, Liereyy. I feel like you're getting your preparation now. You've gone to 5 games with TATOH. You're unstoppable.
Yeah, that was the plan, Kappa.
Gotta love it. So in game 1, we'll go over real quick because obviously it did go to all 5 games. In game 1, you took Mayans against the Saracens, and that was obviously the Saracens pick from TATOH there. Did you expect that? How did you react to seeing Saracens?
I was kind of expecting it. Either that or Ethiopians, and I felt like with Mayans you should be able to win both, but I kind of threw my micro and also a bit decision making. I was kind of unsure what to do after like I was on this gold because I knew the all-in push would come, so I added more. So I switched to Expo, which was the completely wrong approach.
Okay.
And if I play it again, I will probably win that, or should win that rather, because I think Mayans are better than Saracens in that map.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, yeah, definitely interesting that you say the switching to crossbows was the wrong pick. What would you have done instead, perhaps?
Either Siege Workshop and Manganas myself, or just go full Eagles. I think either one would have been fine.
All right. And in game 2 on Wings, this is an interesting one. You picked Incas for Wings, even though you played against Incas yesterday and won. So what made you decide to take Incas here and take this Civ for that map?
It was one of the maps I actually prepared, and I realized quite fast that instant Eagle production is quite insane. But he picked Ethiopians, but it was kind of a surprise for me, and he played that map the same way I usually did on the other maps, right? Just wall up, go Expo, and wait for Castle Age, and then push out there. So it was kind of interesting to see, and I couldn't really do too much damage. Like I messed up his economy, but like I don't think it was enough, so it was a tough game as well.
Yeah, I think he built a lot of his eco in sort of the center of the map, which allowed you to raid him quite a lot. I think there was a TC that went up there, and I think at one point you did arson even to try and take that TC down. Not quite, but it was a nice try. And then into game 3, you went Aztecs against his Persians on Cross. Aztecs against Persians, how do you feel about that matchup? Because Persians in Empire Wars, they've not got any wins yet so far this tournament.
Yeah, their bonus is kind of meh right now. Like their extra villager production and the 50 food and wood you get is kind of like average instead of really good. Because obviously you will be ahead 1.5 levels in Dark Age, which you aren't right now. And Aztecs are really solid, but I don't know, I never played the map on Empire Wars yet, so it was kind of, I was just like walling up, playing safe, and going full Eagles, and hope for the best.
And it worked out quite well. So then on to game 4, Golden Swap. Now, I've been taking notes so that I have questions prepared for these interviews, right? And all I've written for game 4 is demos in all caps.
Yeah.
How that must have felt pretty bad, because I think you were in a great position right there.
I think game was already over by the time demos went in. They didn't really kill too much, like they damaged my Arbalest, but I was like, Arbalests aren't gonna do much anyway because I only have like 20 of them. And I kinda knew that if I get to Cataphracts and if it's decent eco, the game would be over. But he showed why Guilds are one of the strongest civs there and played it really well.
Yeah, actually, we were surprised by I guess we weren't surprised by the Elite Cataphract in the context of that game, but it's not a unit you see all too often.
Yeah.
Do you think maybe your eco... Sorry, what did you say?
And in that game you could see why.
Yeah, but your eco behind it wasn't great. I also wrote a second note here that says Lierey's eco not good. So, I think he went for like a 6 TC boom, and I think at that point it was just a little bit too much, right?
Yeah, like I tried to catch up in eco. I focused quite a lot on eco that game because I knew if my eco was stable enough, I would have better chances. But I also felt like I overcommitted to water, because water doesn't give you anything except the middle control, which you can take back, obviously. And yeah, I invested so much in the water, and he just boomed behind, and then pushed me castle edge, so I had to make a reaction and messed up my economy and etc. And behind all that, Celts obviously have better eco than Byzantines, so yeah.
All right. Well, it's awesome to get your insight into that, and I really appreciate it. And then finally, last game, Berbers against Slavs. Was there a little bit of touch of nerves from you going into the last game? I mean, it's 2-2. It's a big one, and you know this game decides it. How do you feel going into that?
Yeah, that was also my plan, like to go pick Berbers as last pick since I was in draft B. And pick Acropolis is probably the best map for them. But even then, I felt like Slavs have a good chance against Berbers. I believe I probably shouldn't have gone to Stone, but then again, I don't know. It wasn't that bad as I thought, because I had better eco at the end. I had a DC right away when I reached Castle Age. I think the Castle Age push was questionable.
Okay. What was questionable about that?
I think if you went faster imp with Halb Ram, it's way harder to stop for me. Because obviously Castle Age Rams, like what are they gonna do? You build 2 stone walls and they're useless.
Yeah, it was a great move by you, actually. The little walling between the houses, it threw his rams completely off. And then obviously you defended that castle, which was a huge moment.
Yeah, but I think as soon as I thought the Castle Edge boost, I was quite happy, because I knew the game was over at that point. Because even if I don't milk those stone walls, he would maybe kill my castle, but then what, you know? Like, I have Camel Archers, I have 200 Swordsmen, I have good eco on my left and on my main island. So I think the game was over at that point.
Yeah. Well, very well played. Obviously, a 3-2 win. You'll go against Yo in the semi-final. And I was just looking up some stats, actually, against your history with Yo. And you've only played against him 4 times in a major tournament before. The last time was NAC in January.
Yeah.
And he got a 4-2 victory over you. So looking for some more revenge there.
Yeah, I'm on my way.
Good.
So,
stuff. Good stuff. I just see Dave laughing in Discord. Poor Dave. Right, anyway, so thank you very much for the interview, and best of luck against Yo, and we'll be obviously seeing that tomorrow.
Yeah. See you.
See you later, Liereyy. All right, so there we go. Plenty more Age of Empires to come today. We're only halfway through, and maybe even the best games of the day still to come as well, as we've got MBL against Hera coming up next. Thank you everyone for tuning in, and if you did miss any of the games so far, you can always catch the VODs over on the Red Bull Gaming YouTube channel. I'm also wondering right now how many newcomers to Age of Empires 2 there might be out there in the chat, because this is obviously on a brand new channel. If you're watching Age of Empires 2 right now for the first time, give us some ones. And if you're already an Age of Empires 2 veteran and you've seen it all before, give us some resident sleepers in the chat. Not that I'm suggesting that the game mode is resident sleeper. It's totally not. It's very, very, very high action. Good stuff. All right. Well, thank you guys for tuning in as always. Thanks for the bracket as well. We did get to see some of that on the screen just a moment ago. And of course, we've got T90 joining us for the second half of the day, but we'll be back after this short break for some more Age of Empires 2 action.
He won't lose it and he'll gain a sheep. Okay, in what world?
Did he? Did he?
No, he didn't.
He's going for it. Don't tell me he's trying to name the goat.
Oh, the TC shot it! Oh my god, that was great, man. That was great.
Numbers. Let's see if they're high enough. TATOH, does he want to commit? It's kind of questionable. Oh, nice house there. Beautiful house there. Oh, God, what a Craigasm house. He just eats those Cavaliers before they can really get there. Holy guacamole. 3 down. Bomber Cannon goes down at the right-hand side as well. Or the left-hand side. And now the Cavaliers are diving in. That was only one trap dying. And the Harbidiers are clearing this one. How one single house can change everything. Holy guacamole, was that good.
Oh my god, oh my... Oh, I have to pause for the strap. Oh my god, what I just did to TATOH, you have no idea, bro.
14!
You have no idea what I just did to him.
Oh. Glorious, isn't it?
Yeah.
The Paladins just have to fight. And at least here you can hit some of the Mangadai, but look at them stack.
Oh, man. That's just unfair. That's unfair.
That's 49.
That's not right.
That's 50 units on 4 tiles. That is what ranged units can do.
Sometimes you wonder, like, oh, well, who's winning, who's losing, and then you just look at the score.
Wait.
And lose scores. Just...
Well, do Mangonels change things here? What? Oh, he ejected it. He went into the castle. That was so smart. He's like, whoop! Not today. Oh, man. That was a huge play from Katyan.
Just a little bit of teleportation.
Let's got them all. Amazing. Other way around. That's how you do that. Game's over.
Watch this. Dum-da-dum-da-dum, just stealing a boar. Stealing a boar. Oh, hey, what's up, Viper? Hey, that's my boar. Wait a second. What is MVL doing? Is he trying to block Viper's scout, who's laming his own boar, while he is stealing Viper's boar? I've never seen anything like this. Can he do it? This would be play of the month, play of the year. No way! No way! What a beast! What a beast! MVL is a freaking god at this game. Might dive in, knowing Miguel doesn't have defense. Let's
and maybe
see.
MVL can get up, like, you know, that one palisade wall that he needs to block that hole and keep camels out.
House walls.
2 houses.
Oh, trap him! Oh my god!
No! Oh, Miguel.
Instant GG.
He's gonna trap the fills.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's so good.
So good.
Oh yeah.
Oh, he doesn't even notice it, man.
Yeah, like. Oh yeah. Yeah, there's a 4 fills.
Oh my god, man. For real.
Oh, he's even, yeah.
I mean, wow. I'm not the type of guy who says, oh my god, what a nice Mangonel shot, oh my god, but this is, wow.
This is awesome, yeah.
He really needs to pull out the cockroach stops now. Like, he needs to hold 1 or 2 Mangonel shots maybe, but guys, I'm really worried about him. Only 2 town centers. Nikov has done so well this game. Crazy economy. Look at this boomer go. Oh, big shot from Nikov. He misses. He attack grounds. MBL splits, takes care of it. MBL pops out. He fires on the monks first, which is the good move. He dodges. Oh my god, this micro from MBL is sick! And now the knights come out as well and clear out all the monks. That was incredible from MBL. Unreal. Dude, he was against 3 Mangonels, 3 monks, knights, and camels, and somehow came out on top. That was quality. That's better micro than I have seen in weeks.
All right, welcome back, everyone. We're going to get into our next series here pretty quick. Tristan, are you excited?
Dude, I was expecting Zach, and I was like, wait, it's just David.
I know, me too.
We kind of had to look over. Yeah, man, I'm excited. First sets were amazing, but before the day started, I would have said that Hera versus MBL and then Viper versus Daut were probably going to be the biggest ones.
Mm-hmm. And what a way to continue Saturday here. I'm going to keep pressing that with a totally AM matchup here. And 2 players that are, I think, historically have been a little bit similar, but have kind of diverged over the last maybe 6 months. I think Hera's gone in a different direction than MBL in terms of the way he plays and the way he approaches tournaments.
And you and I have probably casted these players more than any other player matchup, because when we started casting, MBL and Hera were both playing 12 hours a day. Like 4 or so years ago, a lot of other players were taking breaks. So let's get down to it. Game 1 is always Arabia. And then we have the home map picks for MBL. He's gone for Kawasan. El Dorado was banned. And then he has Golden Swamp as his final home map. Hera, no surprise, has Land's Madness, picked that right away. And then he has banned Cross, which MBL's really good at. And then Wings is his final home map.
And MBL, I think with the last set he did win on Cross, Byzantine versus Hunt. So maybe Hera was watching that. Maybe Hera was a bit nervous about that. What do you think about the map picks here for the players? Which style favors them? Because I feel like both of these players are pretty similar.
I think Hera, the clear difference is probably on a map like Land's Madness, right? Land's Madness and Arabia, he probably is favored a bit more because it's slightly more open. He is one of the fastest players in the game. Land's Madness is probably his favorite map. So we look at the civs now. I was really curious about this one. So for MBL, he picked Aztecs, Khmer, Byzantines, Saracens, I think we're going to see them all. Yep. Persians, Magyars, and Lithuanians. And Hera went for Vikings, Britons, Mayans, Ethiopians, Incas, Franks, and Slavs. But Dave, we have 2 very important bans to talk about.
Yeah, MBL banning the Vikings. He's been looking at the stats. Vikings have not lost a game yet in Empire Wars. I can see Zach smiling in the background, so I know I'm correct. And Hera has gone for the Aztec ban. Laming doesn't come into play here very much. We know MBL is known for the lame, so he's just banning Aztecs because they are an overall pretty decent civilization.
Yep, MBL very good with Aztecs. Vikings seems almost unbeatable right now, so no big surprises. But Saracens, huh? MBL did that against Velez, and I think in the interview with Zach, he was like, I showed all my strategies. He's like, I have no surprises. So you never know with MBL. I feel like he was being honest, which he probably shouldn't have been. Maybe we'll see the Saracens all in with the market in this series.
Well, later that day, I think you were in his stream too. He's like, yeah, I've practiced more for this tournament than any other tournament. I played 20 matches. So MBL... God. Super prepared on his level coming into this, and MBL's story kind of seems like Hera's story has been gradual progression into the last 6 to 9 months, getting so much better, getting into that top tier. MBL has always kind of been like he's either really, really good or he's struggling, especially in tournaments. There's a really high and there's a really low with him.
All right, well, Game 1 has started, Dave. Let's continue Saturday with Hera and MBL best of 5. That MBL has improved over the last month. Hera had such a lightning quick start to DE. It's been performing really well, playing a lot of tournaments, getting to tournament finals. I think these players are probably closer than ever on Age of Empires 2 DE.
And we're going to see the Britons versus Khmer matchup. Which Civ do you favor here in Empire Wars?
Well, I was trying to avoid saying this, but it depends. It really depends, right? Khmer probably strong in mid-game economically, but Britons, they have better power spikes. So Britons, for the moment, they have the faster producing archery ranges. Also in Castle Age, they have the cheap TCs and they have all that range. And that's not going to be something MBL wants to face up against. So he starts off the game with skirmishers, and here comes Hera with the spear and 2 archers.
I find it interesting how close they are on the map.
Yeah.
Look at this. This is like the closest possible generation. They're almost a screen away from each other. Is that going to favor MBL or is that going to favor Hera? I kind of feel like Hera at this point.
I think it favors Hera if he has a lot of archers going to Castle Age. Honestly, it just favors whoever has the lead, right? If you're far apart and then one person gets ahead, then you can wall and it takes your enemy time to arrive to you. But if players are so close, instead of saying it depends, we'll have to see what the fights look like. But no surprise, Dave, lots of walling. MBL's gold is kind of questionable, though.
Yeah, MBL's gold right there at the front. He's done a nice job with that archery range, with the houses, with the walls, to secure that. But
do you see the
with Britain
camels?
Range,
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Dave. Do you see the camels?
The camels are blocking the walls from MBL, and now the archers are here from Hera. I don't think they're going to do too much, but that's going to be very annoying.
Yeah, just those small little things, man. That's where Hera gets an edge over MBL. I think MBL, he thrives when the game gets a bit messy. MBL has not gone forward to Hera's base at all yet, but he has a lot of food with the Khmer farming, 500 food in the bank for him. Hera's sending forward more archers, but he'll only meet walls on the other side of MBL's base.
And MBL letting his skirmishers back into the wall before he finishes it. So he wants those home for defense. He's going to play this really passively.
I think he's doing this because Hera could easily add a stable, and Hera's already sending a scout forward. So that's amazing recognition from MBL to realize if he goes archers and scouts, I'm dead. So I'm going to come inside my walls.
He makes sure to kill both of those camels before he moves over there with the skirmishers. Doesn't want Hera knowing what he's up to. And doesn't want Hera being super annoying maybe in the wood lines or blocking more building foundations with those things. And he knows he can defend until those archers get extra range. He can defend this, and he's on the way to the Castle Age.
Damn, it's so typical of these players. MBL, he's known for walls and defensive units in tournaments. Hera, he's known for the offensive approach. Again, we have a situation where Hera wants to break through. Now, I like how Hera has positioned his archers back so the skirms can't get good hits. But I don't see Hera breaking in until MBL's already in Castle Age, and MBL will have Elite Skirm on the way, maybe even a few Knights.
Do you think it's going to be Elite Skirm Knight for him, or do you think he's going to go for something like Scorpion, potentially?
Could work.
I don't see the stable coming down yet.
Yeah.
You think you would see that early so that he could get bloodlines, right?
Well, I see him getting scale barding. It might still come. You never know.
Okay.
You're definitely right, though. I mean, if there's a lot of archers alive for Hera, if Hera keeps his archers alive, good luck moving in with Knights. So...
Okay, there's the stable there, and Hera doesn't see that. He probably assumes that MBL's going for it, but he doesn't see the stable, so there is the risk of that siege coming out.
Okay.
Maybe another archery range.
Well, we haven't talked a lot about Hera's base in this game, have we? It's all been MBL. I think we have to talk about Hera's position now, because he's not fully walled. So if units do get over here, it could be rough for him. He opted for that crazy house wall in the back. More secure, but also still open, and very open on the front, too. So that and also that massive hill will be important.
If only he'd kept his camels alive and found that wood line. That house wall,
you know,
is pretty impressive.
It's actually kind of bad to lose both your auto camels, as I'll call them, because MBL could just put his... Wait, did MBL lose his as well?
I think MBL must have lost his. I can see where they were going.
Yeah.
And then...
All right, well, my point is so often in these games, you're going to see a player... as MBL walks forward for a siege workshop, you'll see players have auto camel on, and then they get 95% of the map scouted. So finally, a game where actual scouting is important.
No elite skirmisher upgrade for MBL, so he's going to come forward here with the skirms. Big archer mass there from Hera.
Yep.
He's gone for double stable.
I think
he won't see the Ford Siege Workshop, and he won't see the Knights yet from MBL.
Both players have done very similar things, just at different times. Now, Hera's building some houses and just waiting, right? I really like this, but Hera, unfortunately, he didn't have his scouts in. I'm really surprised he didn't even try and send his scouts over to pick off the villager building, the siege workshop, attack the skirmishers. And so MBL has the siege up, and Dave, the Khmer Scorpions, here they come.
Yeah, the Khmer Scorpions with that extra range, just so powerful, and obviously cheaper than Mangonels, so you can produce them better, maybe get that second siege workshop up faster.
It is something you have to protect, though. You can't just send Scorpions out if Hera has 2 stables here to make knights. So,
And I think if you want to protect them, you're going to need elite skirmisher, and you're going to need more knights than just 2.
Yeah. He opted for the eco approach, actually. He's added a second town center. It's a good TC. That main gold will still be very exposed, though, if Hera has a counter. And this could be the time, Dave. A few knights and Britain crossbows with 8 range.
Yeah, and Hera notices that siege workshop. He knows there's probably Scorpions in there. He's going to be really careful. Sending the knight in first. It's a great play from him, and distracting the army with the scouts on the other side.
Yep.
3 Scorpions, though, for MBL. If he pops them out and hits the archers.
Yeah, I wonder if this is good or bad for MBL, because it could be really difficult for him to leave here. He's just now getting Bodkinero and still doesn't have a lead skirm, so...
Could be difficult for Hera to leave this position, though.
It's true, because Hera doesn't want to run up the hill, but Hera also can't leave this army back
look
here.
Look at that sneaky path! Look at the sneaky path on the other side of the wood line. Hera's looping around.
And if MBL doesn't see Hera chasing...
MBL's coming back.
If he doesn't see Hera chasing, he'll come right back. Oh boy, I feel like Hera now, he knows the strength of Khmer with their eco. He probably feels a sense of urgency. He could actually get trapped here. But also he could break right in, and MBL will have to run with quite a few villagers.
He could do a ton of damage. I think MBL needs to bring the Scorpions and the Knights from behind.
Yeah.
And maybe loot, like, wall off like he's doing right now.
Lots
and
of
trap
houses.
this army, and this could be a really, really good trap for him. Or he could opt to put pressure on Hera's eco.
It's a risky decision to go for the eco, but he's already killed some villagers. Should he deal with this, though? Because Hera could break right in. It's not like MBL's eco is great. He just lost 3 villagers to that. I like Hera's position more.
Yeah, this seems like it was kind of indecisive from MBL. He didn't send the army fast enough to trap this in, and now Hera's into the base. Oh no, this looks really bad for MBL at the moment.
So, if Hera loses the crossbows, MBL could have a big push back. The ecos are close, the military numbers are close, but Hera doesn't really have... he can't make many decisions here. Like, he has to fight this, there's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
Can he take out the Scorpions with his Knights, Dave?
It's going to be really, really tough for him, and he's going to run into houses if he goes this way. He can't find a way out.
He was hoping that was Palisade Wall, wasn't he? He's hoping it was Palisade Wall. He wanted to break right out.
He's hoping he can get in here, too. He's got the Knights to potentially deal with the Scorpions, but look at the range on those Scorpions.
Yep.
The tactical nukes coming in from the Khmer player.
There's Knights from the backside for Hera. If he can take out the Scorpions, he can still take good fights. The skirmishers are not that helpful. But
he
dude,
can't take any good
the
fights
Scorpions!
now. Oh my god!
Oh, it's beautiful. I think many of the Scorpions will go down here.
Oh god!
But the crossbows, say goodbye, Hera.
So behind this, what Hera's done, so Hera, I think going in there, he knew he was going to lose that army. He was hopeful he could get out. Knew he was going to lose. What he did behind that, he added 2 extra TCs, so he's on 3 TC. He added a Mangonel.
Yep.
And he added more crossbows.
Yeah, that bought him a lot of time. So obviously he loses in the army, but the Britain range is still produced faster. They still have all the bonuses we talked about. 3 more Scorpions could be coming. So we could just see a repeat of what we saw a moment ago if Hera's not careful.
And Hera's got to be really careful he doesn't get flooded under by Knights. Going for a university now. He's going to get the ballistics upgrade. The Mangonel is not going to survive.
Nope. MBL takes the Mangonel out because he knows the Scorpions can breathe then. I have to say, great micro from Hera, though. And MBL's not going to like the fact that Hera's stable is right next to the Scorpions. Because at any point, Hera could just send a Knight out to take those things.
Yeah, that's the risk with the Scorpions. The +1 range obviously helps, so you can get those clutch shots on the crossbows, but Scorpions very vulnerable to melee units as MBL sends those skirmishers, which aren't really doing too much on the field right now, to harass the woodline, and he idles the whole thing.
He's making
Good
Hera
job keeping those alive.
He's making Hera make some pretty crazy decisions now. Hera might have the eco lead, but MBL, as he will lose this Mangonel, I believe. No repair villager here. Fire, great micro Hera. But yeah, MBL's making Hera decide on where to be multiple times.
He actually got Elite Skirmisher too. So that's going to supplement his push pretty nicely. Went for 1 Ram. Maybe he can take out the stables. He's going for Mangonels now. I'm not sure about the Mangonel choice.
I think both players are playing as they should.
Oh, Mangonel from Hera?
It's just how they can execute at this point. Like, Hera's going 3 TCs and he's on stone, so he can soon build a castle to stabilize. And MBL, realizing that, he's going for 2 town center aggression with a lot of military. But the longer that MBL sits here and can't push in, the better the economy will be for Hera, and he still has the massive crossbows working for him.
Mm-hmm. He was trying for some clutch attack ground shots. He had one from max range, took another one.
Yeah, speaking of.
Dude.
MBL's gonna need more here, Dave. He's gonna need more. He's still 2 town centers. He has a lot of knights. He has Mangonels. He has the Ram, which did nothing except weaken a house. And Hera's got to pick a castle spot. Dave, where would you put this?
I mean, ideally it would be on that hill in between the 2 bases, but obviously you can't get there. So I'd feel like somewhere near that secondary gold in front of his stable, maybe? But it's risky, right?
Yeah.
You almost have to put it on the left side.
If you put it on the left side, it's not the worst because you secure the other stone, and then you also have decent military right now. But yeah, I agree. Maybe the front of the base would be the wiser move. Hera's still not placing it.
Hera trying to dive in for these Mangonels with the Knights. I don't think he's going to get any of them, so that's a nice fight for MBL there. If I know MBL, he's adding a monastery. I wouldn't be surprised to see a second siege workshop. This would be very MBL-esque, but he's adding a stable.
There's an elephant out there. Hera, he might need to consider having some pikes. He might need to consider...
He's got to be careful, dude.
He's got to build a castle, dude. He's got to build a castle.
All-in castle.
Okay, there's the castle.
Castle could work here for MBL.
All right, so now Hera has his castle up. If MBL sees that, though, he's going to know that Hera has clicked up to the Imperial Age, and he still could all-in and win this.
Mm-hmm. He's got a lot of knights. He's got a lot of elite skirms. 3 Mangonels, 3 Scorpions, an elephant.
Hera has a long time to wait until he's an imp. Oh my goodness, a long time to wait. We've seen this so many times in this tournament. Imperial Age with archers versus all-in with knights and skirms. Big Mangonel shot for Hera. He will lose the Mangonel. And here comes MBL. He can't stop that castle. His siege is useless.
Yep. The Mangonels are both going to die to 1 shot from the castle. The 3rd Mangonel is going to die too. The skirmishers are going to die.
Yep.
I can't help but feel like the middle push was not the area he needed to go. Maybe the TC on the north.
Yeah, he needed to hit somewhere. He wasn't paying very close attention to the castle, and now Hera's got to be thinking, this is great for me. I haven't officially weathered the storm, but the second I hit the Imperial Age with Britons, I get more range. Hera, this is exactly the position he would want to be in with Britons. And I have to say, his Mangonel micro, normally you'd say MBL has the best Mangonel micro in the mid-game. Hera's attack rounds have been amazing, and also to micro the castle, that wasn't just the castle auto-attacking, folks. He auto-attacked, or didn't auto-attack, damn, auto-everything, but he right-clicked all 3 of those Mangonels, so he can even think about engaging before Imp.
Yep, and Hera's doing the right thing. He's building outposts to the left of the map. He's going to expand, search for those extra resources.
Yep.
He sees that gold, so he's going to go there and get access to it. And meanwhile, MBL is just trying to catch up at the moment.
Well, so MBL's behind an eco. We knew he would be. He did not do enough damage, and now he will have Britain Arbalest with additional range and firepower going towards his base, which is really not that secure. That gold's still rangeable. If MBL's not threatening Hera, all I see here is Hera extending that lead. Such wise positions on the castles, too. That's the big change that Hera made in the last year. He was always one of the fastest players, but what took Hera from a top 20 player to a top 5 player was late game prowess and defending. And his defense is some of the best in the world now, as we just saw.
And not being so stubborn. You see what he's doing. He's not fighting in the middle like old Hera might have done. He's looping around with his Arbalest, hitting the gold, putting a castle on that hill in that neutral gold. Maybe another castle soon to come up for him in the middle of the map on that hill.
Yep.
MBL is actually looping around knights. Does he know that Hera's on that gold?
He scouted the gold, so he's probably thinking, well, I have to stop Hera from getting to it. Hera's already there. And I'm struggling to see MBL still in Castle Age, so it's got to be knights and skirmishers. There's so many arbs out. I'm struggling to see him being able to do this in game 1. Oh, here comes the attempt, though. He has full armor on the skirms. This reminds me a bit of Castle Age. Hera getting trapped in, and then sending another force back at home.
Yeah, these... With Hera micro, though, these Arbalists are going to take a lot with them, if not win the fight.
Yeah, he'll take out the Knights. I think the Arbs will die, but Hera won't be concerned because MBL had to invest so much into that. And now he has more forces pushing in the middle. So in order to get the middle back, sometimes you need to run to your opponent's base. Excellent value. The Hera's population still higher. Hera still in the Imperial Age. And Hera goes 1-0 up to start the best of 5.
I can't help but feel like MBL had the right idea with the push. He just went, I think he went about 30 seconds too late. And if he was going to go at that timing, he should have gone maybe to the north.
So
to that gold up there.
I'm going to say something which I don't think I've ever said before in this type of a situation. You know how Hera's military buildings were all forward and that one stable was right where MBL was trying to push with Mangonels? I think this stable position, or just the military and even house position in general, really made MBL hesitant to push in. Because normally you want that type of a push to go against like the TCs, but in order to go to the town centers, he had to walk past all those buildings, and he didn't really feel comfortable there. And I think that lack of comfort made him wait a bit longer, create more knights, and then by the time he arrived, Hera had played it perfectly and built the castle.
Yeah, he seemed a bit indecisive at multiple points in that game.
Yep.
Even just losing 4 villagers to that army from Hera that was clearly trapped.
It's also...
He should have sent his stuff back earlier, should have pushed earlier, but...
It's also, and we'll talk about this in a moment at the maps and civs, isn't Khmer one of the best picks for Lands Madness, which is one of Hera's home maps? So if you lose Khmer Game 1 Arabia, and then you go to Lands Madness, you better have a really good strategy prepared, because that's one of Hera's best maps in the tournament. Well, anyways, we'll go to the statistics here. Hera's showing he's still in top form. MBL maybe taking some time to get started today. MBL told me that he feels like he could beat Hera in his best of 5. I don't think he would have been saying the same before Hidden Cup. He was really out of shape. Finally, he's using auto farm and using unit queue. He's getting used to playing the game a little bit more. Guess it helps when he has 700 games, or 700 wins it is. Excuse me. Hera had more wood and gold and more stone as well, so not too much to look at there. Nothing that stands out in quite a quick game. And now we'll send it back to the maps and the civs, Dave, and I want to hear what your thought is on MBL's strategy. Kawasan.
Kawasan and Golden Swamps. And looking at the civ picks here, oh, what do you go for?
I think he went Saracens on Kawasan against Velez in round 1. And then after that, he said that he's not... Like after that, he said that he didn't have anything else up his sleeve. Like, it's so stupid to say, by the way. But he was like, yep, I showed all my strategies against Velez. So, especially since Saracens was picked so high up, I think if it is Kawasan, MBL goes Saracens. If it's Golden Swamp, Persians is picked a lot, and Byzantines too. So I think Byzantines is what Liereyy went for in that amazing game versus TATOH too, right?
Well, the game has started, I believe, so let's get in.
All right, let's do it. It is Golden Swamp, game number 2. I like how they're not making us wait too long. And here it is, guys. Game 2 between Hera and MBL. Bit of a matchup you would see in Dark Age starts, I think, Dave. Like, Persians are seen all the time right now. Well, obviously there was a recent patch, but we're not playing on that, and Persians were picked on the Golden Swamp and the ranked ladder frequently.
Both of these civs have yet to get a win so far in this tournament. We are going to see one of these civs get 1 win.
Wow.
Guaranteed.
Not only
Guaranteed
is
win.
Listen, people, not only is Dave casting all day, but he's also supplying the statistics. That's the host job, the talent of this guy. That's amazing,
Dude,
though.
it's Saturday.
Yeah.
I got to show up.
But
gotta show up.
That's actually not something we would have expected going into this tournament, right? Mayans and Persians, 2 dominant civs in other events. Hera as Mayans here in the red, and MBL, again in the yellow, has gone for Persians. On this map, you have plenty of gold and stone. I feel like people, they don't realize that there's tons of resources that's not next to the swamp. But then there is extra gold in the middle. Dave, I think the key here in this game is going to be expansion. It's not going to be the middle, even. Maybe with Mayans getting the middle, they could be strong with Eagles. But do you remember how TATOH played it against Liereyy in the last set? He expanded his eco. And I think with Persians, if you can do that, and Mayans, you can do that, you're going to win this game.
Well, I feel like with the 1 hour time limit, too. How much does the middle gold matter if you have extra golds?
Good point.
You know, you can kind of drag out that gold economy long enough to maybe pressure your opponent's main base and ignore the middle altogether.
Yeah. Well, walls are coming up for Hera. Walls are coming up for MBL. I like Hera's walls more, but when you wall the wood lines, sometimes you just get more fortunate. Hera's wood lines are actually further away, so he's able to use those. And
Hera's gone for 4 archers, and he's going to click up real soon because he's going for a market as well.
Oh yeah, there we go. We're caught up to real time here on my end. And MBL is just going skirms, so very similar to the first game. MBL going for defensive units, Hera going for the offensive units. It's probably what both players should be doing given their positions.
But MBL going to be a bit later. Obviously, skirms are costly on the food cost.
Yeah.
His TC, though, does advance faster to the next stage, so he'll catch up a little bit.
You know what's interesting? So I don't have any stats on this. Maybe Zach can go through all the games. It's probably unlikely, but you know how we're always talking about horse collar? Like so-and-so didn't get horse collar and they're building farms. I have seen horse collar and wheelbarrow put players behind in castle age times pretty consistently to the point where I feel like, now, granted, one person's going archers and another person might go knights, but I feel like delaying horse collar until after you click up to castle age has been the winning strategy. But I don't have the stats.
Yeah, we need Zach. That's what Zach's for, you know? That's not a question you ask me. Because I don't know. As MBL finds the archers from Hera, that's a really nice spot from him.
Yep.
And he's going forward with the villager. I think he knows that Hera didn't dock because of the scouting he did with his horse. So he made a fishing ship of his own. He's making a second one.
Okay.
And this villager is probably going to go for a forward dock.
Persian docks have double the amount of HP, so it's really hard to take them out. And MBL is tracking the archers. It is possible for Hera to send an eagle or 2 out, but it's really far away. Yeah, okay, he is sending an eagle.
Hera's sending a villager too.
And a Vil.
Is she going to make a dock, or is she going to make a siege workshop here?
We've seen a lot of side siege pushes, so I'm opting more for a siege push, because if he's going for water now, it wouldn't make a whole lot of sense.
Look at what Hera's doing with the horse. Oh my god, it's so annoying to the skirmishers. He wants to get away with the archers. He's blocking them with the horse.
Get a life. Get a life. No, you know what's funny is he's just trapped himself, though.
He's trapped, dude.
If MBL finds him back here.
Is that a hole through there? It's a hole?
No, there's no hole there. Is there a hole?
No, there's a tree in the middle.
Okay. Well, this is good for MBL then, because Hera's about to get crossbow and bodkin. And MBL really should have had no business fighting this, even with these upgrades. And he will weaken some of the crossbows and probably kill... It depends on Hera's micro, right? Hera could get some good value. More crossbows coming in. Of course, there's an eagle, Dave. This is beautiful micro from Hera.
There's the crocodile doing work as well. I think if you were to ask Hera, he wouldn't want to lose that many crossbows to just standard skirmishers. And I wonder if MBL has spotted this.
Give the crocodile the kill, you greedy... Hera had to get the kill. Give the crocodile a kill. He never gets kills. But dude, you're right. That is a devastating push already. If your opponent's going defensive skirms, why not have a Mangonel? And MBL was not expecting it. Huge hit.
MBL, though, he does have a sneaky stable in the middle. So maybe he can send a knight back. Hera does not have vision on that.
Yeah.
Hera's got to be very careful with his Mangonel positioning so it doesn't get picked off for free.
I've seen this so frequently where one player is behind in eco but goes for aggression on the side. And they're so safe at home throughout the entirety of Castle Age, it ends up being better for them. I've really liked this approach, whether it's Celts going with their siege push, or now Mayans, which I think is a first. MBL needs to save his villagers. His TCs also have more HP. He gets TCs up in good positions. And Dave, I'm with you. I'm wondering how many knights MBL can make with the fishing ships he has
Hera
right now.
just saw the dock. Hera just saw the dock in the middle. Second stable going up from MBL, so maybe Hera continues to attack that dock and doesn't see the buildings in the middle.
I think the knights should kill those crossbows. MBL...
Now, Monk now out, though, from Hera.
So Hera will have excellent foothold on this side. It is going to be tough for him to push Persians, but it is something that MBL can't clean up easily. But getting across the map might be difficult for Hera because of the middle stables, which is really unique. Should be a conversion here.
This was MBL's home map, remember?
Oh, man.
A really good conversion. Bad engagement there from MBL. He did manage to get the monk, but at the cost of 2 knights.
Yep, and now that
Make
knight...
that 3, actually, because Hera has one.
That knight can be used. It can be used to snipe siege, but this is how you expect Persians to play, isn't it, Dave? It's 3 TCs, and boom. And it's also how you would expect MBL to like to play. But Hera's on point. He knows there's a villager out here. The knight he converted, it will kill that villager.
Yeah, and MBL's got to kill that before Hera sees the TC from him. Hera's going to see that. MBL, you can't build that when Hera's line of sight.
He's got a demo inside that dock, so I'm waiting. I think MBL might hold on to that one for a while. Hera picks off a Vil with the crossbows, just like before, runs in, attacks, and runs out. The Vil count is even. Of course, that includes the fishing ships of MBL. And beautiful quick walls from MBL. So Hera knows the TC's there. MBL will complete it.
Obviously, Persians, you said it before, very tough to push with Mangonels because the TCs have 4,800 HP.
It's
So
crazy.
you're going to be attacking that forever, especially if there's some villagers repairing them.
It's also kind of awkward with Persians. Yes, TCs create villagers faster, but because of that, you have more food caught up in your town centers than you would normally. So MBL's not going to have a lot of food floating to create knights or light cav right now. So it's actually going to take him a bit of time. But this is so fascinating. And again, it's just so MBL because I haven't seen this before. At Forward Siege Workshop now in the middle of the amphibious terrain, right in front of Hera's base. Hera's going to start asking some real questions if the siege comes out.
I feel like it's very MBL to just not be concerned about the push at home at all.
Yeah.
I can make villagers faster than you can kill them.
Oh, can Hera use this knight? The value this knight has gotten. Can he take out that Mangonel?
I don't think so. I think the knight's gonna die.
Wow.
Yep.
Great work from
Very
MBL
nice from
and
MBL
Hera.
there.
This is high level stuff, man. Like, what just happened? Hera got great value from a conversion, and then MBL had to shoot the knight. He also had to repair with the proper amount of villagers. Also has to micro.
Yeah, we'll see the micro here.
And the attack
Good
round
attack
from Hera.
round, dude. Hera's been so on point with that. It's gonna be so tough for MBL to take
And
anything.
another kill! Did he have written range on that Mangonel? That's crazy. It's not common to see this. Hera's just all over him, and Hera is still asking questions of MBL like, hey, I'm knocking on the door. What are you going to do about it?
You know what, though? I think this is correct from MBL. He's got that Siege Workshop, so Hera has to respect that.
Yeah.
That the Siege Workshop is in, and MBL could theoretically send his knights back, but he's not doing it yet. He's getting all the technologies, and then maybe he'll opt to just push into Hera's eco, and what does Hera have in there to defend against this?
Well, on the water, he has a bunch of fire ships, but he doesn't know about the Siege Workshop. So, if MBL were to make a ram... Okay, well, now he sees the Siege Workshop.
I feel like MBL's going to go back and engage this army, but I feel like the correct decision is to try and get into Hera's base.
Yeah, because Hera's been untouched, as we said. Alright, there are the fire ships. MBL just has knights. Hera, there's no surprises here, right? If MBL comes back, Hera's prepared for it. He has the monks. Even if Hera loses this force, I think he's just happy that he's been untouched at home and he's closing into having the resources to click up to the Imperial Age.
Yeah, like, why make the Siege Workshop forward from MBL if you're not going to use it?
He had a lot that he wanted to do, very little that he could do because of Hera's pressure. Probably the best way to say it. And I'm loving the fire ships. I'm loving that the monks are coming over. You also have the crossbows. Every little bit helps here. There's the demo, though, on the crossbows. Boom! Oh,
Dude,
the
and a
crossbows
second demo
go
comes
down.
in.
Oh, that was beautiful. At least the crossbows aren't a worry now. That's something.
Oh, they are going to sink into the swamp and disappear forever. That demo shot from MBL, so clutch, but Hera on the way to the Imperial Age, and he's got a demo of his own coming towards these knights.
I don't think the knights can get out of here. There's
He's got
monks.
3 monks, too.
The knights need
Okay,
to run
MBL
to the
escapes.
middle. Yeah.
Another demo from the other side, though. MBL, be careful.
Oh.
Be careful, man. Don't run into that.
He's stuck here now. This is his life now. Hera could use that if he wants to. I think Hera, being on the way to Imp Dave, he's got to have some form of military coming from his base, and then he could even think about castle
Look at the
dropping
amount
the
of
center.
knights MBL has queued up or garrisoned in the stables.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Whoa, indeed.
He's
If
definitely
MBL gets
not
into Hera's
close
base,
to clicking up. Is that the play? I don't know what the play is. And maybe that's it. Take down a blacksmith.
I think with the demos, you can't really engage those monks. He sees it all with that Mangonel he just lost. Like, I feel like the play from the beginning was to hit Hera in his eco.
Yep. Demo inside the dock for MBL. He's creating another one, so we'll have 2 fires and 2 demos. There could be a swing on water. MBL's probably not expecting the fact that Hera is on his way up. Hera already has a castle producing plumed archers. Oh, MBL has tons of demos, Dave. Here it comes. The monks.
And into the monks.
Hello?
Delete it.
Beautiful. Well, this is the time. If MBL is going to come back, this is the time to take good fights because he's not anywhere near the Imperial Age. It could be very similar to the previous game where MBL goes all in knights and yet Hera's defense is stellar with the castles and the walls. What can MBL do with those knights now, Dave?
Send them into the eco.
Dave's only said that about
see
6
if there's a
times.
hole. They're not going to do any good against like ships.
Hera, like Hera's castle in the south, that should not go up. But MBL just doesn't have the confidence to push forward here.
He's moving in this direction with the knights now.
He's also making
Maybe
a demo.
He could get there in time.
2 demos actually. Hera,
I bet you MBL's going to be completely distracted by these plumed archers, and he's not going to make it to that castle in time.
yeah, Hera should just let the plumes die. Oh, actually, microing
God.
against the demo. Yeah, let him go down. It's not a big deal. As long as you get that castle up, you can create more. And Hera's going for Galleon, Dave.
1 ram coming out from MBL. It's about 10 minutes too late, I think.
I mean, I like the highlights. I like the demos, but again, we have to say it. Hera's defense, very good. Castles where they need to be.
Well, MBL is going to click up here soon, and he's got a castle going down in the middle.
Okay,
and
so
he's finally putting pressure on Hera's eco. He's going to kill that market, force Hera to wall behind. Hera, though, with the Galleon switch, which is quite nice here for map control.
I think MBL should clear up the north now. I guess there's nothing there, but he needs to think about expanding. I don't like the approach of taking the middle so early on Golden Swamp. I think Hera's approach is smarter because you have so much gold and stone at your base already. And then you allow your opponent to take the middle, and then you stomp them. But with Persian food eco, if you can expand, if you can get raids going from the sides with Hussars and Rams and Cavalier, I think it's better than Mayans. And Hera also struggling to have some urgency here, Dave. He doesn't see that MBL has his castle because he's too worried about the docks. So yeah, MBL might survive or should survive to the Imperial Age.
Yeah, if he can hold that middle area too. Like, Mayans are pretty heavy on gold.
Do you see how...
in their late game composition.
You know what this game reminds me of? This reminds me of... I didn't cast it, you did. It was Nikov against Hera on Arabia. Now, granted, Hera was Vietnamese. But the way Hera just posts up with castles everywhere, he makes sure that if he's ever going to lose, it's going to be to the score. He was not going to leave himself exposed.
Like, look, 1 at the north, 1 at the south, 1 in the middle.
Yeah.
It's perfect, because MBL can't push in that way. He's got to go all the way around to the flanks to try and find an opening in Hera's base. Or he's just losing units for free against the castles.
Yeah, it's really smart thinking, especially with that timer, because if it does get there, then he is going to be almost invincible with these positions. There's also a lot of stone on Golden Swamp, so I see Hera sending villagers to get stone there in the north. You'll see all the stone in the south. There's tons of it. So that... the more I look at this, again, I'm thinking, MBL, what can he do against galleons, against castles? Certainly can't take the gold for very long if Hera continues to push like this.
Hera also getting the armor upgrade for infantry. So is he going into Halberdier or is he teching into Eagle?
Well, I see Pikeman now.
Would be the better play.
Yep. So we'll be Halb.
And now Trebs are going to be in the middle of this galleon mass.
Yeah.
Good luck.
I don't
Good luck killing
think
those Trebs.
Hera... I'm just trying to think through options of players and also what players need to do. I don't think Hera needs to get to MBL's eco at all.
Wait
all
a
he
second,
needs
Hera
to do
was
is
on
camp.
the middle goal? I didn't realize
He just
Hera
arrived.
was on the middle goal.
He just
Okay.
arrived there, yeah. Like those villagers just arrived. But if you have galleons and halbs and trebs and you slowly build castles, I genuinely like Hera doesn't even need to hit MBL's economy at all. He'll just continue to crawl forward. It's a smart play.
Okay, MBL with some trebs of his own, and the galleons are going to have to go within the castle fire to reach those.
It's close. And
fast fire ship now out from MBL.
I like that. And what do you think about Siege Ram for MBL?
Siege Ram is also a possibility.
I guess it's a
considering
matter
Hera,
of
all you've
eco.
seen from him is plumed archers so far, right?
Yeah, like
Plumed
what
archers
can
and
you
galleon.
afford is the concern, but they do tank the galleon shots. Could take out trebs, could take out castles. For now, though, MBL, did he? Oh my god. Dave, he doesn't have stables. And guess what he was researching in the stables?
He was getting Cavalier, was he not?
He just researched Cavalier with stables that were beneath 3 trebuchets in the middle of the map.
Good move.
He didn't even rebuild a stable at home. Now he realized, it's like, where's my Cavalier upgrade? Where is it? And now he's building a stable to get Cavalier. He doesn't even have resources remaining. This is,
oh boy.
This is not looking good for MBL, to say the least. Oh
I
boy.
mean, he does have 124 villagers, but quite a few of those are idle. 34 idols in there. He was badly housed when he lost that castle. Hera now pushing into the middle of the map. Hera's done such a good job just shutting down everything that MBL attempts.
Yeah, I love it. There's just no way that this can be countered. Like MBL at this point, it's desperation. Maybe he wants to fight with Cavalier before he dies, but another castle goes down.
Castle.
He's housed again, by the way, so he continues to build these buildings in the center where they're just going to get trebbed down.
Now the second castle sinks into the swamp, but maybe the third castle, maybe that one.
Yeah.
If it ever comes up.
I see still paying attention to the sides. Hera still locks down on all the sides, and MBL realizes this game is over. Man, I have to say, MBL was unable to keep up with Hera's little side push, and I don't think they're...
He didn't need to keep up with the side push. One Mangonel held the side push the entire time. Like, the Knights, at no point did the Knights come over there to the side push.
He used the Siege
one-
Workshop to
one
make a
Mangonel.
ram after Hera was already an imp, I think.
If MBL were casting his own game, and I don't want to be too judgmental here.
We're good
because
friends
I'm
with
obviously
MBL,
way
just
worse
putting that
player.
out there.
He'd be like, go into the eco! Go!
Yeah.
I think he was just a little... He wasn't confident enough to go forward with those Knights.
Yep.
He was concerned about what Hera might have to push him, but I think he was holding fine, and if he had gotten into those little palisade wall at the front, he could have done so much damage on Hera.
Yeah,
but
so-
Hera, with the castle placement, so well done, and MBL had no chance whatsoever.
Yeah, so good players force bad plays, and I think that's exactly what we saw there, because of Hera's pressure, MBL, and look at these T90 farms. Oh my god. Look at the farms to the north of that TC. What are you trying to do to me, MBL? But because Hera's constant pressure, MBL initially thought, okay, I can push the walls, but then Hera kept showing up, and MBL thought, oh, I need defensive siege too. So I genuinely don't think that MBL had the resources to even make a ram for the first couple minutes after building the siege workshop. So he was trying to do it, but Hera's pressure is what, I guess, held him back from that attack. Anyways, man, those were quick games. I think the first one was 20 minutes, this one's 30 minutes, and the longest games can be as close to 60 minutes. I'll go to the achievements now. Hera, he was more trouble than game one, but he looked really strong on MBL's home map. Obviously, over the last 6 months with DE, he's been very confident, and he's also been in good shape. So I look at the food, wood, stone, and gold collected for Hera. I look at the score, and I'm thinking MBL is really going to have to change things and have a strong mentality to come back here.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yep, Hera's got to be feeling pretty good right now. I know historically he's lost a few sets against MBL, has he not? We need Zach for this stat.
That's true. It's true. We'll head back to the maps and the civs though, because it will be on MBL's home map. I think he's going Saracens. And what's also silly here is MBL did it in round one. Hera will know that he did it in round one, so Hera has an opportunity to try and counter that. Or maybe it's a mind game. Maybe MBL won't do it because Hera's expecting it.
Saracens on Kawasan.
Esports.
It's a good thing for him that Indians were not in Hera's pick here.
I think you're confusing Asland or Aztlan
Oh,
with
yeah,
Kawasan.
yeah. Kawasan's the one with 2 pawns. Okay,
Yep.
I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah, no worries. So there's a lot more people here than were here on the MBL Velez set. So just to explain, what MBL did previously is he full walled his base and he used the Saracen market bonus to go for a very fast Imperial. So I'm thinking if Hera knows that, we've seen a lot of Ethiopians on Kawasan, but didn't I also hear that Ethiopians are... that Ethiopians have not won a
Winless.
game? Okay.
Winless.
This is the series that's going to change these stats, Dave. Mayans won there, and
Well, to
maybe
be-
Ethiopians.
We
could do
need
it.
like a big asterisk next to it. You know, Mayans have won a game, but against Persians,
Yeah.
who are also winless.
Mm-hmm. I like how Hera's just sticking to what he's comfortable with. Game 1 Britons played into archers. Played into archers in game 2. I think he'll probably do a similar thing here. So I'm expecting Ethiopians against Saracens. It would be like MBL to have the game plan of going Saracens in this map, and then being down 2 games kind of freak out a little bit and try something different if he thinks Hera's expecting it. Maybe I still have
I'm just
PTSD
wondering-
from the first Hidden Cup where he picked Goths on Arabia.
I'm wondering with MBL's pick of Golden Swamp, like that strategy didn't seem too
Practiced?
unique.
Yeah.
Or practiced.
It's a strategy and it's a civ that's picked in rated games, but not in Empire Wars. But anyways, it is time for the game. Game number 3, can MBL fight back? Get a quick look at the schedule there. We're not finished after MBL and Hera. And Dave, MBL doesn't go Saracens. He goes for Lithuanians, which is not the worst pick in the world if he can get those relics in the middle.
Yeah, and Lithuanians obviously starting with that extra food, faster trash units.
I hope that after this tournament, we see more Lithuanians. Because it's such a unique civ. Starting with 150 food is no joke. Faster trash is no joke. And then getting +1 attack on your cav per relic is huge. Hera knowing that, though, he'll probably want to control the middle. And Hera is Franks, starting off this game with scouts. And Franks have the berry bonus. So it's also a map where the middle is important for the other civilization.
Mm-hmm. You're going to have to give me a second. You're going to have to carry this one solo because I am getting an error coming into this game. So
Oh, thanks, DE.
see you in a bit.
No worries. It's all right. You guys have had enough of Dave, right, chat? It's been Dave all day. I know everyone's going to say no. I won't even look. But MBL has opened up with a range and some spearmen, and Hera has gone for the more expected pick of scouts, and now he's adding an archer range, likely to make skirms. Hera jumps on that scout archer immediately. Looks like I need Dave's help. But if the archers and spears are combined, they should be able to push forward. So far, Hera's mobility proving a lot to deal with, though. Ooh, as I say that, Hera, immediate reaction, and he'll run around. So I expect walls, guys. I think this might be one of the first times on this map that neither player goes for a lot of dock aggression, though. Frank's not really suited for it. Lithuanian's not really suited for it. We don't have Japanese or Huns or other civs that would do that. You've had enough of T90. All right, thanks. Just trying my best out here. House walls from Hera. There's still a gap here. He will also have skirmishers out of the range, though. I think similar to game 1, he wants MBL to stay here. He wants MBL to think he can do some damage. And then he wants to hop out and take out this army. I think MBL needs to get out of here quickly. And maybe get his own scouts out. Hera's done no damage with the scouts at MBL's base. MBL still insistent upon being here. Hera's so good with saving weak villagers. That's a 1 HP vill who's running around, but is alive for now. So scouts and skirms, 18 on food for MBL and 14 for Hera. But Hera, he has the better army composition, and you're seeing the difference between the comps. MBL doesn't have anything to take out the skirms. This is the bread and butter of Franks. Higher HP scouts with skirmishers behind to take any spears and archers out. Where is the stable MBL? I feel like every other time I've seen this play out, guys, where one person goes archers and spears, they have to get a stable up. There it is for MBL. If he falls back with the archers and gets a few scouts out to match what Hera has some weak ones, so it might not be too bad. So far, though, 4 kills for Hera, 0 deaths. Virtually flawless. Adding the dock on the right side, that will take some time to pay off. With Franks, you could opt for farms, but that will be more long-term than a farm, even with Franks. The gold's over here and exposed for MBL, who I don't think knows where Hera is, or at least is taking a huge gamble going forward. MBL does not seem in his element today. Like, that villager will go down. Lacked the game sense to know where Hera was. And now Hera, let's see if he has the game sense to know MBL must be coming to him. Working on walling his base. If MBL's not at home, then he has to know the army's on the way. Yep, Dave muted, guys. Dave muted. It must be one heck of a bug, because I don't know, it happens. Fortunately, we haven't had too many issues throughout the event. Everything's run smoothly over the last few days. Second stable now for Hera. He'll click up to the Castle Age. Can he get enough skirmishers out at home to hold from this? Skirms counters all of this. Alright, finally MBL has scouts arriving. Only 300 food for him, so the order in which Hera has done things made a lot more sense with his military. Made more sense economically. He's going for the safe approach of towering on the golds. Finally, Hera's going to lose some units. But will it be critical losses? This villager should make it back to the TC. Okay, wait, no, he makes it back to the TC. That's the second villager on 1 HP that he saved. And now MBL can't push, and virtually everything he has can get countered by some knights, and Hera has some fishing ships on the right side. I have to say, I watched Hera vs. Nikov, and it was closer than I expected, because Hera has such a strong reputation nowadays. And I thought maybe, especially after asking a few other players, and they felt like Hera dipped in form a little bit, I felt like maybe today this would be the time for MBL to get a result against Hera, who has been the better player since DE came out. But what I'm seeing right now is incredible from Hera.
And we're back.
Oh, yes! Let's go! Let's go!
Speaking of being back, let's see if MBL can crawl his way back into this one. He's going up to the castle age, getting that infantry armor.
Yep.
So maybe we're going to have an MBL style push here with some pike and siege shenanigans.
He's tried it.
Hera is fully walled.
Yeah.
Or walling.
You know what? Dave, it's like
work.
you gave him a bit of power. Hera won't have elite skirm, so he's not investing into skirms. He's just going into knights. MBL has a very awkward counter to deal with on the left. He does have armor on the spears, so he could hit Hera's wood line. He also has scouts coming over to help. And if he takes the middle...
This hurts Hera.
It hurts him big
He's
time.
Lose 2 villagers here, and all the pressure is on his base now. And MBL has 5 more spearmen in the middle. You give MBL enough spears, he'll be all right.
Yep. Doesn't he have Byzantines as well? I think he has Byzantines available if this series continues. Also, Hera can't build a second town center because he had to tower earlier, so he won't get a big lead economically. Yeah, I think MBL will be happy with the last couple moments. I swear, it's the second you arrive, like, boom, good things for MBL. He needs more of you. He needs more on Dave or Day. Wait, what is it? Saturday. Sorry, not Dave or Day. Saturday sounds way better.
Day.
I corrected myself immediately, okay?
Thursday, Friday, Wednesday.
Hera using the little skirmishers he has against the spears. The knights have amazing upgrades, so the knights can take out the archers.
I don't think the archers are a big deal, though, right now.
True.
MBL couldn't care less about those. I mean, it would be nice to have them alive, but his main push is going to be pikemen. And what does he follow this up with? He's got so many pikemen on the field right now.
But definitely siege and monks. Monastery should come out anyways for healing and also for conversions. Do you see what Hera just did? Do you see how many low knights he has alive?
Yeah, he's microing them really, really nicely.
Yeah.
As he loses 2 of them to 1 pike. But he's microing those ones that got away very nicely.
Well, remember Hera has the pond on the right side, Dave? And he doesn't have the second TC. I'm also wondering, yes, Hera has mobility. That's what you would say with someone going knights normally. But can he keep up with pikes and siege? And even monks if it comes.
Yeah, and there's no surprise behind this. I think Hera has played against this push from MBL hundreds of times.
Yeah.
And he gets frustrated by it all the time because it works a lot.
Yep.
The siege pikemen, maybe add in some monks, maybe some knights. Huang-esque push, and MBL is so good at it.
Yeah, MBL and Vivi are probably the two players that people in the community know as players who will go forward with some type of aggression and then boom behind it better than anyone. Vivi will do it with towers. MBL likes his pikes and siege. Now, what Hera could try and do is use his mobility. He is going to be faster than the pikemen, even though they're Lithuanian pikemen. So, a counterattack of some kind could be deadly. He's roaming around with 2 knights in the middle, maybe waiting for a monk to pop out or looking for the villagers. But MBL went for the ram.
Vills are exposed. Vills are exposed on the wood line, and they can't get home.
Dang, dude. Dang, this is crazy. So MBL finally gets some Vill kills. He was close earlier, and he takes out the stable. Hera's adding his own monks, and he added a few scouts to pick off the monks that could come out from MBL. And MBL actually, he has his monk, he's okay, and he lost just 1 villager in the middle. It's very important you have the villagers there to repair any siege.
I think it's important against a push like this to remain calm, too. And Hera's faced this so many times. He's made that second TC in the back. He's kind of booming up, trying to stabilize and keep MBL just at the front of his base. Don't let him divide your eco.
Hera's stone timing is incredible. He's already on stone. He's not too heavily on stone where the rest of his eco is weak, Dave. And so what that means is he could build a Frank castle to stabilize. And we could even see throwing axemen in this game.
But what MBL
Don't tell me
with
there's
the
a hole.
Lithuanians...
All right, well, there's a hole in MBL's walls, but he does have a bunch of pikes in here, and it's a trap!
Oh, those knights are trapped. You know what? Something we haven't thought about with Lithuanians? MBL's going to have 4 relics.
Yep.
Once that... I don't know where that monk's going. I think
he messed up his shift click. Yeah.
And now the knights are going to have, like, mega attack. So if MBL wants to go into stable units, which he's dropping another stable... Suddenly, his knights are better than the Frank knights.
Much better. Like, much better. 10 plus 5 here. Okay.
Maybe this is definitely the plan going for Lithuanians on this map. Full trash into knights if you get the relics.
Yep. It's very easy to get those relics. Hera has played defensively, but the problem is there's no defense and counterattack for Hera like in previous games as they go 1 for 1. It's been defense and only defense. He wants to build a castle, and I don't think the castle position will be ideal, Dave. Maybe to the right of the golds, but certainly not going to protect the front.
Oh! I feel like that castle there had a potential to be denied. A big potential. And Hera, I think old Hera from 2 years ago would have kept building that.
Daut would have kept building that.
Positions it. And will this one even go up? There's a Mangonel there from MBL, and if he keeps the pikes in the right position, it's going to be really hard for Hera to take that out. Hera not attacking with that knight.
This
could be bad.
It could be really bad. And also, Hera can't send his siege out of his siege workshop because MBL has
But he's
pikes
looping around with the knights. Great play from Hera. You were talking about mobility. Hera is utilizing that right now. And Hera gets the Mangonel with a Mangonel of his own. He's picking off the second Mangonel from MBL.
Done.
And that castle is going to go up, I think.
Yeah, nicely done. Is it the end of the world, though, if Hera castles there? I feel like it's not the end of the world for MBL. Yes, he is behind economically, but he can still fight all the units that Hera's currently making. So I think MBL, instead of diving in and throwing away pikes now, which I assume he's forgotten about.
Shift focus.
Yeah, shift focus.
Somewhere else.
You said we talked about it in game 1 as well.
Don't go in there, man.
What does MBL know as far as scouting goes? Does he know about the golds? Yeah, he knows about the golds. Just go over there. I guess problem is Hera could
stubborn.
Well, it's a slow push, and your production buildings are right here too, so it's not so easy to just shift focus. And it's again another game where Hera's defense is the best thing about him. And he can now castle the right side too. So I think at this point, I don't know what the units are going to be for Hera, but he could consider.
MBL's going to go up to Imp. He's going to drop a castle, and he's going to try and treb that position down from Hera.
Yeah, and I think Hera will probably build a castle on the right to protect himself. And when the knights are healed, go out to counterattack. Because there's no need to have the knights defensively. Why not try and get a counter in? And here come the Vills, Dave. Good call. Those knights have all the attack. There's pikes there. There's monks there. I think MBL's castle, it has to be in a good position. Because remember, Hera's making knights. Could maybe snipe the traps. But more importantly, Hera will have probably 3 castles when he's in Imp.
Look at the eco balance from Hera. 1,700 gold right now in the bank.
Yeah. Made a lot of knights.
Pressure
got
obviously
a lot of upgrades.
affected him here. the rush from MBL kind of shifted his focus away from eco and more onto military.
He also doesn't know that MBL's building that castle. If he saw that, I think he would buy food and go
these
in.
Scouts. These scouts could be really annoying if they get near the monks, but Hera's going to pull them away.
Hera still doesn't know about the castle, so he must not expect that MBL's up. And he tried to get a counter in, but MBL's pikes are chasing. This is
going to get that mangonel.
Oh, good micro
Close.
from Hera. And 1 for 1. Well done from both.
Well, now he sees the castle, and now he clicks up to Imperial Age. MBL is going to have, what, a Treb and a half out before Hera gets there? And Hera with a second castle on the right-hand side, too.
Yeah, perfect castle. And I bet you any money, if Hera builds another castle, it'll be on the left where the palisade walls are, right between the stone and the gold. His castle spots are so good. I don't know what that villager was doing.
Viper.
Dude,
Yeah,
this is so funny. So the original mill on berries for Hera was on the front. So she finished all the bushes there, and she was close enough to the other bushes to know they were there. So she went out to get more food. That's funny.
Throwing Axeman from Hera here. It's a good addition versus the Pikes. Not so much if MBL decides to keep going for Knights.
Yeah, I think MBL should do that too. I think don't go for Halb MBL. Go for Cavalier. And obviously Trebuchets, right?
I like how Hera's keeping these Knights around the back. He's like, okay, what's coming? What sort of reinforcements is he sending there? I can't use them at the front. Might as well get some information.
I don't think there will be any surprises here. I think MBL is well aware that Hera will be on multiple castles. MBL is well aware that throwing Axemen are an option. Hera knows that MBL is just on one castle and will probably go Cav and Pike. So it's just that Hera has way more eco. He has 20 more villagers, Dave. That's been fishing ships and then the Frank eco with the farm. So anything Hera can do to delay this is huge. And here he comes. If he takes that one Treb, it's worth it.
Well, is he going to, though? The Knights do have extra attack. Yes, he will take that down, lose all the Knights.
So worth it.
It is definitely worth it.
Yeah.
And especially since he has 2 castles now, he can produce Trebs out of both of those.
You could argue that MBL's Cavalier could do the same thing, though. Because Hera does not have Halb. He just has a few Axemen and his own Knights. So that is an option for MBL. I think the Trebuchets are going to need to be protected more by both of them. Hera will probably build houses around his Trebs. Or some type of building, knowing him. Close game.
12 plus 5 Cavalier. Without the attack upgrades, too. Super strong.
Nice little engagement there for Hera. Yes, he's fighting trash units, but he keeps his units alive. Lowers the amount that MBL has, but he does have 43 military MBL, and he has the forward position, and he has the relics. Again, is there any reason MBL cannot dive in there right now? I think he should dive in there and take out that Treb. Hera has 4 monks. If he gets 4 conversions, it's a lot better, Dave. Oh, he gets a few. Will Hera lose his trebuchets?
2 conversions, I think. He's going to lose his army in the front. Will it be enough to kill the trebuchets? Obviously, the Cavalier have a lot of attack. Both Trebs are going to go down here.
Both Trebs go down.
Going to retreat again.
Now, also, Hera, big raid in MBL's base. It will get cleaned up, but MBL's even further behind in economy. So, even more important now that he keeps this Treb war going because Hera should have more resources to make more Cav.
And Hera's going to dive now. But MBL with 2 monks. It's so funny how both players have very similar compositions. And second castle now in the middle from MBL.
Yep. Uh-oh, MBL forgot about his monks. Rip.
He only loses 1 there, which isn't too bad. He can bring those pikemen forward from his base now again. I'd love to see him start walling up or securing his base somehow, because those raids can be devastating.
Hera's doing
everything on the middle.
Hera's doing the right thing. He wants to fight, but he thinks twice about it every time he gets close. I think he realizes I can't repair my castle for much longer.
Well, those Lithuanian Cavalier are pretty scary, man.
And the pikes. Dang. So I thought Hera would have more castles. Soon. He won't have more castles if he's putting his stone into repairs. A bomber cannon. MBL should try and get that if he can.
That castle goes down, and now this fight looks really good for MBL.
20 Cavalier against 9 Cavalier, but the Cavalier have more attack for MBL, plus they're accompanied by pikes. Can Hera produce enough, or is this it for him?
Well, MBL's pulling his Cav back.
What?
He wants to save those. He wants to heal them up. I think that might have been a decent call because look at the sheer amount of Cavalier that Hera have.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe he thought he'd lose his Cav and he'd also lose the Pikes there. Hera consistently healing, which MBL should also try and do. And now, now it gets a little bit tough. If you don't have the economy, like MBL is 2 on gold, right? So if you don't have the economy to catch up in Cav, and you only rely on Pikes or go Halberdier, I guess.
Remember, MBL does have 4 relics. 5 relics.
5 relics, yep.
So that's a decent amount of gold income coming in addition to the villagers he has on there.
True, and it will take Hera some time to take these castles
But
out.
I love what Hera's doing here. Look at the right corner of the map on the other side of that pond, sending villagers forward. Is he going to secure that neutral gold, or are those for military buildings?
Nope, that's a gold. Yep, you called it. Mining camp. Auto Scout OP. Auto Scout has scouted everything on the map. Still going, actually. Makes a big difference in this tournament. Otherwise, Hera might not have known that. MBL should know that. Yeah, he does.
Yep.
MBL's getting Monk Text, Dave, so he's going for Redemption. He already has block printing.
If it's against bomber cannons, Monk Techs are really, really good.
Hera's eco still seems really strong. Still more villagers. Probably less idle time, too, if Hera starts to raid him from that right side. I think the person in the middle should be the one pushing here, considering the eco difference, but it's Hera who's doing it, and now Halberdier for MBL.
Halberdier are going to be very strong. I can't see... Do you think Hera... Yeah, I guess he's going to go into Paladin, looking at his resources.
It's either Cavalier and Axeman, or it's Paladin, and with the monks healing, which is such a beautiful thing, by the way. I remember... Do you remember the one game between... Oh, never mind. We'll talk about that later.
Get them! Get them both, maybe?
He got one?
There's one, and the second one gets deleted by Hera, so that's such a huge investment. And now Hera's going into Paladin.
Oh, to have to
he does
delete
have that
it.
neutral... He does have that neutral gold control in the south, but, like, Paladin usually puts you on a timer, right?
Yeah.
It's like, how much gold do you have?
So, Paladin... I'm trying to figure out who's going to win this fight. MVL doesn't have many barracks in the middle. Hera has a ton of stables. He's just now getting plate barding. I think currently...
Paladin... Listen. Okay, Paladin attack is going to be 18 for Hera. Cavalier attack is going to be 18 for MVL.
True.
So it's just the extra HP that comes into play there.
Yeah, so 50 or 60 HP. You know what I'd really like to see from Hera? At this point, he's defended perfectly. Just a stable on the right. Send in a few light cap. Make MBL send his military back to his base. That would be so huge.
MBL is just... MBL needs to expand as well. And he's sending some villagers forward randomly near the pond on the left. But he needs to find like that stone in the south, the gold in the right. Hera should never be able to take that.
And if it's risky if you're just sitting back in MBL's position and you are exposed, because if Hera were to send anything, MBL would take immediate losses. Alright, just Treb defense in the middle for MBL. Hera has 54 farmers. I don't think it will stop there. Hera normally goes upwards of 70, so he can spam food units all game. His farm expansion is probably one of the best things about his eco.
Yeah, I love watching him, and when he like slaps himself, he's making more villagers at 170 pop. He's like, no, Hera, no, don't make villagers.
He's at 127 now, which is 50 more, and Paladin's in, Dave. I think the HP matters.
Oh my god, MBL. He's walling on the right side of that pond. He's like, I don't want Hera to come in here with villagers. Hera is in there with villagers.
He thought about it, but he thought about it 5 minutes too late.
As he dives with the Cavalier, though, is he going to get the Trebs?
Could get the Trebs. I think... Do you think Hera should be fighting? Do you think he should be doing something more than just sitting back?
Yeah, I think if you sit back, you let MBL catch up on the eco. But that's a lot of Paladins for Hera.
Yep, and Monks in there,
59 Paladins.
Damn. Even if Hera had sent some units... Okay, finally he's building stables on the right. That's going to matter so much for him. Attack from the side.
From MBL too. If MBL finds those buildings, it's gonna be really good for him because he'll have half the map completely under his control.
I mean, it's unlikely that Hera will raid with a lot of units, and he does have some halves patrolling there, but so many other players would wall. Okay, now MBL, he saw the Paladins from Hera arrive, and then they ran back. So MBL should be confident and say, okay, he's afraid of me. Time to push now. And force Hera into an engagement. Dave, this is over 60 Paladins. This is 71 of the best paladins in the game. I think technically Lithuanian paladins would be best.
Lithuanians, yeah.
If they have the relics, but they're not paladins, they're cavalier.
And remember, in the back of their minds, they got to start thinking about score here too, because we only have 20 minutes left in this game,
True.
roughly.
I just want to talk. I'm going to take your role here and talk about that Goose who has switched sides multiple times over the last 20 minutes. He's probably so full of anxiety right now. My God. I keep looking at it. He's still there.
You know what? Hera is pop capped on paladins at his base, which means he can't produce raiding paladins on the right-hand side. So the stables are kind of a little bit useless at the moment. But I think Hera might dive here.
Oh.
Hera might dive with the paladins. Here it comes.
MBL has Halbs. He also has Monks, but the Halbs did not engage yet, Dave. This is ridiculous. If Hera doesn't win this fight, he's dead. If MBL doesn't win this fight, he could be dead. But can Hera fight with pure gold units against Halberdiers?
He hasn't even killed the Trebs yet. He's trying to pull some Halberdiers out of position with a couple of his paladins. He's still got 50 of them.
Look at all the
Halberdiers
stacked
are
units.
finally engaging.
Oh my God. Hera had 50 units there, but half of them weren't fighting. He still could win the fight.
He's only got 40.
Where's
I'm looking at the
MBL's
numbers right
production?
now. He's gonna win, but
damn, that was sick. But now, does Hera have the gold income to keep it going? He does on the right side. Paladins are coming in on the right side. Yeah, the Paladins did it, Dave. The Paladins did it. 70 Paladins. Now Hera has just as much military. Here's some quick walls as Hera tries to run. Hera's done this to MBL once or twice.
And Hera's losing some paladins in there, but the fact that Hera lost paladins in the middle means he can produce them on the right, and now they're into MBL's economy. That's going to distract him a little bit as soon as he notices it.
I'm just... Can Hera continue to create paladins? I saw him sell 500 stone, so he wants to continue to do it, but... There's the Goose again. There's the Goose. But yeah, like, there should be a clock on both the game, Dave, but the paladin production, but he just continues to macro. Continues to make these things.
When does MBL notice the paladins in his base? Okay, he's sending some halberdiers. He's got to wonder, like, where did those come from?
Yeah. What if we look back and that ends up being bad, that Hera raided with those paladins, because MBL deals with it?
Yeah, and he finds the gold.
Yeah.
That Hera needs badly. Because MBL, remember, MBL has 5 relics in the middle.
Do you think that Hera should have used his stone to castle the right side? I'm surprised he's held onto his stone, but it might be because he wants to sell it in case he runs out of gold.
Yeah. I don't know. That's a difficult call to make because that castle, obviously, if you put it down there, it's great for positioning, but it's also very exposed, so it could just be stone that you waste.
MBL didn't have Squires, he didn't have +4, he didn't have Blast Furnace, he didn't have armor, so there's upgrades that he was still lacking, and Hera just had
MBL
full numbers, full
investigate.
upgrades.
He needs to investigate where those paladins came from.
I mean, that side of his eco has been wide open for a long time. Treadmill Crane!
Go to that gold!
Hera, I'm getting the feeling that Hera is just going to defend until score at this point.
Yep.
Because he's getting, if he starts to get other techs, like Treadmill, yeah, look, he's getting more techs out of the university. He did this against Nikov. He knows the settings. He knows the prize pool. He knows how important it is to win, obviously, big tournament. And the rules are that if you take it to 58-16, whoever has the highest score wins. So more technologies you get, the more score you're going to get. That's exactly what he's doing. He's just going to sit here. He's making hand cannons now, too. That's going to be great.
Yeah.
And he's forcing MBL to fight.
He finally finds the gold on the right-hand side. And he's getting Blast Furnace, too.
But like, no real sense of urgency for Hera after arriving to the Imperial Age. He's just spread out his base and sat here. And MBL has to fight this. I don't know if he can, though. That's the thing, right? Because he has Halbs, and he doesn't have that much Cavalier.
He's got the Trebs, and he's got the Monks, which will help against the hand cannons.
Yeah.
To whittle down their numbers. Hand cannons are not so great in low numbers, and here comes another big fight. Oh my god.
50 Paladins in here, guys. 50 Paladins. And hand cannons behind it, which should shred the Halberdiers. Hera doesn't have a lot of gold income, though.
MBL's going to win this fight, I think.
I thought the same last time, but then there were more Paladins coming out after the fact. It's so close.
Okay, the hand cannons carry it through. He does wipe up almost all the paladins.
True.
But the hand cannons carrying the day for Hera.
Hera always does this. He has food, he has wood, so he can make trash units himself. I think MBL's got to keep that foot on the gas, Dave. 150 population for both, but MBL lost all of his trebs. So now he can't push. And Hera has opted to build... Look at the castles he built. Not in the gold, but in the corners of the map, so his eco can never get hit.
Mm-hmm. And the score is looking a pretty big difference here.
It's actually...
If I were playing this and I knew that it would come down to score, I would start building water units. I'd start docking.
He actually, yeah.
I'm not lying, dude. I'd start docking. Take up the water from Hera.
I mean, say what you want about it, but it's brilliant play to know that he cannot be killed if he plays like this. And with teching into Halb now, which he might need, but I mean, it's smart play from Hera. I would have liked to have seen... I think in another setting, you'd see the castle on the right and then more raids, but he's just barely trickling in light cap. It is working. And he'll just sit back here, heal up his units, and MBL comes again. And there's the goose, man!
I love how it's being so annoying, too.
It's going with
selecting it with their army.
Hera always brings it to the armies he's healing. It's hilarious. Oh boy. Alright, well, a bit of a halberdier raid. Maybe that's what MB... Oh my god, the surround! That's decent.
Yeah, he tried. He tried. He's not going to get him. The hand cannons are going to escape. It's so important for Hera to keep those alive at this point.
MBL does not have siege to back this up. Can he start to raid with light cav or paladins or sorry, cavalier into the sides of the eco? MBL has a population lead. Hera knew this time might come, and this is why he's played the last 10 minutes like he has. Just sit back and have the castles.
Both players just got a notification that there's only 100 years left.
Yep.
In the game,
and
so...
Look, now MBL goes to raid, and Hera has the barracks and castles prepared. There's castles everywhere to shoot units. This, like, the way this is played is really well done from Hera. Because even if MBL starts to gain a population lead, he's tossing population at castles, and it will take MBL so much gold to take out those castles.
Yeah, the score has been pretty consistently 2,000 this entire time.
There's the siege workshops now, and there's follow-up trebs, Dave. The relic's probably paying off. MBL hasn't even taken the gold on the right.
No, and he hasn't even finished the gold on the left.
What are these villagers? Does he look at his economy? Look at them on the tree next to the pond.
Yeah.
What? He's obviously focused forward right now. Lots of halberdiers from Hera.
MBL could just hang out under that castle with the Cavalier. Okay, he's opting to send them back, but Hera is probably going to lose that. Hera now going into halberdiers of his own.
Yeah.
And I saw at one point MBL thinking about getting Bodcanero for potential skirms, but he canceled it.
I thought Hera was going to do that for a second. Great control of Hera's hand cannons. Every time MBL runs in, he runs back to his castle. Earlier, he hopped into the castle and out onto the other side. Yep, and just repair the castle and drag this out as long as you can. He's not saying, I'm going to kill you, MBL. He's saying, come kill me and try your best. Even with the 5 relics, and MBL he's losing each fight. You look at that KD. Hera has the more positive KD. He's also teched into more. Pokey, 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 poke. Will Hera lose the castle, Dave? Because then there's a lot of exposed economy. It's close.
I think he will. I think it's going to be dead here pretty soon. There's no way he can take out those trebs. He's trying with the hand cannons, but there goes the castle.
Yep.
And now the hand cannons are super exposed.
Yeah, they don't have many areas to hide now. Hera's running back to the north area where there's more castles to do this all over again. And 3,000 score difference with under 5 minutes remaining now. You can see the countdown. 4.5 minutes. MBL either needs to get Hera to resign or defeat him, or just gain the score lead over the next 4 minutes. Can he do it?
And MBL hasn't gotten the unique tech for his halberdiers, I don't think.
The score is still 2,000 score difference. That's a lot. That's 20, 30 fills and some army, some kills. Yeah, he doesn't have the unique tech. Also, MBL hasn't teched into as much, right? He's just gone Halb, Monk, and Cav, whereas Hera's gone Halb. He's gone Hands Cannon. He's gone Paladin. Also got a lot of university technologies and has some water.
MBL now trying to raid with Cavaliers on the right side. Hera noticed that right away. Great
Yeah.
Great recognition from Hera there. And yeah, MBL, like you see the year counter in the game. You see it. You got to start doing something about that, you know?
It's tough because I can always make arguments against him trying to raid because of the defensive castles. But he's got to patrol forward at least. It's tough though when Hera has slightly more halberdiers. He's got to go for it. 2.5 minutes, MBL. You've got to fight, man. Use your trebs, use everything. Dave, if I'm him, I send the Cavalier back into Hera's eco and just try to kill Vils. Forget about using the Cavalier in the main army. Try and kill villagers. Because if you do that, maybe the score jumps.
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to get a 2,000 score leap in this amount of time. Like, it's just... It feels inevitable at this point. Hera's just done what he's needed to do to win. And I think we might see the first game in this tournament where a player who is eventually going to win the game is going to lose on time.
Yeah.
But they knew it coming in, right? He knew it going into the tournament. It's in the settings.
I think we'll see a lot of this too, especially with Viper and Daut up next. I think we'll see a lot of this. There's so much money on the line. And I also kind of felt like Hera's approach in Game 1 against Nikov was similar in that Vietnamese Mayans game. Now, there he's had a huge civ disadvantage, but it's smart play. At MBL, the clock is ticking. He is under a minute now, Dave, and Hera's just running further back into his base. He's not even fighting. He's just running away.
Yeah, and MBL not even getting any like technologies in or anything.
Yeah, not even elite skirmisher. Like, I would maybe get elite skirmisher. Okay, he's getting arson now. He has fletching. There are some techs he could get. He's killing buildings. The score is 2,000 difference. Here comes Hera to fight. This is an engagement that might be better for MBL, but there's only so much time and there's so much of a score lead for Hera. And Hera wins the game, wins the series. I don't know if that's the most popular way to win a game, but that's certainly how you can do it. And Hera, he won't complain. On to another tournament semifinal.
I think he would have played that a lot differently if there was no time limit, though.
Like the late game things that you would do if there's no time limit is he secures the gold with a castle. MBL's relics matter a lot more if this game continues. Like there's a lot that Hera would do differently. So he played this to the settings.
Yeah, and he makes a lot more raiding units on the side if there is no time limit. I think there he was counting on MBL just feeding him kills the entire time. Just more and more kills, more and more score. And impressive play from Hera. Like 3-0 for MBL is really, really strong.
There were moments where I think of Game 1 and Game 3 where MBL was really making Hera think. And it was a similar push where you have Pike and Siege, or just, I guess it was Siege Knights in Game 1. And Hera's decision-making to hold against that, his defense throughout the whole series was the difference maker for me. And Hera, we'll talk about it more in a moment. You know, this guy got to the finals of Hidden Cup 3, got to the finals of NAC 3. Since DE has upped his level, and he'll probably have a stronger challenge in the semifinal, but well, actually, who does that put him up against? We have... That puts him up the winner of the next set, right?
Viper and Daut, yeah.
Oh,
God.
All right. I mean, that would be exciting either way. We still have yet to see how Viper and Daut will perform today. But if Viper wins, we have Hera versus Viper again. And I think if Daut wins, also will be a very tight semifinal. But anyways, I want to look at the achievements here. I want to see how many technologies were researched, because that can boost your score. I'd like to see the resources collected, the KD. I would say that Hera's castles probably gave him 50 to 100 kills, which might have been the difference there. He also converted more units, which is impressive considering he didn't make as many monks. He had more food, he had more wood, he had more stone, obviously, right? And didn't have quite as much gold, but MBL wasn't able to use it as effectively as Hera. 44 researchers for Hera, so that helped out. Again, some of those techs he probably wouldn't get in a normal game. And then MBL had 35, 131 villager high for Hera, and MBL had 6,000 relic gold.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Man. All right. Well, Dave, as we go back here, I think we're probably going to have a bit of an interview with Hera, and ZeroEmpires can talk to you guys about everything. Keep that in mind, because Daut is one of the best late game players, as is Viper. And that best of 5 will be starting up, coming up next. I think Daut almost lost to ACCM. That was a surprise earlier. Had a great performance. We can look at the brackets maybe. We can talk through how Viper performed. I think Viper played well against Fire, but not up to his potential. Feels good to be part of Saturday. That was fun.
We had 18,000 viewers there. That was crazy.
Hey
That was
guys.
really nice.
Oh
So-
yeah, I'm part of the conversation.
So
What's
you're
up, Zach?
part of the conversation,
Yeah.
Preston. Yeah, man. I want to talk to you about those games. Jeez. If you're MBL right now and you're in that last game, you're going to be freaking out about how close that score was and trying to figure out what to do. What do you think's going through MBL's mind?
Well, you could see it there at the very end. He was killing houses. He was killing mills. Like, he was doing everything that he could think of to get back and score, but it was too little, too late.
I think NBL will be more disappointed in the earlier games. He could have played better in every single game. The last game was probably the closest, and then Hera realized, okay, well, there's a time limit. I'm going to spread my base out and expand and just hold my lead, and he won the game because of it. But I expected MBL to do better on Arabia. He plays a lot of Arabia. I expected MBL to have a better Civ pick on Golden Swamp. We thought that maybe Liereyy was going to be the least prepared player going into this tournament. He beat TATOH, who's one of the best prepared players coming into this tournament. And MBL picking Persians on Golden Swamp bothers me because no one else was doing that, and it hasn't worked out. Persians have not won a game in the entire event.
Yep, that is true. Persian's a little bit lackluster, I think, and I think that's just because a lot of people are holding over their strength from regular random map and thinking, well, they're strong there, they're going to be strong here. I just want to say though, like Hera's up 2-0 going into that third game. I feel like it's wrong to see shade going towards Hera here. I mean, if you're in his position and you're playing by the rules, you're going to take the win however you can, man. There's 20,000 euros on the line.
Both players knew the rules going into this tournament. Everyone agreed to it, right? And that's the only game so far, I think, where one player probably would have won the game, and the other player got it on a time limit. But at the same time, like, Hera would have played completely different if the time limit didn't exist. So maybe MBL never gets into that position.
It's funny because we cast so many games. I was really expecting that right side to be pressured more for the gold, and that would have been played differently. That area would have been locked down if Hera didn't have in the back of his mind that he could play it as he did. Yeah, I think Hera 3-0 again. He's done that so frequently, deserves all the credit.
Yeah, definitely. And obviously we'll get his thoughts about that very soon in the interview. But one thing I wanted to bring up as well is that, you mentioned that MBL obviously didn't look quite up to level with Hera today, but I'm not so sure it's MBL playing badly, rather that Hera is just playing so well, at least if we look at the first two games in the series.
I think it's a bit of a mixture of those two things. I mean, MBL lacked confidence in that first Arabia game. I think he didn't trap fast enough. He didn't push fast enough. The second game, he didn't go for the eco. He was too nervous about the push, even though I don't think he needed to be that nervous. And then the third game, it kind of felt like he shifted more into the classic MBL push with the pikemen and the mangonels, and it felt like he got a lot of confidence back from that.
Yeah, it's like warm-up games. Now, I don't know. I think I see both as top 5 players, and when you're at that level, you have to maintain that level, right? So we have high expectations. Our expectations for Hera is up here, right? He maintains that and has maintained that. And then for MBL, we're expecting a certain level, and if there's a few blips, a few moments where like Dave, sorry, I'm not used to people being able to see me, so...
MBL is all over the place, man.
If people don't realize, but Zach and Nili are probably watching. Like, when I'm casting, I'm using my hands all the time, even though there's no face cam. But anyways, so Hera and Viper have been, like, really consistent. TATOH, really consistent. And since DE, MBL hasn't quite been as consistent, especially when you're looking at a best of 5. You can't afford to slip up, even in a closer series on a game or two, because that can decide it.
Yeah. I mean, Hera has been on incredible form. You mentioned that he was in the Hidden Cup 3 final and the NAC 3 final, but he's also been in the Bonjour Fight Night Club final, the E-Paradise Cup final, the Fair Civs Cup final, and that's all just in 2020. And all of those finals were against Viper, by the way, in which Viper won all of them. But obviously, the next match in this side of the bracket will be either Viper or Daut against Hera now. So, I mean, that game in itself may as well be a final. And that's just the semi. So things are really looking exciting. One thing before we go over to the interview, though, Tristan, you're throwing me in at the deep end here. Earlier on, you asked a question.
Oh, you looked it up!
Does Horse Collar after the Castle Age lead to more wins?
Okay.
The statistics say yes, but barely.
Oh.
It's 9 wins to 7 losses if you don't get Horse Collar after the Castle Age.
Okay. All right. I was just curious. You know, it was one thing I picked up on, and it does depend on what you're making too, if we really wanted to get down to it. Like archers, you don't really need the horse collar. Maybe with knights, you might want to get it earlier. But thanks for looking that up, Zach. I was not expecting you to do that at all.
Well, actually, thanks to Happy Leaves from AOCRex.com, because he ran the numbers on that one. But
Awesome.
yes, we're trying our best in the background here. So thanks, guys. Obviously, you'll be back very shortly with the last game of the day, which is going to be Daut against the Viper. Stay tuned for that. But we are going to go to the interview. We're going to have a quick Empire Wars recap in the meantime.
The Red Bull Wololo is played using an altered version of Empire Wars, a new game mode introduced with Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition. Players start in the Feudal Age, with a 27 villager economy already working and the corresponding drop-off points. The standard scout is replaced by 2 horses, which are unable to attack. A barracks and blacksmith are provided to help accelerate the player's choice of strategy and encourage variety. Loom has already been researched to compensate for this, as it's an extremely aggressive game mode. Each game is set to a 700-year time limit, roughly 1 hour of in-game time. If the time limit is reached, the player with the highest current score wins the match. Due to the quick start nature of the game, the pressure is on from minute 1, and will be a landslide of entertainment.
All right, I'm joined by Hera. Hey, man.
Hello.
Hey, how are you feeling? Obviously, you're through to the semis now.
Yeah, I like this series better than the last one for me, so I'm feeling pretty good.
Okay, and I'm pretty sure that you're happy to win 3-0 over MBL, but we'll address this first of all. It must feel pretty tough to be MBL right now after that third game.
Well, I guess if you want to talk about the third game right away, I mean, he had his chances to win and he just didn't take them. So I think it's a loss like any other. It's by the rules, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think obviously you did what you had to do. I think that's probably one of the most controversial wins of the tournament, because obviously it was down to the time limit. That's not something that we're used to seeing. But, you know, when you saw that time limit was getting closer and closer, did that sort of change the way that you tried to play that game?
Well, as soon as I went Paladin, I saw him going Halberdier. I realized, or actually, as soon as he had the big hill and I realized I couldn't push him, I just played to the time limit. I expanded. I got a lot of villas for eco, and I just healed up all my units to make sure to get the max value out of all my units. Play for score, play for late game, and it worked out. I was up against 5 relics, so there's no way I can win without the time.
Yeah, that was looking pretty tough without the gold, obviously. And at that point, you know, you were really... I noticed you, like, patrolling your paladins back and forth with the monks there, just trying to buff them all up as much as possible.
Of course.
But, you know, we'll go over the game 3 in just a moment. But before I wanted to, you know, get on to that, I wanted to ask you that you've been on such good form this year. I mean, 2020 has been your year, really. And I want to know just sort of when did your transformation start? And what do you think is bringing you all of this success?
Well, honestly, like I'm very, very grateful to be able to like perform at the top level. Like obviously anything can happen, and you know I break an arm and I can't, you know, start performing, or I can't keep performing. But I think like I was always like a top, you know, 15, top 20 player before, and when DE came out, I really tried to play a lot more. I was streaming a lot, and so that motivated me to, you know, play more. And I think by playing more, by taking it more seriously, I was able to then transform those results into tournament results. And then one tournament led to the other, I get more confidence, and now I feel like I'll always go into a tournament, you know, thinking I could beat anyone. And obviously it doesn't always happen. I take every round seriously, I prepare, and you know, just like I can win anyone, I could also lose to anyone. And I think with that mindset, take it round by round and see what happens.
Yeah, I think you have a great mindset for it, and you've definitely played so much DE. I remember watching the leaderboards after the game came out, and you were one of the first players to hit 500 games on the ladder.
Yeah.
And do you think all that practice, just even ladder games, do you think just playing so much is really helping out?
Well, I think like playing a lot obviously helps because it's a new game. You have to really adapt to the new settings. But yeah, that might have started the whole like snowball into my tournament performances. But I also think that gaining confidence was a really important thing, and fixing up my mindset of like tilting a lot. I used to always tilt a lot on tournament games, and I still do that on rated games. Anyone who watches my stream knows that. But nowadays in tournaments, I'm usually very composed, and even if I'm down 2-0 or lose the first game, I'm still fine. I just have one thing on my mind, which is just to come back and win.
Yeah, I remember watching quite a lot of your games back on AOC days, and you were playing quite a lot back then, and you weren't really necessarily in these big tournaments, but you were definitely a name that people were keeping tabs on. And you're quite a young guy, right? And I think that your maturity has definitely grown a lot, and this mindset that you're talking about is really helping you out.
Yeah, I would say so as well. Yeah, not much to add here.
Cool. So in game one, Arabia there, and you went for Britons versus his Khmer. That worked out pretty well for you, and the spawns on that map were pretty close. I think that probably favors the Britons, but how did you feel going into that game and about that Civ matchup?
Yeah, so I was actually surprised by the Khmer pick. I thought he would go for Saracens and try to do something that TATOH did in the series before versus Liereyy. So the Khmer pick caught me a little bit off guard, but I just stabilized mentally and thought about the matchup. I went for some early aggression with archers and found out that we were really close. And since we were really close, I went for 2 stable knights and 2 range crossbow as well. I wanted to play very aggressively in Castle Age. He did a really nice job to take control of that hill, and I think that gave him a lot of good chances. And overall, I think he played really smart that game, honestly. It just came down to, it's harder to push Britons than it is for Britons to camp. And all I had to do was camp till imp there, and the game was over. So I think he played well. It's just not a whole lot he can do, even with the hill.
Yeah, it's kind of tough. And I think T90 and Dave were sort of saying that MBL looked a little bit cautious, like he didn't want to counterattack too much, or that he was being a little bit, I don't want to say scared, but a bit afraid of pushing out and making plays around the map. Especially in game 2 on Golden Swamp, you were playing Mayans against his Persians.
Yeah.
And, maybe he was lacking a bit of confidence in the Castle Age. He definitely had opportunities to hit you back at home, but it didn't seem like he took those chances.
Well, I think like a lot of my games, especially the first 2, I always try to take initiative, because I felt like in my first years with Sneakoff, I was always the guy defending, and it felt really awkward to play the defending role from the very start. So I wanted to play more aggressive openings. That's why you saw in the second game, for example, the instant archers into forward siege monk. Not a whole lot of pressure, but just enough to put myself on the map and force my opponents to make a few mistakes. And he made those mistakes, and I was able to capitalize. I guess him just seeing me go aggressive that fast, and he wanted to defend first before looking to attack. Play it safe.
Yeah, interesting. And on Golden Swamp, there's this big center island, right, with all the gold. Obviously, MBL took that quite early on in the game. Do you think there's maybe a little bit of a risk taking the middle so early? Do you think it's good to try and get out there on the map?
Well, I think how he did it was fine because he had the water control. Obviously, the danger there is if you lose water versus like a better water civ like Persians, you can't win water versus them if it's an even fight. So, that middle is his. I cannot contest. So I think what he did was fine. Get 1 TC there, build up the navy, build up, take some fish. Nothing wrong with that. There is some risk usually, but in that game in particular, not too much.
Okay, it made sense. And then for you being the Mayans, obviously, I think that's quite a good map for the Mayans. There's actually a lot of stone around the edge. So you were able to get up plenty of castles even without having center map control. And then obviously repair your castles as well. So do you feel like Mayans was just a good civ to have against the Persians on that map in particular?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Persians are that good at Civ and Empire Wars. They lose their whole bonus, which is why they're strong, which is the Dark Age thing. So it's just, you're basically just playing a generic Civ with like good grush and decent economy, but you're lacking powerful units in my opinion. And mines have really powerful, cheap options to go for. Plus I have Bracer on water, so every water fight I'll win. Just an easy matchup.
Yeah, it was nice actually to see you with all those galleons as well. But we will move on to game 3 here and talk a bit more about Kawasan, obviously your Franks against his Lithuanians. Now, the one thing that Robo was asking me during these games, and I will get this question in for him. There seems to be very little focus on the water. The left pond was totally untouched. You were the only person to contest the right side. Why do you think that is?
Well, it's because you guys put 5 relics on the middle hill, so if you go for the water, you can't get the hill, and if you get the hill, you just camp it with 5 relics until you win. So the water is the early game advantage, the hill just wins the game.
Yeah, and MBL took that hill in that game. Obviously, it made it quite difficult for you to push out. Obviously, at that point, he was really pushing in from the hill. Do you think it might have paid off for MBL to try and hit you on the flanks? Because you had a lot of exposed eco, a lot of farming out there.
Well, it really comes down to like how he wants to play it. He played it really safe, like just keep the hill, never throw it, put a castle on it, and really play methodically. Pushing out on the sides might have had more reward, but also greater risk, because then if he does that, then he might take a bad fight, and then I can actually contest the center. If he stays on the center, I cannot ever contest it.
All right. And obviously, you were denied the berries in the middle, which probably felt quite bad.
No, that's not why you pick Franks. You just pick the Franks for the the solid early game scouts and free horse collar, I think. At least why I picked them.
All right, good stuff. Well, thanks for the insight. Appreciate it. And good luck to you for the rest of the tournament, man. I'm sure you'll do well.
Wait, I just want to say one more thing. I don't know if I got the time, but I know a lot of people are saying like, I went for the time when it's boring, it's whatever. But a couple things. So I lost Hidden Cup 3 finals because I got, in part because I got lame, and that was just Viper playing by the rules, right? And so if you guys make the rules, and this is something I learned from the Hidden Cup 3 finals, to give me another win condition, I'm going to use it. Also, what's the difference between MBL camping the hill with 5 relics for an hour and me camping my base for an hour playing for the time limit, right? He was the guy in the position to win, and he chose to camp, and so I'll just camp and go for my win condition. So, I mean, I obviously hate winning like that, but I just want to say that like I shouldn't be getting hate for it because I'm just playing by the rules, and that's what it is.
Yeah, I think that's totally fair, and I did mention that before as well, before the interview. I think you've got absolutely every right to play like that. It's within the rules. That's how you win. And when there's 20,000 euros on the line, of course you're going to do what you can to get the wins.
Of course, the famous saying, we take those, and I'll take it any day of the week.
Absolutely, and I don't blame you. So best of luck against Viper or Daut in the next round, man. And maybe we'll speak to you again soon.
Take care, man. Good luck.
Cheers. So there you go. That was Hera. Thanks for the great interview. I really enjoy being able to chat with the players afterwards and get a bit more insight into what goes through their minds and what insight they have into the games that we just played. So right now, we are going to bring you another player profile, and then we've got Viper and Daut right after.
Uh-oh, let's take a look here. Oh, he was in this Ecoforia! The Viper is so sick! Out of nowhere, but the militia are...
Maybe he's trying to hide the vills?
Uh-oh. Yeah.
Or are they going to be spotted, Dave? Oh, there's a mining camp.
You should delete that mining camp.
That's true.
Nothing to see. Delete the mining camp. House foundation over top. Nothing to see here.
Shh, guys, don't say anything. Don't say anything.
What?
What? So unlucky for Emperor. How did he not see them? He just wasn't thorough enough. Oh no, and now camels are here. There'll be heavy camels, and they could just clear out the cav archers and the villagers can go right back to work. That is ridiculous.
The Mangonels? Because Mangonels have 7 range, a town center only has 6 range, my man. So actually garrisoning won't really help. He tries to fight with the villagers, but that's going to be some heavy losses. 3 eagles around. Nice ground attack here at the left-hand side. That will be really rough for him. Nice repair behind this as well. I think the Viper is just throwing this game. Now moves in with the scout here, still full HP, gets 1 kill. Dodges the Mangonel shots quite nicely, and Viper buys himself quite some time. He has 15 villagers ahead, and he might actually get the kill. 1 Mangonel. I think they should suicide each other a bit more. Now tower is being built at the right-hand side. Eagle and 1 Mangonel hit is not doing too much. The Viper did actually fight this one off and comes out ahead with 10 villagers more than MBL. How did he do that? And now double tower defense here. Fletching is on the way as well. I think Mangonels can't really engage from this area. What just happened?
Sanity of what we were looking at. Liereyy just about to click up to Castle Age. Viper still a little bit further behind.
And Viper clicks Bloodlines? What? That's super bad. Why is he doing bloodlines against the guy who's fully walled? Oh, he wants to tree hop. He wants to tree hop in between the barracks and the stable. This is that's super crazy.
Now this is a crazy technique. It's so rare we see this one, and it's done. They're in. I think Liereyy forgot his extra building as well.
Oh, no. He has the archer range and he has the blacksmith. Viper is moving in and that's why he went for bloodlines. He will make something happen. That will be some dead villagers. Archers are in there at the left-hand side as well.
Oh man, Liereyy tries to power up the tower as quickly as he can. Scouts just jump on top of it straight away. That massive extra 20 HP boost. They just want to go for the kills here. And there we go. There's one villager down. 2 villagers down. Should be seeing a third any second, a third.
Oh god, and now I think he can just camp under the tower, right? Archers are around there, you cannot really fight those. He can even kill those villagers on the woodline there that walled themselves. That's just crazy how he can snipe over there.
What a play. Liereyy is on the way up to Castle Age, but I don't know if he's going to have the eco to really support any of it. And the answer is he doesn't believe so either.
HP on Vikings too.
Viking will be very nice early on, so let's see how the fight goes.
All right, they both engage, and I feel like this engagement is much better for Daut because he has the villagers there too.
Extra HP on the men at arms, and also the villagers helping.
Wow, man, that was sick. Daut lost 1 man at arm. He still has his scout around. That was fantastic.
Those mangonels and monks are so dangerous. The decisions are so crucial here. Oh man, he's coming with those. He wants to kill the mangonels and the monks. If he's taking the monks before Imperial Age, ay. Those are going to be +3, and Arval is coming with all. He don't want to lose those. Open formation. He has the +3. He has the +3. They are strong, but now he's coming with the monks. He need to kill the mangonels. The archers are doing the job. He's converting, and now with those Arvals we'll take it. Look at this battle, look at this game, and look at this everything. And with a trebuchet he's gonna now take that castle, or we'll try. Arval is incoming, now taking all the mangonels. Open formation. No! He's microing properly, and now he's gonna take everything. Daut is killing all the army from Viper.
Let's see, what is Daut doing? This has got... Oh, he's gonna commit to this? No. Does he know the Nikov has redemption? I don't think he does. Mangonel converted. We could see more Mangonels converted. No, 1 for 1 there. Can Daut commit to this and get this up? Is this going to be a famed Daut castle? 90%. Not many villagers here remaining. This will be close. If Nikov is able to focus fire these villagers down, it will not go up. And holy shit, that 1 villager on 2 HP gets it up. But it's going to go down. He's committed so much to that. The battering rams are right here. Nikov can just position his crossbows underneath the castle. Also, this monk, you know, it's about... it's a little bit behind on the faith he would need to convert this. So that at least is good for Daut. Let's see, can the monk get a conversion? No. Daut will save his castle. That was big. Sending out those Mangonels.
Transport, man.
Yeah.
Make a demo and hide. Wait to go out.
Okay, getting demo.
Did this demo one-shot transfer ship? I don't think so.
No, but they have fire as well. I block it.
What did he go?
I block it.
He's fast. Out of the micro.
What?
Yo,
who is this player, man? What was that? Oh, I'm sick player, man. The fishing ship is my unit, man. Not Archer, not Mangonel. The fishing ship is my unit.
How can someone be so good, but such a meme at the same time?
Are we talking about Daut?
Yeah. Yeah, we're talking about Daut. I'm so excited for this series, Dave. Obviously, we get given a caster schedule, so I wasn't sure who would be casting today. I would have wanted to cast MBL versus Hera. Would have wanted to cast Viper versus Daut. We've definitely saved the best for last.
I wanted to cast all 4 series. And we got it. It's still Saturday. We're in the end age. We're in the Imperial age of Saturday right now. And this is by far, I think, the most anticipated matchup. This is the classic El Clasico, as you guys were saying before. The Viper versus Daut.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so fascinating, right? Viper probably the best player ever. Daut, the best player ever if you count all of his achievements over a very long course of time. I'm looking forward to seeing how this goes. Now, I could be wrong here. It's always dangerous when I try and quote players, right? But I think Daut said after Hidden Cup 3, he did a stream and people were asking questions. I think that he said that if he wants to beat anyone, he wants to beat the Viper. And he says if he loses to Viper, at least he lost to the best. So I guess he's going to go into this game or this match with a mentality of, well, if I lose, it's Viper, and give it his best shot.
And we can see what map picks and what civilization picks they've gone for. So we'll start with the maps here. I'm looking on Daut's side. He's gone for Kawasan, and he's gone for Golden Swamp.
Biggest thing that stands out to me with the civs is that Vikings isn't globally banned. That undefeated civilization Viper will have, so he'll have Vikings, and he is a Viking, a Japanese, Khmer, Persians, Berbers, and Incas. I love the Land Madness pick for Viper. Expect to see that. I mean, if Viper wins today and has to face up against Hera, expect to see that from either of them.
And the Acropolis pick again with the Berbers. Yeah. Again, we saw that with Liereyy. Maybe Berbers is Empire Wars meta on Acropolis.
I was watching Game 5 between Liereyy and TATOH, and when I saw it was Berbers against Slavs, I just thought, okay, well, TATOH's he's gonna win in the mid game. But no, Liereyy stomped him. Daut picked Goths at the end there, and that is probably the biggest standout. However, that probably also tells Viper, I'm not picking that civ.
Daut also picking Saracens. He's been practicing with TATOH. Maybe he has something planned. Yeah. He picked Slavs, he picked Magyars, Huns, Franks. Do you notice a theme there? Slavs, Magyars, Huns, and Franks, all kind of cavalry civilizations.
True. Mayans is banned, so Daut can't go for his Mayans. We're not seeing a whole lot of straight archer civilizations here, are we, Dave? Like Viper has
Ethiopians is gone. Like Japanese, I guess, is kind of an archer civ. I know we've seen it twice, according to Zero. We've seen Japanese pick twice, and they've lost both games. So we'll see what map Viper decides to choose them on.
I think since he picked it so high, Viper really believes in the mid-game pawn control on Kawasan. So if Daut loses a game, and it is possible that Daut will not lose a game here today, guys. If Daut loses a game, he might pick Kawasan. We might see Viper use Japanese there. That would actually be a great map for Franks or Saracens. I think TATOH went Franks and Kawasan before, so. But Dave, let's talk about these guys as players. Sorry, what are they really good at as the game goes on?
Macro, map awareness, and decision making.
Yep.
From both of them, and Daut maybe lacks in the precision execution and the micro. Unfortunately for him, Viper does not lack in any area except maybe the L column on the statistics sheet, because
that's true. Oh man, well Dave, we'll find out. We'll have plenty of time to talk in between games, of course. But game 1 has started on Arabia between the Viper and Daut.
from the Viper and the Franks pick from Daut.
So
I feel like there's better maps for both of these cities.
Yep. I mean, it is pretty common for both players to not pick their strongest civilizations at the start. However, I am surprised to see Incas here. This was Viper's last pick. We have Daut in the yellow. Now, this is going to be very confusing. A Viper will not get to play with yellow the entire tournament. The Red Bull said they want to nerf him. I'm kidding. They didn't say that. But Daut's in the yellow. Franks against Incas. Dave, what are your thoughts?
Well, I mean, Incas, you can put that early game pressure down with the Eagles, with the towers, with the villagers, with the upgrades. But Franks, the transitions for them are so good, right? You can go the scouts with the extra HP into knights in the Castle Age, into cavaliers in the Imperial Age. And Incas, I think, will struggle against a full Castle Age army from Franks or a full Imperial Age army from Franks.
Yeah, I like Daut's base layout. And what Hera just said in the interview, you pick Franks because of that economy. You get those farms up, you have the higher HP scouts, you then translate that into fantastic paladins later. What I like about Incas, and I just like the fact that Vipers picked it, is that they're a civilization which can counter anything, but because of the blacksmith upgrades on villagers, more recently we've just been seeing people go for the Vill rushes and tower rushes. So it's not as if Viper has to go for the memes. It's not even a meme at this point, but here's a fight, Dave. Scout v Scouts. So far, the Eagle's holding its own. Spear's on the way for Viper. It will be close, but Daut. Oh, Daut's lost the
Daut
scout
runs right
anyways.
into the spear. And I think I was laughing about that about 20 seconds ago.
Oh!
So I think you need to speed up.
Oh, yeah, of course. I was just testing you.
I think, you know what? I think, though, Incas, even without the memes, even without the villager rush, Incas are very strong in this format. Like, you think about the little things that they get, right? They get that extra llama. They get the villagers with the armors, which kind of prevents raiding. All their houses that they start with have extra population, too.
True.
So
Also, their
less
farms
throughout
build
the game.
faster, so if you're trying to macro, the farms go up a little bit faster. I like what Viper's trying to do. They're trying to wall off the left, and he's gone... He was very late to that range, but he's going forward now. Where's that scout from Daut? Okay, sorry, I got confused. But yeah, he's thinking of going forward with archers and a spear. I say that, but he's actually sitting back.
He's thinking about very big walls, too. Look at the way Viper's walling off his base. They both started very close to each other.
Yep.
And Viper is going for the greed here. Daut is going for the full scout aggression. 4 of them on the field already.
So I said it to Dave in between the sets when you couldn't hear us talking. I said that I think that we could see all of these games go very late because these guys, just like we saw from Hera in the previous series, they're very smart. They're very late game oriented. They know the positions they need to control, and we're seeing the walls. Daut sees the villager, but that's an armored vill. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's exactly it. It helps you get the walls down earlier, and knowing Viper, he probably has calculated that into his walling strategy. It's as long as
that's bad
I
for
have
Daut.
spears roaming around, I can defend and get these walls up in time. I can go up to Castle Age faster. He's dropping the market right now.
This is really bad for Daut. He slipped up twice there, so he was surprised by Viper's counterattack, lost units, and when he was surprised, he lost scout HP. So now Viper's actually in, and Daut doesn't have his base fully walled, and Viper has already clicked up to the Castle Age. This hurts.
Viper streamlined this build really, really well into clicking up, and Daut's going to lose a villager there.
And also, because of how the archers can be positioned, they can get more
What an
value.
annoying spot.
Oh, they can get more value. Man, Viper's got to be loving life here. Great start for him. Daut has got to be so tilted. Viper.
Knowing Daut, though, he probably won't be, and he's in a decent position. You look at his res; he's about to click up as well.
Yep. Auto camels underneath Viper's town center. They're both auto cameling together, and one goes down. Daut should click up to Castle Age, and there he goes, Dave. So, but what is Daut's decision now? It's kind of tough to know what to do against Incas.
Well, look at the walls coming down from both of these players. Wow, Daut's deciding to wall to the edge of the map, almost on both sides here. And I think the Franks, you have to go for Knights. And Incas, you're kind of forced into going Eagles, right?
I think the mix that's dangerous here is Pikes and Eagles. So if you go straight Eagles, it can be great as Incas, but Frank Knights can counter that. If you make a mix, or eventually get to a mix, then it's not so easy for Daut. Franks do have the Throwing Axeman, so they can go for the Throwing Axeman. But right now, all Daut wants to do, Dave, is confirm his suspicion, and he sees 2 barracks. So he knows Viper's going for Eagles and Spears.
And unfortunately for him, Viper is up fast to the Castle Age with 2 extra villagers, too. So those 2 villagers Viper picked in Daut's base are going to come into play here.
Do you think he's walling too much? I feel as though that Palisade on the left, maybe he'll build more behind it, but if Viper ever goes out there, he probably could break right through.
I think the warning itself is good enough, especially when there's Eagles running around. Like, what's the main danger when your opponent has Eagles is rarely in a straight up fight, especially if you have Knights.
Yep.
It's usually in the raiding potential.
All right, well, there's the second TC for Viper. He's starting off Castle Age a lot like he started off the Feudal Age. He's not too excited to push forward. If this was the other Norwegian in this tournament, MBL might have a forward monastery and a siege workshop already. But for Viper, it's just a little bit of damage, macro, macro, macro.
Yep, and the second TC, third TC now going up from him. Really, really impressive start here. But Daut, at the same time, second TC coming up, and he's got a decent amount of farms.
Yeah.
He's got decent production with the Knights. He's got a lot of res banked.
And the Eagles, since Viper hasn't committed, there's not that many Eagles out, so there's some potential for Daut to use his mobility. Dave, I'd like to see Daut build his third TC on the stone to the north of his main. Get a TC on wood. He can farm there, of course, but also take stone and maybe go for a cheap Frank Castle. We've yet to see a lot of throwing axemen. Hera built a few, but throwing axemen could make sense here.
Yeah, if Daut, as they get into this game, starts placing castles at strategic locations against Incas and forces the fights, he's going to be in a really good position. He's actually trapped his knight in there as he tried to house wall behind his existing wall.
He's kind of... you can just tell that Daut is at times struggling to get his units in the right position, and I think his only play right now is hoping to catch out the reinforcements from Viper. But his units, again, they're taking a fight he does not want to take. I think he's doing something else right now. This is the third time in game one. Tosses away a knight and a bunch of HP as Viper, protecting his monastery, and will send forward more Eagles and some monks.
Yeah, I really like this unit composition now from Viper. Pikeman, Eagle, and Monk. So 2 units in that mass that counter the unit that Daut is producing. And Daut forced to go for a siege workshop too.
Yeah, it's not ideal. Will we see Zalata warriors again? Didn't Yo make them earlier? I think he did.
We're gonna see this. He did make them. Yes, he did.
I mean, there's a monk going forward, so you never know.
It would be so like Viper to make Zalata warriors just so he could bring it up in like 5 years to Daut.
Exactly.
And he made them.
Yep. And Daut would never forget. And it would be the same if it were to happen for Daut too. Daut would bring it up 10 years from now.
Oh, Daut would bring it up every day. Yeah.
Oh man, it's just... It's simply impossible for Daut to fight this right now. And normally you'd say Knights have the mobility, so use that. But not if Viper's walled. Daut just can't find a way to pressure the Viper.
Yeah, I'd almost like to see, you know, as Daut lost the first stable, but I'd like to see 3 stables from Daut rather than the 2 that he had.
Well, he's fortunate there to not lose... Oh, is that monk inside the relic? What? What? Did you see that?
Dead. I wouldn't worry about the monk anymore. It's dead.
For a split second, I thought because the monk was standing inside the relic that Daut wouldn't be able to hit it. No worries there.
So,
Viper has 13 more eco, Dave, and he has 15 more military.
So where does Daut thrive? And where do Franks thrive in this matchup? Because I think it's in the same spot. It's late game, is it not?
Well, it's definitely late game. It's just a matter of getting there, right? I like the Scorpion edition. I like how he's going to stone now. So thinking about a castle... We saw so many castles from Hera in the previous set. And also, if your castles are cheap and you're running out of gold, what you can do is you could actually just sell the excess stone for gold. This could be a good fight for Daut right here.
Yeah, he's got those Scorpions. Got to be careful with those, though. You have to hang out with them near the Knights, and he's actually getting great hits on the Eagles. He's trapped the Eagles.
He's surrounded them. The Eagles can't fly away, and that is a start for the Lord. Now, Daut, get out of here. Send the Scorpions forward and get a few more Knight upgrades and a few more units out.
That was such a good trap. And look at the Scorpion shots.
They're good Scorpion shots. And also the Pikes are behind. Now Viper will focus down the Scorpions. He will be running uphill then. I think this is another decent fight for Daut.
Yeah, he's going to clear this up, I think.
The only worry is the amount of Pikes.
Whether it's cost effective is another question. But he is going to clear up all the pressure from Viper. Look at this. Daut with military left over.
Well done. I'd almost like to see Daut make his own monastery to heal. Heal up some of those weak knights as he sends more forward. Viper, he doesn't have military mass anymore. At the same time, though, while Daut could go home and play passive and heal, I think he needs to put his foot on the gas. He just wiped up 20 military.
I think all you need to do in this situation, if you're Daut, is make sure Viper can't mass. I don't think you need to pressure the economy from him, because I think you win late game.
Yeah.
It's just prevent that huge mass of units from Viper, and that's exactly what Daut's doing right now.
What a swing. Look at that KD. Viper was thinking, oh, I'm booming. I have a big mass, but he's taken 3 bad fights now. Daut could even consider a forward castle. We could see a forward castle from Daut. We should see it, too.
Where does it go, though?
Like,
It's
right on the gold, maybe.
Dude, every time you say Daut forward castle, you know, I get tense.
Yeah, bad memories. I'm with you, man. Actually, they're all good memories for me, whether it's a fail or a success. But the only risk of that is that Viper already has a castle, and if Viper imps faster, he could make some trebs. I like the Kameyuk edition from the Viper, though. Kameyuks are going to be better than Eagles in this situation, especially as the game goes on. Elite Kameyuk can be devastating. Yeah, maybe Daut
That castle position
can't go forward.
was so Viper S2.
Yep, on the hill, on the gold.
Would have tried to put that in the middle, maybe on that gold, but Viper decided he wanted to be safe, take the gold on the right. The castle in the middle will come later into the game.
Okay, so now Daut has seen how much Viper has. He's building a defensive castle, similar to Viper, on the hill next to the gold. Viper, at this point, I think he's thinking a second castle will be on his hill, and he wants the Imperial Age. Yeah, and Daut will probably try to do the same, but there will be a difference in time.
Yeah, Daut only has 12 on gold right now, so it's going to take him a little while to click up. He will have enough for a second castle soon. So that'll be nice for him. And I like the fact he's looping around on the right-hand side with the knights, trying to find some damage he can do, but he's going to run right into that castle.
Especially the timing of it, too. You can go raid like this once your castle's up at home. So he realized, now's my time. And he doesn't seem to care too much about Viper's castle. Yes, these are Inca villagers, but he should kill some. He kills a few, and now he'll get a move on.
He didn't lose the knight either. Lost some HP, but...
Yeah, he can get out of here as long as he clicks away.
That's a good raid from Daut.
That's good. He could consider fighting as well once he gets to the hill if Viper chases. And now Daut sent the other 5 knights on the left side. Viper is aware that Daut has his own castle, though, and Viper is halfway to the Imperial Age. But this is a start for Daut.
Can we just look at what these camels are doing from Viper in the back of Daut's base? This has been going on for 10 minutes.
What?
In the back of Daut's base.
The auto
It's been going on for 10 minutes. I looked over there 10 minutes ago.
The auto scouts.
Definitive edition. What's going on?
Boop. They just keep bumping into each other. It's like, oh, nice to see you here again. That's hilarious. They've scouted most of the map already. I mean, that's kind of more interesting than what's going on right now. Daut's losing knights in the back of his base. I love the use of the mobility, though, Dave. Trying to run it on the right.
Into Viper's base. Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I mean. He's been using both groups. The worry here becomes, can Daut hold against whatever Viper sends forward in the Imperial Age? But this is a way to delay that. Basically, even Vil counts. Daut's losing his knights. Were the raids enough? That's the question. 35 military for Viper. He's actually adding archer ranges just in case Daut goes for Axeman. I think he'll make the slingers. Very little yellow left in the red Viper base. Well played from Viper and Daut this game. Are they still going? All right. Thanks for the camel update, Dave.
I'll keep you apprised. A third castle coming down from Daut in the middle. That's a really tough position.
He wants
for
to
Viper
go full
push,
axes.
especially with Axeman and what do Incas make against Axeman? I guess you could make slingers against them.
Yeah, they are infantry, so I'm fairly certain. Now, we don't see this frequently, but I'm fairly certain that slingers shred them. So, Viper preparing the archer ranges.
If Daut adds in cavalry, then the slingers are going to really, really struggle. Now, Viper's going to see the Axemen, and his Eagles are not going to do anything against those.
It's actually not great from Viper, but you are seeing the slingers do damage here. Slingers have more range than the Axemen. Axemen are only on 3 range right now. Daut's throwing way too many away. Look at this. Look how many he's losing.
He wants to get the trebs, but the bonus from the slingers is just too much, and the Axemen get absolutely shredded.
Wow. Yes, slingers are such an amazing unit. And Viper didn't go for the Vil Rush. He didn't go for the memes. He's played this standard with Incas, and he's showing everybody that Incas can do this. He's taken out one of those castles already, And Daut is building a university. It's probably for either for chemistry or for masonry, so he can keep those castles up.
Yeah, and it's just the little things in this game that prove why Viper is so good. Look at the castle placements. Castle on the right, defensively, on that hill. When he could, he puts the castle in the middle on that hill, and then the castle on the hill to the left as well.
Yeah.
Like, it's just a line of spread out castles, so if you lose one, you don't lose all of them.
Yeah.
Like, if Daut loses one of these castles, suddenly the other two are super exposed.
We saw that in the last game between Hera and MBL as well. Late game prowess, man. Now, Daut's normally in the same way, but I think Daut he's in a position where he knows he'll die.
Viper's in the back of Daut's eco. Daut doesn't notice.
Oh, no. That makes matters so much worse for him as well. He actually is building a castle on that hill, Dave. He's sending the Axemen around, but the Eagles that somehow squeaked in there. I'm not even sure how. Oh, there's a hole on the right. Yeah, that will hurt Daut, as Daut, again, cannot deal with the trebuchets. Elite throwing Axemen for the Lord.
Elite throwing axe. You know what? It is an underrated unit. They're very, very strong, especially against infantry mass.
Yep.
And slingers are great, but I feel like slingers have so many weaknesses.
They do. Yeah.
That
it's true.
Yeah. Like later on in the game, like what if you go Axeman even skirmisher? Does that work?
I don't love this fight for Viper, but all he wants is to take out the Trebs, I guess. Oh yeah, he's taking out the Axeman. The castle goes down.
His castle on the right is probably going to go down as well. Daut doesn't notice that.
Actually, I think Viper's aware, and he's positioned his villagers on the right side. Maybe I'm giving him too much credit, but he's still building that.
For Viper?
Well, Daut's about to lose his castle on the left, but yeah, to focus on that, can Viper notice it? Game 1, Viper versus Daut. This castle's at 85%, and Viper, okay, he bails. So it is a Daut castle. Daut confirmed?
Yeah, but Daut losing that position on the hill. This is what we were talking about, right? When you clump together your castles, so much invested resources in that one position, and if one goes down, if your trebs go down, it's so hard to defend, and Daut's losing villagers on the gold now, too. Such momentum from Viper in this game.
Yeah, Viper even had pikemen patrolling on that extra gold, so he now knows Daut's building a castle over there. He's sending elite eagles over. He's just teched into that. This could be a Daut castle. I don't even know what we're talking about.
Daut around the castle from Viper, but there's a hole.
Oh my god!
He's gating him into the castle now.
That's hilarious.
Not preventing him.
The castle's going up. Wait, it might not.
It is.
Inca villagers, and now Daut's invested so much stone just to deny a castle. Didn't happen. And Viper's still pushing forward.
I saw those villagers working as Daut continues to make the gates.
Oh,
He's like, you're not getting out. I've never seen Viper click so fast. He was clicking like crazy.
I think Daut might think this is over, but he's just going to build the gates anyway. Surely this can't be on purpose. He just wants to send a message, because he's going to lose the other castle, right? He still can't fight these slingers. It doesn't seem like it anyways.
I just want to say, the camels are still going as the game comes to a conclusion.
I guess maybe they would have made it out at some point as Daut chopped the trees. Dave, what a start to this. Viper picks Incas. He does not go for the memes. Daut picked Franks. I didn't expect this in game 1. For me, it was just all the small things early, and Viper taking advantage of it, as he always does, right? Breaking through Daut's wall, getting 2 villager kills, playing extra safe at home with his castles and his walls, and I never once felt like Viper was troubled. Even, like... Okay, that's a lie, because there were 2 or 3 moments where Daut took some really good fights, but because Viper had the eco lead, he could afford a few mishaps, and he wins game number 1.
Yeah, it feels like when Daut won those fights in the middle there, it never felt like he posed a threat to Viper's base.
Yeah.
It just felt like he was stalling the inevitable, right? And then he was going to have to take the initiative. And Viper just with a super solid play. It seems like he saw a potential with Incas to do a meta strategy here rather than, or maybe a non-meta for Incas if you're not going with villagers and towers.
That's true. The meta might be villagers and towers, but I feel like you can play this way too. I don't know. You can't argue with results. Viper picked Incas last in his Civ draft though, so probably saved the better Civs for later on and maybe some of those hybrid maps. And here's the statistics.
If we have an interview with Viper at the end, Zach, and I know Zach's listening,
he is.
Ask him about the camels. Because I feel like that's something he would have seen, you know, and then just
thought, oh, that's pretty cool. I'll leave him there.
I feel like we've brought that up to Viper in post-match interviews before, and he's just been like, what are you talking about? Why are we looking at camels? Or no, I didn't notice. Or it's been Twitch chat who's really interested in the camels or some of those small unimportant details. Daut with the better KD actually, but the army was cheaper for Viper. He had a lot of it with a lot of upgrades, 46th largest army. Economically speaking, he had more food than Frank's, which is saying something. More wood and more gold. Didn't have as much stone as Daut, but both castles were cheaper. Daut's castle's cheaper than Inca castles, but still was not full price for Viper's castles. 96% of the map was explored, would have been more if the camels didn't glitch out, and Viper gets an easy Game 1 victory. Time to talk now about the civilizations and the maps that Daut has available to choose from.
So for Daut, it's obviously going to be his home map, and we can see Kawasan and Golden Swamp are his options, I believe. What civs does he have left?
Okay. I don't think he has a traditional pick for Golden Swamp, because I know TATOH went Celts frequently. Others have gone Vikings or Persians. Hera went Mayans. Don't tell me Daut's thinking Goths on Golden Swamp or something crazy. But I think on Kawasan, Daut is planning on going Saracens. Like, I'm pretty certain, especially against Viper when Viper's such a beast. Why not go for something YOLO? I can't think.
Viper would pick
Japanese, I think.
Japanese Vikings, something like that.
Believe so. Yeah.
Well, where are you gonna use Vikings? Would it be Golden Swamp? If you don't use them on Kawasan?
You're not going to use Vikings on Land Madness.
Land Madness. No way.
You could use them anywhere, but I think Golden Swamp might be the best pick for Viper. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. But we'll find out soon, guys. Game 2 is coming up. Viper's expected to do really well. He's expected to win any tournament he plays in, but I'm hoping that Daut can get a few wins, maybe even pull off the ultimate upset. Game 2 is on Golden Swamp. We'll get the answer to all of our questions now.
So we are wrong.
Yep.
Because it looks like Daut has opted for the Saracens on one of his home map picks, Golden Swamp here. And apparently Hera's wrong too, because he said Persians were bad on Golden Swamp in his interview. And Viper has opted for that pick.
Wait, Persians haven't won yet, right?
Well, they won. No, they haven't.
This is Daut's chance. Let's go. Let's go. Viper has a civ, which has not won a game yet. Maybe Viper heard about the statistics and wanted to switch it up.
Do you see what Daut's doing here? He's going immediately for the market. He's already got one dock up.
Yep.
He's making a fire galley. Second dock placement is already down.
He hasn't used the market yet, so Saracens have that market bonus. You can sell your stone. That's what you normally see. Oh my god, is he going straight galleys on water? He's starting off with a fire galley in his dock and then massing galleys.
Well, I think galleys is a good play. We saw Liereyy do that with the Byzantines.
And it's Saracen galleys,
he ended up losing that game, but the water control and the map control from him was really, really nice in the early game there.
Viper, meanwhile, starts off with a dock. Has not scouted any docks from Daut. He sees the dock, and that might confuse him, because I feel like the expected approach with Saracens is to go one archer range and buy your way to Castle Age. Instead, Daut wants to use the faster firing Saracen galleys and just win
Does
water.
Daut see that villager from Viper? He does. Okay, Viper was sending a villager out.
Yeah.
He saw the horse from Daut. He made him into a lumberjack and sent him back, and now he's sending him back out again.
Wait a second.
But Daut's going to find it again with the oxen.
Okay, so the water buffaloes... Will Daut pick up on the fact he just lost the water buffaloes? Because here goes Viper. Wandering around to the side, which would be the correct side to attack, too. Because that's where the golds are for Daut, who will click up to Castle Age soon.
Daut's going for a third dock, too. He's just going to spam galleys. He's going to take full water control. This seems like a very Daut and TATOH-esque strategy that they labbed out together, doesn't it?
It does. Important to note that Daut lost both of his horses to Viper's town center. So he will not be able to spot any sneaky docks or villagers. At Viper, he actually wanted to dock on the left, Dave. I thought maybe it was the Siege Workshop approach, but he's docking on the left.
Yeah, and he's pulling away his fishing ships right as he sees that Navy from Daut coming in. Good play from him. I don't think he's going to save them.
No. Probably not. Daut should chase them down. It's really awkward if you try and win water against Persians because their dock HP is so high. So I'm surprised Daut isn't going after the fishing ships. There he goes. Viper probably thought that he would lose them anyways, so he just dropped off the food.
Yeah, both players on the way to the castle age at the same time. Viper can boom, though, when he gets there, because he does have the stone. Whereas Daut sold his stone in order to get up. He will have water control, though.
Okay, so we have a stable on the left side for the Viper. I think we'll see Siege and Knights on the left. It's highly unlikely that Viper will go for full commitment to water if he's also doing that. But he does need to be careful. Both of his starting lumber camps can be ranged by these galleys. And when they're war galleys, they'll do even more damage.
His TC is far enough away. That can't be ranged. His dock has extra HP, so that's going to take a lot of time to go down. And he's got 2 fire galleys in there. He's also got a fire galley in the other one, and immediate war galley research from Viper.
That's a surprising castle age time. I guess Persian town centers work faster, but the fact that Daut had to use the market to get that castle time and Viper had the very same one without the market, it's fascinating. You could argue that the approach for Daut will be stronger, though, if he's able to mass these galleys. Added fishing ships, too, for his economy.
Yeah, he's adding fishing ships, but look at how many fire ships Viper has right now. He's got 2 heading towards the fishing economy from Daut. Actually, he might bust through the wall with those fire ships and get the knight in.
That's the play. Daut doesn't... Well, I guess he has a barracks because you start with one, but he doesn't have a stable. Daut now, as he's making fishing ships. He didn't scout the side dock. He didn't scout the side stable. He needs to bring all of his navy back. And now Viper has enough fire ships to chase these galleys back. I don't know if Daut has enough numbers. I thought he thought that he was going to be secure on water, but that's not the case. Oh, man. Like, I can appreciate the approach, but the fact that he thought he was secure and now he's not is a nightmare situation for him. Off of gold entirely.
He's getting good demo shots. The fire ships are going down, but there's more from the other side.
Yep.
The knights are into his wood eco. Can Daut quick wall?
Quick wall! No! Daut! Oh, disaster. So he's lost his fish. He's also losing vills. He was so all in, he doesn't even have a single farm for food eco. This is as bad as it could possibly get. This strategy has not worked at all.
No, I feel like you have to be exploring. You can't make the fishing ships until you've confirmed that you have full control of the water. And, oh, jeez, Daut. There's nothing you could do as soon as the knights get in.
That was brutal. Man, that was brutal. And it comes back to scouting. If Daut would have had his horses alive, it's so rare we see town centers be able to shoot the starting scouts. It happened. Viper even used quick walls to make it happen. And he took advantage of it. But wasn't there a moment where Daut had the water buffaloes, and he was sending them back to his base, and then the water buffaloes disappeared, and he didn't double check to see what did that, and it was the villager.
Yeah, and you saw the villager with the horse, too. Whether he noticed it is another question.
Yeah, probably not, we could assume. This is a bit of a bummer, right? You would have wanted to see a longer game between these two, especially on a map which tends to go late. Viper kills fast, and Viper's up 2-0 now. I'll quickly go to the statistics, but I don't think we need to spend much time here. At 21 units killed for Viper, 9 units lost, and he had more food and more wood collected, and Daut was using mainly gold to get everything. I can appreciate it, though, as we go back, and it will be the final home map for Daut. I can appreciate trying to take advantage of the Saracen market and the faster firing galleys, but it didn't look good.
It was just... like, it seemed like he switched on to fish without confirming that Viper was off the water.
Yeah.
And if your whole strategy is predicated on the fact you're going to have water control, you got to have water control, you know?
Yeah, What also bums me out is Kawasan is his remaining home map, and Saracens work really well on Kawasan, so now he doesn't have Saracens there. That's what bums me out. Now he's got to go Huns, Slavs, Magyars, or Goths, and they're not bad picks, but we've seen Saracens work a few times, and that's what I was expecting. All right. Well, Daut will need your energy, chat, as they prepare for Game 3. Viper just needs one more win, and he'll be meeting Hera in another big stage of a tournament. That will be the semifinal tomorrow. Viper has Berbers, he has Khmer, he has Japanese, and he has Vikings. And Vikings is an undefeated civilization.
I think we also need to bring up the fact that Viper is single-handedly carrying the Persians to a percentage above 0 on wins in this tournament so far.
Okay, so this might sound troll, but I think with Daut, it ends up being a serious conversation topic. Viper beat Fire in round 1 3-1. Daut always gives Fire shit. He always makes fun of Fire.
Oh, yeah!
So if Viper lost a game to Fire and Daut gets 3-0'd by Viper, I think that Fire will be very happy with that. Daut might be more motivated just wanting to even things out with his buddy than actually winning the series here. Yeah, look, Fire did take a game off Viper. Daut will want to do that himself, I'm sure.
Dude, this might be the most motivated Daut we've ever seen in our entire life.
I'm serious, yeah. Like, if he ends up coming back or something, like, Daut, what motivated you? He's like, oh, I wanted to make Fire look bad.
Exactly. Maybe he's having a conversation with Viper right now, like, please, give me one.
He's like, I promise next time I'm Pocket, I'll help you, Viper. Because every time they play rated team games together, they don't help each other. What does Daut say? I always think about the team, man. And he always says that when his team is dying and he's on 6 DCs booming.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Fire's in the chat too. He says, is Daut taking at least one game? Fire, we just brought that up. If Daut gets swept here, you can give him such a hard time, man.
Yeah,
this
Fire,
is important
we're
business.
Counting on you, man.
Yeah. For Daut, trash talk is just as important as actual tournament performances, so this is really important. Nah, not trying to be like too disrespectful. Obviously, he's going to take it seriously, but the beauty of Daut is that a beauty of a lot of players in the pro scene, if not all of them, is that they can take the game serious and also troll. Yep.
Yeah, our community is pretty close, I think, in terms of gaming communities go, and everyone enjoys each other's company a little bit too much sometimes.
Yep. So can we go back to the maps and the Civ? What Civ would you pick if you're Daut on Kawasan? Remember, this is the map with berries and 5 relics in the middle. He doesn't have Franks to take advantage of the berries. Hera played Franks on this map. I think it's a good choice. Daut can't do it. Daut has, I remember Slavs, Huns, Magyars, and Goths. Viper probably will go Japanese. That's the expected pick because there are pawns on this map.
I feel like Daut is going to go Magyars. He loves the Magyars.
Okay.
I don't think he's... Does he save them for Land Madness? He still has Slav.
That's true.
Still has Huns.
Yeah, he actually has 3 civilizations, which are arguably top 5 on Land Madness.
I don't think he... I know chat wants him to pick Goths, but I can't see Goths on Kawasan.
Nah, I think if you pick Goths, you're officially throwing in the towel expecting to lose. So, don't do that, Daut. As much as Goths do get a little bit more of a discount starting in Feudal Age, I doubt we'll see it.
Here we go. The game is live now.
Okay, so expected pick from the Viper. Viper has gone for the Japanese, and then Daut has gone for Huns. Not a bad play at all. What match did I watch? I think you and Nili were casting it. I think it was Franks against Japanese. Was that? I think that was Hera Nikov, right? And Huns performed...
Sure.
Dave's like, I forget at this point. Yeah, I think Hera had Huns and performed well, though in the late game, Nikov ended up getting his victory there. But Viper, starting off the game with Japanese, making 3 militia, which is something we haven't seen in a long while. So he wants to go for the fast man-at-arms. Nothing from Daut yet,
Also
except an
going for the
archer
pawn.
range.
Also
Ooh.
going for the pawn right away, and Daut with that archer range. Daut's main gold is also very forward. I do
Yeah.
not like that position for him. He's going to have a really tough time locking that down. He's going to have to pressure Viper's base and hope that Viper doesn't come to him.
Mm-hmm. This is normally the focus of Japanese, is the fishing ship. So Viper already doing that is really good for him. And remember, last game, Daut didn't scout it. Will he scout the militia? It's really hard with these horses. He just lost one already. And here, oh, we might be able to catch a glimpse of it. Quick wall! Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Still hasn't reacted here. Still hasn't reacted
noticed.
here. Okay, well that
No,
villager's
he's
gonna die.
baiting them away. He's baiting them away with one villager so that he has time to wall and bring the archers over.
Yep.
Maybe he can quick wall that villager. No.
Viper
Not gonna
already
happen.
scouted the dock that Daut is building on the right side, by the way, so there's another villager exposed. And I think the man-at-arms have already paid off for Viper, killing a villager and also delaying the eco. But Daut has archers, Daut has fletching, and it's Daut's opportunity to counterattack now. Just to check his scouting for you guys. He does not see that Viper has docked the left, and he doesn't see a lot right now.
It's a little thing, but I actually really like how Viper has built his docks on Daut's side of the pond.
Okay.
If he's going to fish boom there. Because it kind of lets him know if Daut's going to come over and place a dock, right?
True.
If he puts it on his side,
He
Daut
won't know.
can sneak a dock down there. Exactly.
Also building the houses there. When you get Town Watch, these houses will be like little outposts, give you an idea. Yeah, it's smart thinking. And 2 docks pumping out fishing ships. Truth is, Daut will be behind economically. If he doesn't pressure soon on land, he could be really far behind.
Mm-hmm. And maybe he can catch this villager. No,
Oh
Viper's
my God.
villager is going to run past.
Like,
and the wall-off potential for Viper, too, is so good with this map.
Like, at what point is that just a little bit of good fortune for Viper? Because that villager's so exposed. Here comes Daut. Viper has a skirm there. We'll see if Viper will lose a villager. Daut really needs to get some snipes. And now Daut sees the
Daut
gold.
actually adding a stable, too. So if he can keep these archers alive and bring the scouts in to counter the skirmishers, he could have a really good position on the back gold from Viper here.
Yeah, Scout's already on the way. Viper went for extreme greed. Just one range and skirmishers that can be punished. He'll lose the skirmisher on the front if he's not careful. Could even lose the skirmisher on the left if Daut micros it. But is pushing these 3 archers away to the north. Daut lost his other horse right there on the gold. And I didn't realize Viper had the final armor upgrade. So those archers are actually... He's lost 1, and he might lose a 2nd here. He does. So Viper's actually trading really well against the archers, Dave.
Yeah, Viper's a really big believer in getting that that armor upgrade quickly. And Viper quick walled the villager as Daut was trying to snipe her going to the TC.
Now she lives. Daut still alive with his 3 archers. We'll send the 2 scouts to the skirmishers. Could get more villager picks here. This is... Like I said earlier, greed from Viper. I'm not sure how much the fishing ships are going to matter. Yep, typical Viper.
But this is looking good for Daut here.
I like it.
On the land, anyway. Maybe not on the water, however.
I'm not convinced that the fishing eco is needed early feudal. We see it from Japanese, but I think that going for faster farm and forge eco gives you the amount of military that Daut has right now. Like, but half of Viper's eco on wood has been chasing down archers and scouts that you don't want to be fighting in this situation, but he has to.
Yeah, Viper with 2 ranges now. 2 ranges and a barracks. Do you think... Oh, Daut tossed away his scouts. That's not good for him at all. I was just about to say, do you think Daut could justify going for maybe another stable and just piling on the pressure, but...
What's up with this Daut villager? Like, did he forget about that? Okay, a Viper villager. Forgot about her. She was probably building the docks. Daut still has his fishing ships. No, I think what Daut needs to do is get to cav archers in Castle Age. So he's actually going to be the first one to click up. Love to see him get some more defensive walls up, or maybe even an outpost so Viper doesn't get in, but definitely would like to see this play out in Castle Age. I think Huns are better in Castle Age when it comes to their aggression.
See, Viper saw that dock. The villager walked right past his dock.
Yeah.
Daut was trying to kill the fish in that pond, and because of the dock placements, Viper saw it, and he's going to clean her up.
Zach is writing that down right now for the interview later. He's like, if we interview Viper, we need to ask him about the dock position. I think that's a first for me. I don't think I've seen players do that before. Viper lost 2 archers, and now Daut is heading back as he's on his way to Castle Age.
That's
to
a dangerous
Viper's
army
gold.
for Daut.
Yeah.
If those become crossbows, that is super dangerous for Viper. Viper's fortunate in that his map is fairly easy to wall this out.
This is your typical Viper tournament map, if you think about it. These 2 golds are on the back, the other gold's on the back. So he...
The wood line on the right.
Wait, there's
everything.
Okay, there was a hole there. Viper spotted it. We'll have to leave the houses and rebuild the lumber camp.
I think Daut has a chance here. He just needs to do some serious damage to the eco on land before the fish kick in.
Yeah, but the fish are giving you food. So if Daut's making enough archers to counter knights, That's what's weird about Japanese on this. Do you need a lot of food income, or do you need a lot of gold and wood income? Normally it's gold and wood. Man, Viper's really heavy on stone at the moment. Holy cow. That's unique. Hasn't built a single tower either, and he's heavy on stone. And the two players will
Don't fight
micro.
until your upgrades are in.
Like, if the roles were reversed, I think Viper should be trying to fight beforehand. Daut, you just gotta run and wait for your upgrades, because you've lost 2 units already. Oh boy. Okay, well, he won't have much remaining. Viper will be just behind him with the upgrades. See if Daut can get value. He is lacking the food for crossbow, Dave.
Yeah,
Might
don't
opt
get
against
it at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna get bracer, or sorry, bodkin arrow, because his cav archers need it, but obviously crossbow for just those 4 units is kind of a waste, especially when they're gonna die anyway.
Can Daut maybe snipe the weak archer? He's just running. I think Daut, right now, he just wants the middle of the map. Best way to do that is to keep Viper on the run. This is better than fighting. Look at this. They'll still run around, too. Viper will hate this.
Viper with the super greed, too. 3 TCs right away.
Yep.
He's got all those fishing ships. He walls off half of the map.
I think Viper will go for Yasama towers. I think he'll go tower defense. He's going to camp like crazy. If he has the fish boom, he has more food to create more villagers out of 3 TCs, whereas Daut might not be able to afford that as much. Though I say that, and it looks like he might be able to. No other reason to go on stone that early, right? You don't need stone to build the 2nd and 3rd town center. I think it's either a castle or towers in Viper's future. Here are the Cav Archers, Dave. They have good upgrades. Probably not enough to justify running in just yet. Daut also might feel like he has to do damage.
Good starting fight.
Yeah, good start to the engagement. He also saw Viper was on stone.
3rd archer range from Viper.
Nice
So
work,
he's just
Daut.
gonna counter this pressure with range units. Daut, I like the fact he's taken a deep dive into Viper's base here.
What?
He can create so much idle time.
Did she just blend in? And did Viper do that on purpose? Did you see
I don't
her?
think so. Yeah.
Okay.
Daut's
64
in on the
equal
left.
against 55, and Viper has to go for some quick house walls. His greed is really hurting him right now. Chasing with the crossbows. No ballistics, Dave. I think Viper's villagers will have to come back to the south again. Otherwise, they could be picked off.
The crossbows getting picked off on the left. Daut with some very good micro here.
Very good micro, yeah. Will he be
And
able
usually
to
when we
keep the
say
pressure
that-
going?
Yeah, usually when we say that is when he loses units, but not here. He's got everything to play for. This is his tournament life, and
Look how annoying he's being with the mobility. Viper thinks he's going to the left. Nope. I'm actually going to the right, so he's going to join forces. Okay, she's there again.
is she invisible?
What? Okay, there we go. I don't know. Stealth mode, man. I think Viper will get a lead skirm. He's also going to get ballistics. I'm waiting for Daut to go for a forward Siege Workshop. Siege Workshop on the hill is really common. To relate this to the Hera MBL game, remember MBL took the hill, got the relics, and Hera said he didn't feel like he could push that without taking extreme risks.
Daut can win this fight. He's got bloodlines.
He can win the fight against these crossbows. I think the other army that's coming in will be problematic because there's elite skirms.
Yeah, but that army is not over on the left. So he's going to clear up that army. He's only going to lose, what, 4 of his own? There's a bunch of weak cav archers there, but he's still raiding in the woodline of Viper.
Yeah, if Viper did not have fishing ships, this game would be over and we'd be going to game number 4. Because Viper has fishing ships, he still has a chance. But Daut's doing enough damage to make this even. The economies are even, and Viper has way more idle time.
And Daut is keeping his cav archers alive through these engagements. Like, he's still got the 4 in the back hitting the deer villagers.
Yeah, and Viper just forgot about them. So 2 more villagers down, and Daut tries to run out of here. Uh-oh. Well, at least Daut could kill 2 more vills. Maybe now it's the end of those cav archers, and Viper will have a push back.
And is Daut going for... Okay, Daut's adding the Siege Workshop now in the middle.
Good.
I'd love to see a monastery there at some point, because the 5 relics are just sitting there. It's a nice little boost.
Again, Daut's running
Great
with the
play.
CA, though. because he wants more time in the middle. So he could fight and trade versus this. A lot of lower rated players might say, oh, I'll just fight with them, they're dead. But Daut realizes that the longer these things stay alive, the more time he has in the front, and he just tried to get in there. It's 100 population for Daut and 106 for Viper. Of course, 3 more population will die here for Daut. Can't dodge ballistics. But pretty devastating force on the way. I wonder what Viper will do against Mangonels and Cav Archers.
And the villager count's very deceiving because the fishing ships count as villagers.
As is the score. As is the score.
Yeah, because water impacts the score quite a bit. So Daut actually, I think, has the better eco here.
It is 700 food. And he's not making skirms, so he's saving a lot of food. I think Daut, he should no longer take risky fights. The score might be freaking him out, but the last thing he wants to do here is take a fight against skirms. Just back up, use your Mangonels, hold the hill, and go to the Imperial Age. From there, you could maybe go Hussar. You could just get upgrades on the Cav Archers. Just play it safe, Daut. There's the Monastery Dave, so he'll work on getting the relics. A Viper hasn't hit Daut's base at all in the Castle Age. It's been untouched.
Yeah, he's actually... Daut's macroed very well behind this. He's got 3 TCs. He's going on to Stone now. So when he clicks up to Imp, he'll be thinking about placing a castle, probably forward, and pressuring Viper. And there's the first tower.
Yeah.
You were talking about this earlier.
Guard tower defense could make it near impossible. Also could make it really complicated for Daut to stop Viper from spreading around the map. I mean, imagine if Viper starts building towers on the left and the right. Not easy to push with Huns, but there goes Daut on the way to Imp, and Viper will follow. Closest game of the series.
Very, very close indeed. Very impressive from Daut.
Yeah, I liked it, man. Wasn't expecting him to be able to do that much with the Cav Archers. But what is this fight? There we go. Use the Mangonels, Daut. Probably felt like he had the hill.
Does he stay with Cav Archer in Imperial Age, or does he switch into something else here?
Oh, as I say that, Viper's countering.
Viper's in his eco.
Yeah. It depends on his eco. So he only has 24 on food, and he has a lot of idle villagers on farms now. So I don't think...
Middle.
Oh, big shot! Yeah, I don't think that the economy's good enough for Daut to think about anything but Cav Archer at the start. Then eventually he can go for light Cav. Honestly, Viper's killed so many Cav Archers with the skirms. When there's 3 Mangonels there, I don't think Viper should have been allowed to get as many pickoffs as he has.
No, and he's going for the 5th Archer range, so Viper is going to tech into Arbalest in early Imperial Age, and he's killing more Cav Archers now.
Yep, and the others are weak, too. So even if Viper loses some of these skirms, he won't care if he's taking out the Cav Archer numbers. Takes out a Mangonel.
Mangonel shots.
Viper again kills another Cav Archer and splits. Kills another Cav Archer and will split more. Can he get one more Cav Archer with these skirmishers? It'd be beautiful if he could. There's a weak one in there. And nope, Viper doesn't. So Daut will still hold the middle, Dave. 23 military for him. It's 22 for Viper. Daut with 5 relics, 92 eco. It's 96 for Viper. You know, the fishing ships could be ranged by Cav Archers. So that might not even... Especially the fish traps on the left for Viper. That might not last long.
Just kill the fish traps.
Yeah.
You don't even need to kill the fishing ships. They'll take forever with Japanese. You kill the fish traps, all of a sudden that's 100 wood wasted, right?
All right. We've seen
and
this position a lot.
Here comes the castle from Daut.
It's a good castle.
Castle at the front. This looks eerily familiar.
I know.
To the last set.
I'm starting to think about how Japanese, they get more technologies. The Viper has the towers, you know, like, uh-oh. Will there be keep defense from Viper? He's getting guard tower already. Takes a lot of resources to upgrade these Cav Archers. They are cheap to make as Huns, that's good. But all the big techs need to come in for Daut. And I think he shouldn't shy away from using his mobility. If he were to send Cav Archers to the left palisade walls, Dave, bust through there and run in, Viper would have to deal with that. Fighting in one spot, Viper will want. So I hope Daut continues to run. There's no reason not to.
I love how he's taking out the dock on the right pond. So now Viper has nowhere to go back with that fish.
Nice.
Using the Mangonels effectively. So now Viper has a bunch of idle population over there.
What I like about Daut, he's a very relatable player. occasionally if his units stand there for a moment, that's because you can tell he's going back to his eco. With someone like Viper, you can never tell when Viper's dealing with his eco because he's so quick. But Daut, you can tell, and he has macroed really well behind his push. He's brought this game to 150 population for both. But you see how Viper sends his units over to the left? Now just go back to the right, Daut. This is a perfect position for him.
Yeah. More barracks coming down from Viper. So is he going to tech into Halberdiers as well? And a guard tower attempted, but he's going to have to run away.
Yep. If Daut wants to be super sneaky, he could send 3 Cav Archers in, pull the rest back, don't lose them. Now go back to the left side, right?
Ooh. Daut sending the ram to try and take out that dock from Viper. I love that idea. I really, really like that idea.
Which, I'm sorry, which dock are we talking about? Oh, I see it.
On the left.
Yeah.
Sorry, the ram's dead. Yeah.
Okay.
It was a good idea. It didn't work, but I like the idea of idling the fishing eco. Just having useless pop in there that Viper has to sneak another villager out to dock again. And Viper trying to micro down these Cav Archers, but there's no way he's winning this fight.
Yeah, he only has 10 now, and it's 42 for, or sorry, 30 or 40-ish for Daut. Daut will build another castle in the middle. You know what I'd love to see, Dave? It's risky. He won't do it, but Elite Tarkin would be sick.
Elite Tarkin would be amazing.
Yeah.
And because they have such high Pierce armor, you can run in, you can nuke buildings. You can make them from stables if you research my technology, Marauders, and he's going for stables.
He's making...
But is that just for light cav?
Yeah, I think he's going the safe approach. I guess we would end up saying it'd be very silly to make Tarkins, which are costly against Japanese when they can make helps.
He has... I know, but he has 5 relics.
That's a good point.
You have to remember that, right?
It's a very good point. Now, Viper, he sees the light cav. They don't have the final armor upgrade yet. Daut is not fought yet. The pikemen are... Yeah, the pikemen are arriving, so Daut will back up. But Daut has... Like, this game is in his hands now, man. He's clearing out some of the pawns. He has 190 pop. He has 5 relics. He has mobility. Daut should win this game, and this is the first real test we've seen Viper have in this set. Somewhere Fire's like, come on, Viper, let's go.
Daut just needs to take it slow, to be honest. You have that hill position. Kill the production buildings. Don't dive in for that castle. Your potential to lose all your units. Don't dive in with the Cav Archers.
Yeah.
As he pulls them back.
I'd like to see him send in the Hussars, though. Like, instead of fighting, send the 20 Hussars to the right side. Whoa, there's a Mangonel there. But yeah, start raiding Viper, and even if 1 or 2 Hussars gets through, it's a huge help.
Well, he's making stables on the right side, so maybe that's a start. You can see 4 Hussars going over there, too.
Look at Viper's Ville. Okay, he noticed, and he rebuilt a house there because Daut was looking to break in. I'd like to see Daut... I'm just thinking about all the things that he can do right now to put himself in a winning position. I think he should stonewall the sides of the ponds like MBL did against Hera. Too late. Because if you do that, then Viper is forced to fight you in the middle.
I think Daut just needs to take a position on these forward wood lines because Viper's going to run out of wood in the back of his base, and then where does he go?
Yeah. Good pressure from Daut. He is more military. It is the stronger military. Not even Halberdier yet for Viper. The Hussars go in front. There's a lot of skirms for Viper. They won't do much damage there. And Daut has 4 trebs on Viper's castle. Viper could lose the game right here if Daut continues to push like this. Daut might not take it to the score lead. He doesn't want that. He knows the risk. He's pressuring.
The castle's going to go down.
And Daut just needs to back on up. No reason to stay here now.
Back up with the Cav Archer. Don't lose your Cav Archer mass. Okay, gets out of there with about 25
raiding.
of those.
He's raiding with the Hussars. This is perfect. He has a ram on the house on the right side. Yep, so Viper's eco's getting hit, and he's lost the castle, and Viper taps out. Daut is still in this best of 5. It was extreme greed from Viper, but I don't want to take away from the fact that Daut punished him heavily.
I've got a big old smile on my face. We're going to a game number 4 here, and Daut with such an impressive performance, but so greedy from Viper, right?
Yeah, it was greedy from Viper.
Going for immediate 2 dock fishing ships, added the 3rd dock soon after, goes for 3 TCs right as he hits Castle Age, just kind of passively defending against Daut, and Daut dictating everything.
It's also weird how Japanese play out in this, because he had a lot of food in early Castle Age, but you want to make crossbows. So he made crossbows and skirms, but the food didn't give him anything. If you're a knight civilization, you have a fish boom, then maybe you can use that food a bit more. Viper tried to use it for villagers in the TCs. He could never leave his base because of Daut's pressure. GG. All right, so now it gets interesting. And now if you're Hera, you might be paying really close attention because Viper might show one of his strategies that he might use in the semifinal if he ends up winning. Viper will have to use a home map. It could be Lance Madness, and I forget what the other one is, but there's the KD for you. Daut had more food than Viper, who had the Japanese fish, and he had way more gold collected. I imagine the relics helped out there. GG. Yeah, let's go back to the maps and civs now.
Daut looked really good with the micro there, too. Like, controlling multiple armies. Macro, obviously, his eco is always going to be fantastic. He's one of the best boomers in the game.
I think the most impressive thing from that game is the smallest thing that he did, and he had multiple armies that he wasted Viper's time with. Like those 5 archers he didn't upgrade to crossbow, wasted Viper's time. Cav archers wasted Viper's time while he took the map and caught up with the boom. Okay, Viper has Acropolis and he has Land Madness. So my thought process is, if you're the Viper, you're up 2-1, you probably don't want to show a strategy and a map style that you might use in the semifinal against Hera. So Land Madness is pretty cut and dry. I think Viper goes Land Madness and Khmer.
Yeah, and he picked Land Madness and Acropolis versus Fire, too. And his home map that he played was Land Madness.
Yeah.
So I think you keep hiding Acropolis. And if I know Viper, he's picked Acropolis and he's picked Berbers, but that's not his like end game strategy. That's what he wants people to think is his end game strategy.
Viper still has Vikings. That is an undefeated civilization, but it is an undefeated civilization that is played on other maps. We've not seen a lot of Acropolis. But yeah, I think for Viper it's Khmer. For Daut, he has 2 good choices. He has Slavs, which has the farming eco, and then he has Magyars, which could arguably be better because of the extra attack that you get in each age, and also the cheaper scouts.
Yeah, I think we'll see a Khmer versus Magyars matchup on Land Madness here. That would be my suspicion. And
I think the same.
I don't know. We've seen this matchup a couple times, and I don't know who to really favor here.
Well, it depends. I think, yeah, very valuable input as always, right? But the big difference is that Khmer has fast farms. So maybe Daut, he might not be a fan of that, so he might pick Slavs, so he has fast farming as well. But also Khmer villagers can hide in houses. It's so tough to raid Khmer.
Yeah, but Magyars, super scary, man. That extra upgrade, if you have Spearmen, if you have Scouts forward early, it's really tough to defend against that.
What are the odds that Daut picks Scots here? Like, just give our audience the odds, because I know people want to see it. There's the prize pool, by the way. Lots of money on the line. Thanks, Red Bull.
Yeah, we can see every player in the round of 8 is guaranteed 1,000 euros. And then they're fighting to be guaranteed 2,000 euros in the next round, and then 3,000 for second and 5K for first place.
And pretty simple from here on out, right? But here's the bracket. Whoever wins this will face Hera tomorrow. I don't think that's necessarily the first semifinal. I don't think that's been released yet. I'm not sure myself, but either Viper versus Hera or Daut versus Hera, which should be amazing. And then Liereyy against Mr. Yo is the other semifinal after Liereyy beat TATOH 3-2 earlier today. Sick result for Liereyy, by the way, after he lost 3-2 to TATOH in the same stage of Hidden Cup. Those guys are so evenly matched. I could watch Liereyy and TATOH play all day.
Yeah, that Acropolis game was super impressive from Liereyy. It was. I thought that was cut and dry. I thought Slavs were gonna take it, but apparently not. As we wait for this final game, I know people will be typing 14 in chat pretty soon. Hopefully that works, and they will start it up.
I saw earlier it worked apparently, but yeah, I'm hoping Daut ties it up here. I really am. At this point, Viper, knowing Viper, he's probably still feeling pretty cool, calm, collected. He knows that he played a bit greedy in the previous game. He's always confident in his abilities, but if you get to game 5, especially on a map like Acropolis, which can be so messy, you never know, man.
Guys, it's not working. Maybe you should spam harder. It's not working yet, guys.
No, it's working. It's working. No more spam. We got it. And Dave, we were all wrong on the map. Viper chose Acropolis instead.
Viper with Acropolis, and look at the civilization.
Vikings. How epic would it be if the only player to lose with Vikings would be the Viper against Daut to take it to a game 5? Viper's in the red. He's gone for Vikings. Time and time again, we've talked about it because of the free wheelbarrow upgrade in Feudal Age, and you start in Feudal Age in this game mode. But Slavs, no joke either, Dave. This is where Daut is, on the other side of the map on this massive hill.
These guys are both boomers, and they've both gone for boomer civilizations here. Slavs, obviously, with the faster farming. Vikings with the free wheelbarrow, free handcart. Acropolis, even though it looks very open, and the stone is here, potentially preventing you from walling, we see walls a lot on this map. It's difficult, but they get them down.
First thing I look at when I'm casting Acropolis is wood situation. Not the wood situation on the top, because the players are bound to chop through that, but the wood situation at the bottom of the hill. And Daut, you could argue that his closest wood line is also Viper's closest wood line in the middle. There's also golds there. I think Daut should go to the other side, but man, if Viper gets a lot of archers out, if Daut gets a lot of siege out and pressures the wood, this game could be over pretty quickly.
Yeah, that middle area is going to be very important. There's also 2 secondary golds there from each player, as well as those 2 wood lines. Luckily enough, though, each player kind of has a safe enough wood line that's also close to their base.
Yeah. I think Viper has more options. That wood line with the gold on the side is just a dream, but Daut also has that to the left of his base. It's just not quite as far out of harm's way. But why no? I'm confused by the opening from Viper. Like, Viper hasn't added an archer range. He also hasn't even added... Like, all he's doing is defensive spears right now. No stable, no archer range, just economy. And normally you're seeing players make a range. Okay, there we go. Just super late compared to what I'm used to seeing.
Yeah, and Daut making a range of his own, too. Stable, though, for him. So he's going to see if he can... Maybe he can deny the range from Viper. No, Viper quick walling is too quick.
It's crazy how... We are so confident that even one exposed villager would not die to 2 scouts when it's Viper. Like, we're just like, nope. He doesn't have to pre-wall because he'll quick wall, but we might test our theory. Viper... Yup, okay, villager's fine. And he'll send the spear over, I imagine.
I'm not going to lie, because I was confident because I was already there, and once again...
Oh, God, yeah, it's fine, it's fine. But the way you said it, though, Dave, it looked like you weren't watching, so... Sorry about that, guys. These games are live, and occasionally it doesn't catch up to speed. So Daut has sent 4 scouts forward, but there's a Viking spearman there waiting every time. And, oh, a tower from Viper. Maybe expecting more follow-up from Daut. If I look at his scouting, he has scouted that the range was on the way.
I love the fact that Daut has saved his scouts, too. He took 1 hit from the spearmen, but saved them up, get them with the skirmishers that you're sending across the map, and then attack as a combined army, range and melee, and you'll do so much more damage.
Yep. Okay, so Daut should know Viper's probably clicked up. He's Vikings. He's towered. He's building a second range. For Viper, it's all about defending this little wave and then using his Castle Age strength with the counter.
Daut's about to click up too, though. He's not going to be that far behind.
Yep. Researched Horse Collar, has the Slav farming. Also was kind of late to the range as well, so he opted for farms first, and that Spearmen aren't going to do too much for Viper now, as long as Daut uses the skirms against the spears. The Viper needs to bail, and he's not fully walled. If I'm Daut, I walk right through here. Yeah, I walk right through. This is good for Daut.
1 villager down.
I'm just...
Okay.
Are you surprised Viper didn't wall this? Like, he could have... He had all the time in the world to wall.
It kind of looks walled, though, doesn't it? Like, a little bit, if you're looking at it from the corner of your eye.
I think that you have a stronger imagination than I do.
No, I'm talking about between those 2 houses, not between the wood lines.
Well, yeah, you're right. It's just that 2 of his 3 lumber camps are over here, and he had time, so I was surprised he didn't wall it up more. And all Daut's looking to do is weather that early Castle Age storm, so as long as he knows Viper's archers are here and he just spotted them, I think he'll be happy. He's already waiting at home with some skirms. It's likely we'll see knights and skirmishers for Daut, and for Viper, probably just archers to start. He can't build a second TC either, Dave. He has 1,000 food. 1,000 food. Vikings are ridiculous, but yeah, it's not like he can build a second TC and boom with that. Unless he buys the stone.
What does he do with the food?
I think he's
He
about
doesn't
to
have a
buy.
market.
Oh. Yeah, he
He
forgot.
doesn't have a market.
He didn't.
So he queues up 4 villagers, and he gets Bodkin, and he gets Crossbow, but he's still got 500 food in the bank.
If this wasn't Viper, I'd say that Daut is in the lead. It's weird how that happens because we've casted so many Viper games, but Daut's in a fine position right now.
He's in a really good position.
And he can town center, and he is building his town
Viper,
center.
Okay. Viper made a market in the left side, and he's making a second TC there. So he did buy stone. He sold some of his food, I think.
But now, Elite Skirm is on his crossbows. He kills scouts, which Daut doesn't really care too much about, and Viper was late to the second town center. I think Daut will be very happy with this, because that's the portion of the game where Vikings have been strong, historically in this tournament. Micro nerd stuff from him, though. Trying his best to focus down the skirms.
Obviously, Vikings still strong, though, at this point in the game because of the free handcart.
Mm-hmm.
How does that balance out against the Slavs, though? Because the Slavs get the farming bonus tonight. I saw Daut actually getting lots of eco upgrades. He already got the second farm bonus.
Yeah.
Which is rare to get it that early.
Well, this is the reason why I felt like we would see Slavs in this game, because Daut knows the importance of the eco to compete with Vikings. Honestly, once handcart's in, Vikings, there's nothing special about their eco. I feel like their options are in many ways worse because they can't go for like Night Skirm heavily anyways, like Daut's thinking of doing. Nice stable from Viper, he's actually adding 2, but don't you feel like the timing is off from what we typically see with these stables? Normally, the stable's up at the start of Castle Age. Normally, the TC's up at the start of Castle Age. It wasn't for Viper.
Mm-hmm. It felt like he didn't expect Daut to come forward with that many skirmishers early. He thought a couple spears would be fine, and he didn't get the market down fast enough to buy more stone.
Yeah, Daut has the lead.
He's just delayed.
Daut has the lead. He has skirmishers out. What Daut does not know is that Viper has added the stables. He's likely expecting it, though, which is why he's bringing the knights in to support. And Viper's sending his knights forward at the moment to an area of Daut's eco, which is exposed, but he also doesn't have many vills up on the hill. Just passing moment there. Viper's getting hit by the skirms. The knights could come in as well. If Viper has to send his knights back, it'd be pretty bad momentum-wise for him. Dave, like, I am loving Daut's play right now. He's all over Viper on both sides, too.
Yeah, he's got multiple armies pressuring multiple sides, and Viper, like, he wants to raid Daut's base, but what can he really touch at this point?
Yeah.
Daut is secured by the TCs.
What's also really good about Daut's position is that he's playing towards his civilization strengths, whereas Viper's not making knights. Or sorry, he's not because he's making knights is what I mean. Obviously, he is making knights. Daut has a monk already. The knights from Viper arrive. 1 villager will die, likely 2. You'd expect Daut to be fine after this, and Viper, meanwhile, pushing Daut back on that left side. Daut actually has skirmishers on the right side. Is this Viper? Hello? 4 skirmishers.
He's really flustered by this. He's constantly garrisoning villagers, although Daut is losing some more on the deer. That's not great. He lost 2 more there. Daut now has handcarts. So the economies are kind of evened out now, and he's taking a fight in the middle against the crossbows and the knights. A good fight for him, actually.
Yeah, very good fight. You know, Viper looked clean in the early games here. I don't want to take anything away from Daut's performances and Viper's performances, but Viper versus Fire looked shaky. And there was a game where, like that, I think should have gone to the 5th game if Fire would have closed it out properly. So now we're seeing some cracks in the armor here. 80 population for both. This is very much an even game. Viper may be starting to sweat a little bit.
Well, he did clear up the aggression from Daut at his own base. So now he can come forward, put some pressure on Daut's economy, which Daut hasn't really had other than like the occasional raid that's come in.
Yeah, it's true.
And we'll see what the response is from this. Daut already pulling villagers away from the front.
Yeah, he'll probably go to stone. Bringing in a relic as well, Daut. So he sees Viper coming in. Good timing on leaving there. It's just knowing that Viper's probably going to hit him because Viper ran away on the other side. And now Bloodline. So that upgrade, I thought Daut had already. That's the difference between the two when they're making Knights in Castle Age. So he's got to make sure he gets that and gets out of here with this very weak Knight. Daut, take it away. Oh, man. Okay, so now the Bloodlines is in. The Knights are stronger. Daut's bringing the skirms too. These crossbows, the positioning's perfect. That's so annoying.
Yeah,
Don't just ring the bell. Daut. What did Daut say about low elo legends? They're a bunch of fat kids.
Town bell.
Oh.
Oh, I haven't seen that in a pro game in a long time.
Who's the fat kid now, Daut?
And this is why you don't do town bell. Look at the villagers on the stone.
Oh god.
Now Daut retasked them. He notices they were idle.
All right, chain barding armor for Viper. And you're right, Dave. There hasn't been many moments where Viper has been hit in his economy after the small skirmisher raid. It's been Viper dictating the pace of the game recently, and also taking a better fight here and making more ranges for more crossbows.
Mm-hmm. Now, the one disadvantage for Viper is that he can't really transition in Imperial Age into, Cavaliers. Do you want to make Cavaliers with no bloodlines as Vikings? You're going to have to tech into full range. So the army, the 10 knights that you have right here don't have much utility past the Castle Age.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas with Slavs, you can make an argument for that.
Yeah. Yeah, I was expecting a bit of an all-in from Daut. I was not expecting Viper to be initiating it. His crossbows are really good against Daut's knights, of course, especially because Daut does not have full armor yet. I think this is a better fight for Viper. He didn't even get a conversion there. Viper is coming back now. Same eco, but double the military of Daut, and tons of good military units that translate later into the game. He has a lot of crossbowmen. Daut doesn't have skirms. This is trouble for Daut.
This is big trouble. And I think Daut had Viper on the back foot there, a little bit shaky with the chaos in his eco, but now that Viper is completely stabilized, he seems focused now, and he's going for the win, it seems like.
Yeah, he's literally stabilized. He made a lot of knights out of the stable. Sorry. But Daut has the food and gold to almost go imp. He needs to put that into knight production and upgrades. Like, it's not like he doesn't have the resources. He has more
Viper
farmers.
going to see this TC? He notices villagers heading that way.
I think Viper's really focused on keeping his crossbows alive now. I was surprised that he separated his crossbows from his knights. But with the position on the woodline and with a castle on the woodline, Daut will need another area for eco, Dave. It looks like the TC's up at least.
This is a very important spot for Daut. He did get that TC down in the north, so he will have wood access there. Viper is hitting him on the stone now.
With one knight? Of course it's one knight. Beautiful. You know what's so funny about that? I fully expected foot on the gas all in from Viper. He goes, okay, I have the castle, I'll go imp. And then Daut, he might still be producing knights because he's worried. He almost sensed that all in as well. And now his Imperial Age is going to be later. And yeah, Dave, he's still making knights.
Mm-hmm. Oh boy, doesn't look good for Daut's tournament chances right now. Viper has that big ball of crossbows that can be immediately upgraded to Arbalest.
Yep.
He's got the castle in a favorable position. He can get Trebs out of that castle.
Oh, and a good fight for Viper too. And remember, these are units he doesn't need to make long-term. So any value he gets against Daut's long-term units is great for him. And no conversion for Daut again. Ironic that the Lord does not have God on his side with the conversions. And now this could be good for Daut. Here's a back raid.
Yeah, he's getting into the eco from Viper. Viper fortunate that both the TCs are right next to each other.
Mm-hmm.
Actually trying to drop another one really close on that wood line.
Meanwhile,
he's gonna have problems with that night raid.
Daut. Viper knows that Daut doesn't have the knights here. He says, okay, I'll make more town centers. Good luck with yours. He's just waiting for the vills to pop out.
Oh, and Daut sneaky. He comes out the other side. Saves most of those.
This map is so messy. I hate playing this map, but Daut still hasn't clicked up, Dave. He's still producing knights, so it has to be a Castle Age all-in, I guess. Damn.
Yeah. It's going to be so tough for him. I think he's going to be very demoralized when he sees the Imperial Age time from Viper.
If he takes up the crossbows,
crossbows,
yeah.
Yeah, maybe not the greatest
Whoa.
Position from Viper to dive in like that, and these are not your houses. Dout can just delete those. Viper, what are you doing? Did you misclick the farm?
He's attacking the farm, bringing in the ram to help with that, I guess. Now, Daut needs to run past here with half the knights. Like he needs to get in front of the crossbows. There we go. Try and stop.
Blocking. Ram did its part before it died.
Damn, Viper actually makes it out with most of his army there. And Daut can fight that.
He'll be happy to take this fight. Yeah. He'll be very happy to take that.
Messy for Viper elsewhere, but he still has more vills, and now, of course, Bracers coming in. I see Squires and Chainmail Armor. Those are the first upgrades, so he's thinking Pike. And how many TCs is this? 1, 2... There's like 7 TCs for Viper. Daut's raiding one of the new ones, and the gold in the middle. Fully focused on controlling the map now, Viper, and Daut... he needs a big fight. I think he needs to think about making his own rams to take out town centers in the middle.
Is Viper not going to go for Arbalest?
Well, he's getting Bracer and Chemistry now. I think he had clicked Chainmail Armor before. It didn't complete. And he was in the Imperial Age, and now he's going for it. Look at Daut taking that gold. Viper has a TC there as well. Viper now building a tower. Viper's crossbows cannot really be fought by knights, not efficiently anyways. There'll be, what is it, Arbalesters? Is that what we call them now?
Yeah, that's what they're called.
Yeah.
And Daut is getting a favorable engagement against the soon-to-be Arbalesters on the right side. Viper once again out of position.
I think it's another situation where Viper will be happy with the value, and he has the rest of the map. He'll have another wave of Arbalesters. Or screw it, I'm calling them Arbalest, I'm sorry. But yeah, he'll have another wave of Arbalest coming. 20 more villagers in Daut. He needs the Imperial Age.
Yeah, once you get Viper in this situation too, he's going to start doing all the little things that put him ahead in the game.
It's true, though, but Daut's raiding at least. I mean, it'll be short-lived, but that was good.
Viper taking control of those middle wood lines. He's going to start probably getting the relics soon. He's going to start maybe walling off any exposed areas of his eco.
Viper's taking a long time to send Arbalest forward, I will say that. He has 25 military. I'm not really seeing it. You can tell because his trebuchet is getting attacked by skirmishers. Here they are on the left side, and there goes Daut to the Imperial Age. Can he hold and then gain something big from the Imperial Age here? He's really on the back foot when it comes to map control.
This actually is better for Daut than I thought it would be like a minute ago.
He could go...
Viper tossing away those units was a bit suspect. And Daut, his economy is actually not looking too bad.
Yeah, I like the right side control. I think he needs skirms here, and it always sucks when you're up against Vikings you don't get Bracer. Because technically skirm, it would clear out the Arbs and it would also clear out Pikes. But Slavs don't have the best skirmishers, and you're seeing that...
Such a good job raiding, too. Like, he's raiding again on the right of Viper.
He has to.
He's raiding in the middle of Viper.
Yep. It's sad because every time I look at Viper's Vill count, it's still going up, though, because he has so many town centers pumping out Vills. 7 TCs. Oh, and now Viper realizes that Daut's over here. It's not so much about the Vills, it's just so Viper will fortify this area.
Yeah, and oh man, once that TC goes down from Daut, Viper will target the second one at the top. And look at how many villagers are there. 50.
Yeah, a lot of his eco. And also he's leaving more farms. Like, Daut has had to rebuild more farms in this game than he would have ever wanted to. Ooh, he dodged ballistics there. Well played, Daut.
Castle from Daut in the middle, but he's going to lose everything on the left.
I like that castle. I really hope he builds it with all of his villagers, though. Okay, now Viper's building his own.
To counter it.
Uh-oh. Here come the Rams. Here come the Arbs from Viper, though, and he'll use his villagers against the Castle Age Rams.
5 Rams.
Viper slicing and dicing the villagers in the north. Most of them are destined to die. What about the castle situation? Will it be a Daut castle to end the series, Dave?
I think he'll get the castle up. I
Okay.
just don't think he can take down the castle from Viper. Actually, will he get the castle?
I think, because he sent more bills, I think so, yeah. I think Viper wants so badly for that to be a Daut castle, I'm sure. This is
Daut
awkward.
actually has the Arbalest kind of trapped at the top, so he's escaped with a few of his villagers.
Yeah. This is weird. Does Daut have murder holes? Most of those Arbalest died. I guess they weren't directly underneath the castle. But GG, Daut, at least he got a win, man. And he really did play well in Game 3 and Game 4. Viper, as many expected, beats Daut in this best of 5. And Viper will move on to face Hera, when have we said that before, in the semi-final tomorrow.
Yeah, really, really strong play from him. Obviously, Daut, I think a little bit shaky the first 2 games, but
Yeah.
the last 2 games he kind of turned it on, man. He, especially in Game 3, he looked really impressive.
I think Daut will be kicking himself, though. That was not the best performance from Daut. It was solid, especially Game 1. I feel like there was a few small things that Viper was able to do, but that's Viper for you. He gains a small lead, he snowballs that into a bigger lead, and a bigger lead, and a bigger lead. Daut at least got a win off Viper today. Of course, put on a decent showing, and he and TATOH, his teammate, after big losses earlier in the round of 8, will be on the bench. Well, not on the bench, I guess, on the couch watching the games tomorrow. We'll move on to the achievements here. I'm curious to see the food difference, considering both had those eco upgrades pretty quickly. Yep, faster farming with slabs worked out for Daut. 19,000 food. Viper had plenty of wood control, plenty of stone, and plenty of gold control in that game. We talked about Daut. Oh, here, we'll go to the statistics scene. But what do you think about Viper's performance? Was that the best we can see from Viper?
No. Viper has more to offer than that,
Yeah.
for sure. But you said it. I mean, he looked a bit shaky against Fire. Maybe some cracks there. Looking a bit shaky against Daut. Maybe some cracks there. And maybe just, not even shakiness, maybe just a different mindset. Like, if it's a super important game, I don't think he goes as greedy as he did in Game 3.
Yeah.
With the Japanese fish boom early and the TCs early. I think he prioritizes more map control in that situation if it's like a grand finals.
Okay. Now let's pull up the brackets here, overlay guy. We'll look at that, and it's pretty simple from here on out, guys. If you've been with us the whole way, thank you, guys. So cool for Age of Empires to be sponsored by Red Bull and to have so many people show up on the Red Bull channel. I know there's a lot of new faces. I know there's people who might follow this channel who watch other esports. But yes, we're esports, baby. And we've been trying our best here over the last few days to put on a show for you, as have the players. Viper has won. Now, this is really Zach's job. And I'm not sure if Zach's going to hop in with us before the interview. But Viper has won consistently against Hera in tournament finals. But that's because Hera has been on the opposite side of the bracket in a lot of cases. So Viper meets Hera in the semifinal tomorrow, meaning we won't have a Viper versus Hera final. I'm really curious, like, mainly for Hera at this point, because I think he's actually played better than Viper in this tournament. And it's a best of 5 instead of a best of 7. I think Hera could finally do it tomorrow against Viper. And who knows with Yo and Liereyy.
At this point, I mean, I agree with you that Hera looked more impressive than Viper has so far, but we know Viper, right? I have not yet reached my final form.
Hidden Cup, I couldn't figure out who Viper was because I didn't think anyone was impressive enough. It was just Hera as the standout performer, and then Viper showed up in the finals and swept, so you never know, and Hera will know this, of course. But anyways, hey, Zach, did you enjoy watching those?
Oh yeah, man, they were great games, but I think an expected result, to be honest. I think, you know, we knew Daut could bring a fight to Viper there, but we all knew that Viper would have the advantage in that series.
Yeah.
I also think, you know, Battle of the Boomers, you definitely got some predictions right. There's going to be a lot of booming, there's going to be a lot of greed in some cases, and you were totally on point about that. And I did note down some of the questions that you wanted me to ask the Viper, so we're going to do that in an interview with Viper very soon. But yeah, any final thoughts from you guys before? Because I don't want to come in and cut you off here. I was having a good discussion.
No, I mean, Dave, he has been casting all day, so please give him props in the chat. Great job from him, as always. It was fun. I'm excited to be back tomorrow to cast. I think I'm casting the second semi and the final. It should be good fun, and just thanks to the audience for showing up. Thanks to the players for the training you put in and the performances, and I'm excited for the final day.
This was my first Saturday, and it's been a really enjoyable experience. Obviously, I was tired throughout the day. Lots of casting. Luckily, I had some Red Bull to pull me through.
Oh, I knew that was coming.
too obvious, man.
Gotta respect the sponsor, man. We're esports now. Remember when we had 2,000 viewers on a tournament? We said we were esports.
Oh
Yeah.
God, yeah. We've been saying it for a long time.
Yeah, exactly. I really enjoyed the matchups. I'm really happy for all the players that made it through. I'm sad, obviously, for the players who couldn't pull it off. But tomorrow is going to be epic. We're going to have Viper versus Hera, which has been the finals of a lot of the tournaments recently, and then Liereyy versus Mr. Yo, which is just an unbelievable matchup as well.
Yeah, I think either of those semis could well as be a final, right? And like you said, the Viper and Hera, they've been in every single final of every major event pretty much in 2020 so far, and it looks like we're keeping up that trend, at least in the semifinals in this tournament. But before we do head out to the interview with Viper, let's do a quick Civ review, actually. We've obviously been able to fill in some more stats now. And Tristan, you weren't here for the Civ review earlier, so let's run through. Currently, we've got up the most picked Civs ordered by win rate. You can see Vikings, 100% win rate so far. And actually, one of the only Civs, or the only Civ to actually keep that 100% win rate in the tournament.
Aztecs. Okay, so what I'm really looking at is also the bans, right? So I feel like Vikings will be banned a lot tomorrow. I'd be very surprised if we see Vikings played at all, but Aztecs and Vikings banned more than the other civs, so players picked up on the trend.
Well, I've got a button right here that can order it by the most banned, so I'm going to click that right now, and you can see that Aztecs is actually the most banned civ, but Vikings in second place, and I do think that will change. I think Vikings will certainly be banned every time tomorrow.
And Indians, it's pretty much, is Aztlan a map? If Aztlan is a map, like if someone picks Aztlan as a home map, then the civ gets picked and then it gets banned usually. So yeah, Indians is very map dependent, whereas the others maybe not so much.
And then finally, the last button on my spreadsheet back here, we've got lowest win percent. So I think this is an interesting one as well, because players sort of go into the tournament with these ideas, like, oh, maybe this civ's going to be strong. And then Ethiopians, for example, picked 9 times, 1-0.
Wait a second. Can we just appreciate the fact that Gotts is on there?
I said that earlier, yeah.
Winchester, props to Winchester, because he has made, if nothing else, our statistics at the end of the day today much more interesting, because he did use Gotts, and then Daut, I guess, drafted it and never used it. That's funny.
Yeah, and also screw Viper for ruining the Persian 0% win stat, right?
I know. Ethiopians and Japanese is a big standout to me. We saw that a lot in the qualifier. And I don't think that those are bad civs to pick per se. I don't think players should change their whole game plan because of these statistics. However, 9 picks, 5, like, those are pretty damning stats. It's not like it's just a few games. 5 times Ethiopians have been used and lost, and then 3 times for Japanese. That's pretty crazy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to move on to the interview with Viper now. Guys, this is it for us, I think, for the rest of the day. We'll be back tomorrow, of course. You two and Nili will be casting the semifinals and finals. Final words from you?
No, just see you tomorrow, guys.
All right.
Okay, well, I'm just going to say it's been an amazing Saturday. That's my last time I'm ever going to say it. So you got it, chat. You got it, guys. And I'll see you guys tomorrow.
All right. Well, we'll be back with the Viper interview in just a moment. We're going to play I always said the Red Bull Wololo Empire Wololo Wars trailer, but that's what, you know what? We're going to roll with it. We're going to do that.
The Red Bull Wololo is played using an altered version of Empire Wars, a new game mode introduced with Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition. Players start in the Feudal Age, with a 27 villager economy already working and the corresponding drop-off points. The standard scout is replaced by 2 horses, which are unable to attack. A barracks and blacksmith are provided to help accelerate the player's choice of strategy and encourage variety. Loom has already been researched to compensate for this, as it's an extremely aggressive game mode. Each game is set to a 700-year time limit, roughly 1 hour of in-game time. If the time limit is reached, the player with the highest current score wins the match. Due to the quick start nature of the game, the pressure is on from minute 1, and will be a landslide of entertainment.
All right, so we're back, and we have Viper on the line. Hello.
Hello, Zach.
Hey, hey. How's it going? Are you feeling good after that win? Obviously, you're through to the semis now.
I'm satisfied with my victory, of course. Looking forward to tomorrow.
Good stuff. Now, before we get into the breakdown of the games, something that I admire about you is your humility. I think whenever I've watched your streams and you've ever lost a game, you've always stepped back and you've always said, yeah, they played well or they did well. So I want to ask you to start things off. What did Daut do well in that series?
Okay, I gotta be nice. Well, are we talking game by game or just overall?
Just overall, what was he doing really well that you picked up on?
Well, his multitasking and the whole macro in the last 2 games at least was pretty solid. The first 2 games were just unfortunate, I would say, but overall I felt like he played pretty well. Probably got a little bit tilted, but yeah, overall I think just solid gameplay, like Daut, you know.
Classic Daut. You said in our last interview that there would be a lot of mind games. How many mind games did you experience during that match?
There were a few. The Goth pick, for example, caught me a little bit off guard, and I thought he might try and sneak in Goth on Acropolis, for example, in case I wanted to go Berbers. So that introduced some mind games for me. I think also the other maps, I didn't expect him to go Franks on Arabia. I think he expected me to go Vikings on Golden Swamp, for example. So I think there were definitely a couple of surprises there in the Civ picks.
Yeah, and about the Civ picks and drafting in general, obviously you actually pick one more Civ than there are maps. So does that give you that opportunity? You know, how much does that influence you in picking your strats and choosing your Civs?
Yeah, like exactly. That's the thing with the Goth pick from Daut there. Obviously, I'm not gonna ban Goth, and yeah, I will have it in the back of my mind that Goth is an option. And Goth is obviously not one of the greatest civs, but against certain civs, it can be pretty scary. So there's always the chance to sneak in like maybe a Goth or Koreans or something as your last pick in order to just add that extra bit of fear when you kind of are happy already with your 5 civs. So yeah, there's some mind games there.
Nice. Yeah, I think we've seen that a couple of times. I mean, obviously we saw Winchester pick Goths and then play it as well. So they're definitely there as like that underlying threat. Also about the draft, before we go into the games here, Daut let you have Vikings, Aztecs, and Khmer. Do you think the draft was quite good for you there?
I was definitely surprised that he let me have those civs. I mean, he did ban Aztecs, obviously, but I was 100% sure he would pick Vikings. So when I saw him go for, I think it was Franks and Huns, I was just like, okay, well, if you're giving me Vikings or Aztecs to play, then by all means, right? But yeah, it was quite surprising to me.
Yeah, so let's go into game 1. Obviously, Arabia, you played Incas, he played Franks. And, you know, I was just kind of watching that game and thinking, you know, what can't the Incas do? You seem to have an answer to absolutely everything. But a lot of people see Incas as this Naburu Rush all-in style Civ. And obviously you didn't play it that way. Do you think that's the right way, you know, the better way?
There are certainly maps where the Inca Will Rush can be effective. I think on Arabia, though, I think it's you can still play it standard. And I felt in that game there was not a single moment where I was not in control. I had one bad fight with my Eagles, but even that, then I already felt I was so far ahead that nothing really would have changed that. I was fortunate that game. I think I found 4 of his sheep, so pretty much all of his extra sheep, and the sheep are really important to this game mode. So that was quite fortunate for me.
Yeah, and at one point, I think he was adding in the Axemen, you had the Slingers, you know, how much do you think his decision-making impacted his performance in that game?
Well, there's not too much he can do there, because like you already pointed out, Incas have an answer for everything. If there's infantry, you go Slingers or Arbalest. If there's cavalry, you just go Halbs or Pikemen. If he goes range units, you just go Eagles. Incas is one of those civs that are really difficult to play against, because they do have all those options. And I think as he was already behind, I don't think any decision really would have been the right one.
All right, interesting. And then in game 2, Golden Swamp, we had your Persians against his Saracens, and obviously you won that game as well, so thank you for ruining the stats. Persians not being 100% winless, proving that it can be done. So obviously, why did you choose Persians here, and why did it work so well for you?
I think he was expecting Vikings there. I mentioned the other day that I trained with Daut a little bit. Golden Swamp was one of the maps we played a few times, so I have a general idea of how he thinks on that map, and I predicted exactly what he would do. Like, he hasn't played that style against me before, but based on our conversations about the map, it was in the back of my mind that it's likely that he'll try something like this. And like I said, I thought he would think I would go for Vikings, but I wanted to say Vikings in case I had to play Goth on Acropolis. So I did go for Persian. Obviously, I wanted to do some sneaky stuff, and it worked out quite perfectly. Again, quite unlucky for him. He lost again his horses to my town center and like lacked scouting intel. He ran past my sneak villager as well at some point, but I don't think he saw it. So yeah, like just some couple of unfortunate moments for him in both game 1 and game 2.
Yeah, speaking about horses, actually, I need to just rewind something I forgot. This is very important, as T90 really wanted an answer to this. In game 1, did you notice your camels in the back of his base?
Yeah, they were running back and forth in that oasis forever.
And you just left them there because why not?
They're not worth. It's like, what am I gonna do? Put them somewhere else?
I don't
Just
know.
leave them there, really.
Maybe they get you some important information. Who knows? I think you'd already scouted the map at that point anyway.
Yeah, pretty much. I think they were trying to get into his base, but he was obviously fully walled, so they were just like constantly back and forth there.
That gave us a great laugh anyway, at least. So into game 3, Kawasan. This was the game that at match point at that point. This is the game that Daut won. Japanese versus your Huns. Now, you went quite greedy on that game. You took both of the pawns. And do you think that greed might have been a little bit too much? Are you surprised that Daut kept up with you in economy?
No, I wasn't surprised. I don't think my greed was too much either. I just think I dealt really poorly with his units coming into my base. I could have just fully walled. I could have kept it closed, and instead I had to keep running around and chasing his units. It was quite a frustrating game because I felt like I was in a really good spot, but I just allowed him to. I allowed him to come back with all his. But okay, so I allowed him to come back, yes, but he did a really, really good job being active with his couches, forcing me to chase all around with idle veils everywhere, all that stuff. It was after the game. It was like I was super frustrated with myself because I felt like it was so sloppy and unnecessary. But at the same time, I gotta commend him for his performance that game because I think he was even in a rough spot and he played the couch pressure really, really well. So yeah, gotta give credit to him there.
Yeah, nice. Obviously, you had the center as well, which probably made it much harder to push out. Do you sort of think that maybe making a play for the center earlier could have worked, or were you just not in a position to be able to contest that?
I don't think I was ever in a position to contest that, considering how the game was going. I could have played on more. Obviously, I resigned with like 180 pop, I think.
Right.
But I knew he had 5 relics, and he has probably better arm composition than me as well. So there was pretty much no point for me to play on.
Yeah, one final thing about that game, Tristan was also speculating, and I think Tristan knows that he's right, but he wants to hear it from you. The dock placement on the ponds, you spread them out really far. Was that just purely just to get the vision and keep an eye out and see if Daut was coming towards the pond?
Well, vision and better fishing efficiency, right? So partly, yes.
Cool. And then finally, game 4. Obviously, the final game of the series. It was just on Acropolis. You've got the Vikings, which, as we know, are a fantastic civ in this format, against his Slavs. Now, before we talk specifically too much about this map, we kind of expected you to go with Land Madness, because this was the map you took against Fire. Is there any reason why you took Acropolis here instead of Land Madness?
I just felt like forcing his civ pick. I didn't want to play Land Madness and then potentially lose that game and then come to Acropolis where I'm not sure if he will pick Goth or not. So I wanted to just I would have been probably feeling good about it no matter what civ I'm facing with Vikings. But I don't know, it's just one of those things where you feel like playing this map rather than that. It's not really too much like analytical thought behind it.
Fair enough. Sometimes we think that you think that everything to the finest detail, but sometimes it just is what it is. So that game worked out quite well for you. I was quite surprised though. Daut, his eco was pretty similar actually. He rushed his eco upgrades to keep up, but then in the end, what was it that sort of let him down in the end there?
Well, his early pressure was good. That was a sloppy game for me because I couldn't find my 4 sheep fast enough, which kind of threw my eco off a little bit. I felt like my opening was quite sloppy the way I dealt with. The way I even walled was sloppy and poor. and he kind of punished that pretty well. Vikings do have that extra few villagers because of free wheelbarrow to go on, so I felt like even though I lost those bills, I was still okay. But then I went to the low ground and I honestly forgot that I built the towers. I couldn't even afford a town center, and then I had to rush a market and everything, so quite sloppy. And I felt I was a little bit worried there because Slavs are super scary. When they get that farming eco going and the night raids just get out of control, they're super scary to deal with. I was actually quite happy to see him invest so heavily on skirms. I was more fearful of like 2-3 stable big night play.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, because this once the Slavs have got the same eco upgrades, you know, the eco is better, right? And since you was kind of even on villagers at that point, and he had the techs, he probably keep up with you. So it's kind of interesting there. So do you think it was sort of like the choice to go not so heavy into knights or not heavy enough into knights that was the issue?
Like I said, I probably would have. I was more satisfied to see the amount of skirms because they're less of a threat to my eco. But obviously it's understandable because I went crossbow, but my night switch bought me enough time to just get my eco rolling completely and then transition into a better armor composition. And once I had a good amount of crossbows, I could really start piling on the pressure. But again, he played really well there. He started raiding everywhere towards the end of the game, but I still felt like I had pretty much everything under control. But yeah, I'm not happy with my performance the last 2 games. The first 2 games were super smooth, but yeah, overall not happy. I definitely got to step it up a little bit against Hera.
All right, interesting to hear you say that, because obviously, yes, tomorrow you are against Hera in the semi-final, and you know this is a match which could be a final on any other tournament. So obviously you're going to prepare, take it very seriously. Do you think Hera's got a good chance here? Do you think you'll be ready tomorrow?
It's really hard to tell because of Empire Wars, right? I've played now, 4 different players in Empire Wars? Maybe 5, and that's mostly my teammates, and then Fire, right? So I really have a hard time kind of telling how the level is otherwise. So playing against suddenly Hera or other players will be kind of different for me. Yeah, because I don't really know. It's hard to judge exactly how everyone is doing,
right?
Because you only play them maybe against 2 or 3 players in Empire Wars. So yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, that's interesting. The format bringing sort of this new element to things. Obviously, we've got civ drafting, map drafting as well. Lots of things to take into account. But best of luck for your match tomorrow. We might be speaking again soon. But yeah, have a good one.
Thank you, you too.
Thanks. All right, so there we go. That was Viper, and we're going to take a quick look at the bracket now to see how we got this far and where we're going. Tomorrow is going to be a great day. I mean, today I've just been on the edge of my seat, enjoying the games, enjoying the Age of Empires. It has been a fantastic tournament so far, and I've personally enjoyed watching every second of it. Obviously, Viper, Hera at the top of the bracket there, Liereyy at the bottom. It's going to be a fantastic semis, and the grand finals of this, wow, yes. It could be any of them, and it's going to be great. The grand finals, by the way, will be a best of 7. We can take a look at the schedule for tomorrow as well, just to see which set is coming first. I'm actually not too sure of this myself, so I'm actually waiting for the stream to update so I can see. It does start, of course, at 13 GMT, and it will be Liereyy versus Yo first, followed by Viper and Hera second, and then, of course, the big grand final, estimated to start at 17:30 GMT, but of course you don't want to miss any of the previous games, so make sure you're here for the whole day. We'll have casting from T90, Dave, and Nili, of course. And if you missed any of the games from today, or in fact any of the previous days, all of the VODs are on the Red Bull Gaming YouTube channel. But that's it from us for today. We hope you've enjoyed. Thank you so much for tuning in and doing so in such huge numbers as well. Incredible viewership. But we're going to roll the highlights now, and we'll be back tomorrow.
I like how he killed that villager, too. And he's got plumes running around, and he might find that castle from LAAAAN with his plumed archers.
Oh, he has to see them, right? Mr. Yo, that is invisible.
Yo. Notice it. Notice it. Notice it.
He's running away, and now he has no idea. Mr. Yo didn't see it. He did. That's getting so close.
Wait for another push. This is like deja vu.
Yeah.
Right here.
Yeah. Same amount of boyas as well. Now villagers jumping out of the TCs, probably killing the ram, while indeed that's happening, Dave.
It's the same fight.
And Lan should barely win this one. Actually, it looks a bit better for him, but still no Rams to follow it up.
He's
No
converting a
way.
stable.
With Incas? Oh, the dream could be so real, Dave.
He's making it!
Are you kidding me? Guys, for everyone who doesn't know, Mayans, Aztecs, and Incas naturally don't have a stable. But if you convert one, you can create this beautiful unit that is comparable, but way more beautiful than a knight. Well, it's just not looking pretty. Population is 53 to 93 now. Villagers trying to repair another TC, taking a lot of damage. Don't give me a second shot here. Please, no. Oh. Oh. Oh, they're repairing. Repair there. And oh, God, that's a reasonable connection as well. TATOH actually doing a good job of coming back into this game. KD evening out.
Yeah,
Oh! That should not have happened though. Liereyy saw exactly what Mangold's really helping out there, but Liereyy will have another one. But he is looking hungry to get some more kills here and gets the perfect connection.
Oh man, what a shot there from Liereyy. He's got the Knights to potentially deal with the Scorpions, but look at the range on those Scorpions.
Yep.
The tactical nukes coming in from the Khmer player.
There's Knights from the backside for Hera. If he can take out the Scorpions, he can still take good fights. The Skirmishers are not that helpful. But
He
dude,
can't take any good
the
fights now.
Scorpions!
Oh my god.
Oh, it's beautiful. I think many of the Scorpions will go down here.
Oh god.
But the crossbows, say goodbye, Hera.
Look at what Hera's doing with the horse. Oh my god, it's so annoying to the Skirmishers. He wants to get away with the archers. He's blocking them with the horse.
Get a life. Get monks are coming over. You also have the crossbows. Every little bit helps here. There's the demo though on the crossbows. Boom! Oh,
Dude,
the
and a
crossbows
second demo
go down.
comes in.
Oh, that was beautiful. At least the crossbows aren't a worry.
Around the castle from Viper. But there's a hole!
Oh my god.
He's gating him into the castle now.
That's
He's
hilarious.
Not preventing him.
The castle's going up. Wait, it might
Is
not.
It is.
Inca villagers, and now Daut's invested so much stone just to deny a castle. Didn't happen. The Viper's still
I don't-
pushing forward.
I saw those villagers working as Daut continues to make the gates.
Oh,
He's like, you're
no.
not getting out.
Take it away. Oh, man. Okay, so now the Bloodlines is in. The Knights are stronger. Daut's bringing the Skirms too. These crossbows, the positioning's perfect. That's so annoying.
Yeah,
Dude,
but the
no, he just
skirmishers
rang
now
the
from
bell.
Daut.
Daut. What did Daut say about low elo legends? They're a bunch of fat kids.
Town bell.
Oh.
Oh, I haven't seen that in a pro game in a long time.
Who's the fat?